Hey guys, it's yo boy Mr.Lightnov here. Thanks you so much for over 100 subscribers, much love. The Damned Demon. Chapter 41. The time for grieving is over. The entire hall was plunged into a deathly silence as the royal consort finished reprimanding Prince Oberon before everyone else, and that too expressing strong disapproval towards the gift he eagerly and meticulously prepared. But hearing the words he said, they couldn't help but feel convinced. Still, he scolded someone like Prince Oberon, and nobody could tell what consequences might follow. Prince Oberon's face seemed as if it had lost a few shades of color, and nobody would guess what he was thinking right now, but they could sense the drastic change in the atmosphere of this hall. Your Highness, you are being a bit too harsh on my son, who presented that gift only in good faith. It isn't right to disrespect such a noble effort, Seren said as he looked at Asher with a piercing cold gaze. It seemed as if he was trying his best to not cause a scene, though his wife, Rebecca, seemed as if she wanted to explode at a certain someone. I am afraid the royal consort is right, Sabina Thorn suddenly spoke up, much to the surprised look of others. Even Asher couldn't help but look at this charming beauty that gave off a dangerous aura and never expected support from her. He definitely had to look into her some other time. She elegantly spread open the hand fan and added, none of us are qualified to assume what Her Majesty needs or wants. His Highness is also right about the fact that we shouldn't give too much importance to some hunter, let alone in the form of a gift. If we do that, aren't we giving more fame to this so-called Golden Prince? Maybe this is what he must have planned before he died, relying on the fact that we might use his death to spread his name further. In my opinion, the best way for us to move on is to forget these insignificant characters, especially since they are dead. We can never progress if we are slaves to the past. What we should focus on is killing more hunters, especially ones like him, she concluded with a charming smile. Some murmurs echoed right after Sabina finished saying her piece. Now that such a high-ranking member spoke in support of the royal consort, people couldn't help but feel as if he was right indeed. The more they thought about it, the more they felt Prince Oberon's judgment was poor, and he chose the worst gift possible. Elder sister, what are you doing? Why would you speak in favor of that crippled consort? Edmund Thorne asked his sister with a strained voice, his expression taut. He clearly didn't take well to her comment, nor did he expect this from her. Sabina playfully smiled as she looked at him but suddenly pressed her sharp fingernail against his hand. Don't forget your place, brother. You might be my fiancé, but I am still your elder sister. Didn't you learn to never question your elders? She asked while maintaining the playful smile, though Edmund broke a sweat as he stiffly nodded. I understand. That was uncalled for, Sabina. You played down the efforts of your own brother by saying that, Esther Thorne said with a critical look. Leave it, Esther. She has always done as she pleased, Thorne said offhandedly, making Esther click her tongue while Sabina softly chuckled and leaned on her chair. Prince Oberon's expression looked as if he swallowed something ugly, but then he suddenly bowed and said, this prince was inconsiderate. Please forgive me for not assuming things I shouldn't have. I might have been too hasty in picking a gift for this day. People nodded with a look of approval upon seeing the prince apologize and admit his mistakes. This surely showed how sincere he was, and they felt more admiration for him. Rebecca smiled proudly, seeing how her son was smart enough to turn even a disadvantageous situation in his favor. No worries, it seems like 1 year wasn't enough for you to think. Next time, take 2. Asher said as if he was offering genuine advice, making some even gasp, wondering if Prince Oberon was really getting verbally bullied by the crippled consort. This was just too humiliating and a slap to his face. PFFFTNNMGH, Cookus almost burst out laughing, but City immediately punched him in the stomach, which made his chortle sound like a groan as he collapsed on his knees with a grimace. Why a broken bar? So cruel, a broken bar sister, a broken bar. He looked at her with an aggrieved look, making Sati harumph while feeling relieved that she was able to stop her brother from offending someone he shouldn't. But she couldn't help but stare at Asher's back, wondering if this was his true nature. Who would have thought after gaining his soul, The crippled consort could even make a powerful prince feel tongue-tied. Asher's words made Oberon's eyes emit a deadly light for a brief second before he slowly raised his head. His facial muscles around his lips briefly twitched as if he was greatly suppressing the words that were coming up his throat. Your Highness, you should think twice before you judge someone. I am giving this advice as a concerned member of our house, considering the fact that your mind wasn't in the right place for all these years, Rebecca said with a sharp smile as a vein popped up in her temple. It seemed like she couldn't contain herself anymore while her son was getting humiliated by this cripple. She even indirectly insulted him that he was a retard for all these years. Somebody is really angry, huh? Asher inwardly chuckled, seeing her getting riled up. It was amusing to see her dark expression. Enough talking about this matter, Rowena suddenly said as the entire hall plunged into silence. Rebecca's eyes twitched with indignation, but she could only sit back after swallowing her words. Everyone eagerly awaited what their queen's decision was about this matter after this simple matter of presenting a gift got heated up. I have no doubt Prince Oberon prepared the gift in good faith, Rowena said with a fixed gaze, to which Sarah nodded with a pleased look, and Rebecca smiled as she shot a glance of contempt toward Asher. Prince Oberon's expression brightened a little as he said, "Thank you, my queen. I am honored and glad your majesty understood my sincerity, but as the royal consort and Lady Sabina said, I don't wish to see that dead hunter's face again, nor do I need any solace. The time of grieving is long over, and my father wouldn't wish any of us to do so. This is the time to make the people of Severed Realm realize that we remain undaunted despite the losses we suffered. From now on our broken bar they should be the ones to grieve, not us," Rowena said in a deathly cold tone that sent chills down everyone standing inside the hall. They could feel the entire hall getting filled with their queen's bloodthirst for revenge, which in turn fueled their bloodthirst as well. Her tone was cold and calm, but they could sense the boiling rage within her words. Considering how she had been so reserved for a while, they all thought that she was still grieving the loss of her father, just like the denizens of this kingdom. But only now they realized she had been suppressing her anger all this time and realized it was only natural she would feel so. Asher didn't seem that surprised, but he could feel the blood-cold killing intent oozing from her entire being as she spoke these words. He had no doubt that if his true identity was made known to her, she wouldn't hesitate to grant him the most miserable death, even if she believed her father killed him in his previous life. She knows the Golden Prince was the main cause of her father's death. Soren's expression stiffened while Rebecca was tightly clenching her fists. She had known Rowena for a long time and never expected the girl who loved her father so much to act so indifferently about her father's death. Oberon had a subtle look of disbelief as if he couldn't believe he had gotten it at all wrong, but he still shot a cold glance towards Asher, who felt his gaze and smiled subtly. "But I won't ignore your effort and will accept your gift, though I won't use it." Rowena glanced at one of her blood-born guards, who came forward and collected the plate with the severed head, while Oberon looked on with a strange expression. However, he quickly bowed and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for being so kind. This prince is more than honored that my gift was accepted. It doesn't matter if Your Majesty has no use for it. As now I realize how inconsiderate and foolish my gift was, I won't even mind if Your Majesty wants to get rid of it. I could spare you the trouble and do it myself. There is no need for that. If my wife wants, she can do it herself since she accepted your gift. You need not concern yourself too much," Asher said with a casual smile. He couldn't risk letting that head fall into his hands since he was sure someone like Oberon would surely check out those memories before he destroyed it. He also couldn't rest easy completely knowing that Rowena would still have the head, but knowing her character so far, she struck as a person who would never do anything opposite to what they say. If she said she won't use the gift, then she wouldn't, or so he could only hope. Hearing Asher mention the words "my wife" again, Oberon clenched his fists so tight his nails were digging into his skin, making blood ooze out. Oberon went back to his seat, though his expression was looking far different from his initial proud and confident expression. All the enthusiasm he showed when presenting the gift was deflated like a balloon, all because of a cripple. How humiliating. Most of them standing there couldn't help but feel the same. It seemed like the crippled consort wouldn't be sleeping in the shadows anymore. Based on how bold he seemed to be, they felt like things were going to be different here. Still, they weren't expecting anything big since the royal consort was still a powerless cripple in the end, whose protection was guaranteed by their queen. Without her, he was as good as dead. City couldn't believe a cripple managed to talk down a well-decorated prince of the house. How could someone so weak be able to do such things? Even if he depended on the queen's protection, it was not like the queen could watch over him constantly. There were ways Prince Oberon could make things tough for him. Was he just ignorant about it, or did he truly have the guts to do so? Cookus couldn't help but bite his teeth, unable to believe he watched a nerve-wracking showdown between the prodigal prince of the house and the crippled consort. Who would have ever thought the royal consort would win in the end? He would have showered praises already if not for his sister and the queen being so close. Asher still had a lingering worry if Rowena would check on the memories, but so far, based on what he knew about her, she didn't seem like the kind to lie, especially since she seemed quite determined when she said she won't make use of the gift. Even though he was almost sure, he decided to somehow destroy that head later when the right opportunity came by. At least nobody else would get their hands on it till then, but he knew that he pissed off a powerful bastard. Though he did it despite knowing it, he couldn't just let him get away with that too. The only way to let the culprits make mistakes was to rile them up. Otherwise, if he remained passive like before and let them peacefully plan out things, he would be the one getting fucked. The fact that an assassin almost killed him was proof enough that his life was already in danger. His memories from this body and what Marina told him was also proof enough that his existence itself made a few powerful enemies who would try to get rid of him the first chance they get. However, he knew he was taking a big gamble here, though he had never shied away from taking huge risks to get what he wanted. Only by taking huge risks was he able to become the strongest hunter in his past life. People even called him a daredevil because of that. His only option was to level up as quickly as possible using any means, but thanks to his memories, he had a plan and briefly glanced at City with a subtle smile, who felt his gaze and unconsciously looked at his eyes. Just as she was about to wonder what this pervert was planning, suddenly she grimaced as she shut her eyes close, making Asher wonder why this snobbish woman was acting weird. Rebecca's eyes melted upon seeing her son, Oberon, returning with a dark look. Right after he sat down, she immediately grabbed his hand and said with flared nostrils, "Son, don't worry, Mother will make that crippled trash pay 10 times the humiliation you endured today. Your father will also talk to the Queen about this and make sure he gets his place shown. Isn't that right, Siren?" She turned her head towards Siren with a glowering look. Siren nodded with tightness in his eyes. "Of course. I will talk to the Queen and let her know how that cripple needs to know his place, but I don't think she will do anything. We all know why. Things aren't really the same now that he woke up, and considering his behavior. Don't do anything rash for now." Oberon heard the two as he stayed silent, but the next moment, he briefly raised his hand and said with a high chin, "No need. I don't need any help from you two to deal with the trash. I will deal with him myself as I always do." His lips curled as he added in a seething tone, "I never expected that cripple to gain such a tongue after getting a soul. He also must have no idea who I am or how weak and pathetic he is. Ignorance is his only tool, but that is good news for me. When the right time comes, he will regret gaining his senses." Oberon finished with a cold smile. Rebecca nodded with a look of approval as she caressed the back of his head. "That's my son. I knew you wouldn't be bothered by the words of a pathetic cripple. I couldn't be more proud of you." Sylvan Drake, who was sitting beside his father, briefly glanced at Asher with a subtle squint, and when his gaze accidentally fell on City, who was standing behind the Queen, his gaze softened. After everyone was done handing over their gifts, the Hall Elder announced with a light smile, "Now let's celebrate this fine day with a number of events we have scheduled. First, let us all partake in the grand feast the House of Dragons has prepared for the people. Everyone should take part and celebrate our path ahead." Asher's eyes glowed upon seeing long tables neatly laid out with all kinds of food and wine. Just the smell was enough to even tempt him. However, he saw most men and women forming pairs, taking the center and starting to dance by holding hands and moving slowly. What a boring dancey broken bar, Asher thought, and said to Rowena, I am going to eat some food. You can join me if you want. Rowena simply shook her head, just as Asher expected. He could see that she was disinterested in all these things, though unlike her. He was curious to try out the food demons eat and learn more about them. At least their way of conducting a feast seemed similar, but humans can never match the grandeur. There were also storytellers setting up shop to amuse the guests and entertain them with the grand feats and illustrious feats carried out by the royal members of House Drake, going back to the birth of the kingdom itself. Who would have ever thought that he would be experiencing the biggest celebration he had ever witnessed as a demon? It also seemed like most of them were eagerly awaiting a celebration after not holding any events or celebrations for a year due to the Demon King's death. Even without Rowena's order, none of them would have held any public celebration so as to not disrespect the passing of the Demon King. He noticed how everyone around him was giving him strange glances as he walked towards the large tables where the food and drinks were kept. Their faces seemed as if they had things to say or ask but didn't. It seemed as if his previous scene of rebuking Oberon made some kind of unexpected impact on these people. Asher ignored them as his gaze finally fell on the fresh food that gave off a mouth-watering scent. He still didn't dare to trust just his sense of smell and took a closer eye to see what kind of food these demons prepared. He didn't know whether to feel surprised or not to see that most of it was meat and there were even chalices filled with blood. He didn't have to guess to know that most of the vampires would be drinking the blood in these chalices like they would drink wine. He could only wonder where they were getting this blood from. Could it be from the hunters they captured or killed? He decided to take a leap of faith and try one of the most appetizing-looking dishes near him. He expected the worst, but the moment he chewed on it, he couldn't help but feel his taste buds tingling in excitement. How could something taste this good? The food tasted so delicious he felt his stomach growl in anticipation for more. Fuck, I don't care what this is, I just need more, Asher thought to himself as he began to gobble up the food. He skipped breakfast and hasn't had a single morsel since yesterday. Only now he realized how famished he was. The others looked on with strange expressions. Who would have expected the royal consort to have so much appetite despite doing nothing all day? Is the food that delicious? A woman's sweet, melodious voice sounded from behind as Asher turned around with one of his brows raised. Asher saw a beautiful young woman with heart-shaped face, big round pleasing eyes and an angelic face that could melt the heart of even a criminal. She had really long, voluminous ruby hair that reached till her ankles and was styled into pigtails that had ornaments wrapped around them. There was a shiny white pearl necklace around her neck and a radiant, innocent smile on her face, though her vibrant red eyes could make one feel like they were getting trapped by her eyes. She was wearing a dark red gown that wrapped around her petite body and her small bust, but he knew he can't get fooled by her appearance considering she was centuries old at least. Lady Sylvia Valentine? Asher unconsciously mumbled upon feeling surprised to see this bubbly woman approach him. Just call me Sylvia, don't tell me you call everyone by their full name, Tahi, Sylvia asked with an airy giggle. Asher chuckled and said, then Sylvia it is. Happy? Sylvia shook her head strongly with her eyes shut before stepping closer to him and saying with a bashful look, for this lady to be happy, you have to do something else as well. Can you, please? She asked as her eyelashes fluttered. Asher didn't know, but he was getting a weird vibes from this seemingly sweet cute lady and asked, what would the lady who can get anything she wants want from me? I want a gift from you since you finally got a soul, she asked in an excited tone. Asher couldn't believe this woman and asked, shouldn't you be the one giving me a gift just like everyone else did? That is no fun, Sylvia said with a cute pout, making Asher ask, fine, let me at least hear what kind of gift you want. He couldn't help but feel as if she was up to something. Sylvia's lips arched into a bright smile as she leaned forward and whispered, I want you to let me play with your mind. It seems quite fun to play with a mind that didn't have any soul for all these years. Anyone would feel goosebumps on their scalp hearing her words that sounded quite innocent but the intention dangerous enough. As for Asher, who had come across all kinds of demons, now knew why his instincts had been firing away since the beginning, telling him to get away from this cute woman. Still, he kept up a firm expression and said, "I'm afraid I can't give you that kind of gift. I can get you something else to play with." Asher was hoping she would leave after asking for some silly jewelry or something, considering how she had so many flashy ornaments on her. Her bright red eyes were still giving him goosebumps, and he instinctively tried to not look at them even though they were strangely tempting him to look at them. Since Cuckoos had told him how House Valentine people had the power to use illusions, Asher guessed they must be using their eyes to do so. If his mind was as strong as his hunter self, then he wouldn't have to worry. Unfortunately, his present body had yet to build mental blocks to protect his mind. But Sylvia's expression suddenly contorted as she asked with an uncanny smile, "You are refusing this lady?" "Nobody can refuse me, and nobody ever has," she stressed with puppy eyes, though her lips subtly curved into an eerie smile for a brief second. "I guess there is always a first for everything," Asher said with a casual shrug as he sipped on some wine kept on the table, though inwardly, he couldn't believe how this woman was disguising her intentions with such a cute attitude. She was surely one of a kind. Not for Sylvia. Sylvia will always have her way because everyone loves Sylvia, and I can make you like me too. Let me prove it to you, Sylvia said as her lips arched into a pretty smile. Asher's eyes quivered as he suddenly froze before he could take another sip. He wasn't looking at her face, yet her melodious voice was slipping into his ears and into his mind, telling him to give in to her. Is she trying to charm me? Asher knew vampires like her could use their charms to trap their victims. However, right now, he was in a weak body whose mental fortitude wasn't strong enough yet to defend against the likes of a powerful vampire like her. If this went on, he was finished. She might get into his mind, and who knows what would happen then. From the public's view, it only seemed like the royal consort and Lady Sylvia was having small talk since they couldn't hear what Sylvia was saying. Asher broke a sweat as he was even finding it hard to move because his mind was busy resisting the charm of her voice. He never knew the next trouble he would be coming upon now was a spoiled and bossy vampire lady from one of the great houses. Why the hell was she so fixated on his mind? Didn't she have anything better to do, or did someone send her? He felt it was the former, since who would say it aloud that they wanted to play with someone's mind? Sylvia was inwardly surprised to see a cripple being able to resist her for this long. Usually, all it would take was just a single word, and yet here, she had already said enough to charm a powerful soul warrior. However, fortunately for Asher, he had more than just his sheer willpower to depend on. As a veteran hunter, he had learned enough tricks to deal with demons like her. And when up against someone who could influence minds using their voice, the simple solution was to disconnect the mind from the ears so that none of her words would ever reach his mind. This solution seemed simple in theory, but to execute it, one had to have complete control over their mind and body. It wasn't easy to shut off one of the senses using pure mental power. Even for him, it took months to master this technique, and right now, he executed the very same trick as all sounds stopped entering his mind, including her words, making his mind plunge into absolute silence. He immediately felt all the pressure on his mind disappearing away and regained control of his body. Of course, the drawback to this method was he made himself deaf temporarily. Fortunately, he wasn't in a combat situation. Otherwise, he would have had to rely on other methods. Sylvia was about to smile in excitement as she saw how Asher's mind was about to give in to her, but her smile froze when she saw Asher being able to move again and even continuing drinking from his cup as if he wasn't bothered by anything at all. "Were you saying something? I didn't catch you," Asher said with a sarcastic smile as he coolly kept on sipping on his wine. "Hey, you can't keep ignoring this lady. It should be impossible for you to. Sylvia doesn't like this at all." Sylvia pouted as she was confounded by the fact that her voice wasn't able to charm a cripple. She couldn't even sense any defensive items on his body. Asha found it quite satisfying to make this pompous lady keep whining to herself, just like a child getting disappointed after finding out their toy wasn't working as expected. Rowena, who was still sitting on her throne, suddenly took a glance at Asha and narrowed her eyes upon seeing Sylvia talking to him. "Sylvia won't let you look down on her anymore. This time Sylvia will win," Sylvia said in a determined voice as she decided to not hold back, and her eyes began to glow. "No, you won't, Sylvia." A woman's soft yet charming voice came from behind Sylvia as she felt someone grabbing her wrist from behind. "Ow, ow, you are hurting me, Sabina, let go, please." "Ear broken bar," Sylvia feebly said with watery eyes. Asha squinted his eyes before turning his head to see a alluring beauty with long, shiny silver hair, a well-proportioned bust, and a slender figure. She had a diamond-shaped face with attractive almond-shaped eyes and luscious pink lips. She was dressed quite elegantly yet seductively, and every inch of her body exuded a strange sense of charm that made it hard for one to take their eyes off her. But if they accidentally took a look at her ghostly red eyes, one would feel chills going down their spine. Her again? Asha couldn't believe this woman lending him a hand for the second time and, to his surprise, saw how even Sylvia seemed afraid of her upon having her wrist getting gripped by Sabina. Now he has an idea why Cucus said the eldest child of House Thorn was quite terrifying, even though her lithe body would make her appear quite lovely. "Trying to use your flimsy charms on me? Get out of here before I spank you," Sabina whispered into Sylvia's ears, who pouted with a dejected look before running away. Of course, nobody heard the conversation they shared. All one could guess was Sylvia was getting bored and running away somewhere else. Well, was she bullying you too much?" Sabina asked as she picked up a chalice and sipped some blood. However, her eyes had a glint of astonishment, seeing how Sylvia failed to charm him. This made her look at him with a veiled glint in her eyes. This was the first time Asha was seeing a vampire drinking blood in front of him in such a graceful fashion to the point he wasn't even feeling disgusted. "I don't want to admit it, but I do want to thank Lady Sabina for the support, especially earlier." Asha knew he couldn't simply trust this woman just because she helped him out. Still, he decided to play it diplomatically just to be safe. He also thought he had to get used to dealing with people like this, even if the words coming out of his mouth may or may not be true. "Forgive for the interruption, but the center of the hall is now clear for the night dance. Those who have had enough of feasting may dance with any partner they choose," the hall elder suddenly announced as a large space in the center was cleared up for the dance. "The main event has started," Sabina commented as Asha saw men and women forming couples and taking center stage to slow dance. Of course, most of them were married or engaged couples, but some of them seemed as if they were randomly choosing a partner simply to dance. Very few of them weren't taking part in the dance and were standing alone on the side with glum expressions. Asha saw that the way these people were slow dancing seemed similar to how people would dance in fancy balls by simply holding hands. It was formal and slow yet elegant. Sylvan Drake got up the moment the night dance was announced and took a deep breath before walking towards the platform above him. "Sylvan, where are you going?" Rebecca asked with furrowed brows. But he had already walked away. Seeing how he was walking towards the platform where the queen was sitting, Rebecca furrowed her brows and asked, "Don't tell me he is still fixated on that bitch? This has been going on for years. How could he not understand her lowly origins? A race of rabid beasts. HMPH, calm down, Rebecca. City is a battlemaster, so show some respect for her title, at least. Her past doesn't matter as long as she is trusted by our queen, but it is not like she will ever become his legitimate wife. Our son knows what he is doing," Sran said with an obscure glint in his eyes. Sylvan took a brief look at City before deeply bowing before the queen and asked respectfully, "Forgive me for approaching like this, your majesty, but can I have your permission to borrow Lady City for a short dance?" City was a bit startled by his sudden request and glanced at her queen before saying in an apologetic tone, "I am sorry, Buta. It's fine, you can go, City. You can also partake in the feast," Rowena said with a brief wave of her hand, making Sati hesitate, but then she bowed towards her. "I will be right back soon, Your Majesty." "Thank you." Sylvan smiled as he courteously offered Sati his hand while bending his back. Sati briefly smiled before taking his hand as he led her down the platform. "It seems like my little brother is really serious about that lowly bitch. I don't understand what he has to gain by making himself look bad. If it wasn't for her being someone important to the Queen, I would have made her my bitch already." Oberon shook his head with a disdainful look. "Whatever, there is no way I am going to let him marry someone born amongst those lowly beasts." "You heard me, Seren?" Rebecca asked with a scowl. Seren sighed as he rubbed his forehead with an annoyed look. "Will you just let it go already? I can assure you our son isn't going to marry anyone anytime soon. He is simply curious about his first love. It will fade away, and I will personally see to it. HMPH, it better," Rebecca said with a huff before turning away her gaze. "Oh, our broken bar, don't tell me our battlemaster has a crush on Prince Sylvan?" Asher asked with a soft chuckle. Even if she was married, Asher was sure a egoistical and short-fused woman wouldn't definitely last. But Asher's eyes glinted with a cold light as he thought about Seren and his entire family, which included Sylvan as well. He still hadn't forgotten what Marina told him. Sabina lightly smiled and said, "Would that be so surprising? He is said to be the youngest eligible bachelor in our kingdom. He is not only quite decent and courteous, but he has decent accomplishments in his pocket as well. All the young girls go crazy for him, and it's said that he receives at least a dozen proposals from powerful houses every day." "The prince who has it all, huh?" Asher asked as he sipped on his wine and asked with a side glance, "Then why are you not interested in him? I am sure nobody could turn away a charming woman like you." Sabina raised one of his brows as she caressed her lower red lips with her nail. "Phoo, phoo, I never expected the royal consort to have such a good eye." "Is she testing me?" Asher couldn't help but feel that this woman had quite the seductive charms in every single action of hers. It was like she didn't have to try, and it naturally came to her. Even though his will was strong enough to maintain his bearings, something within him was tempting his mind. In his previous life, he was committed to his ex-girlfriend Era only and even refused the advances of many beautiful women who tried to seduce him. But why was he getting tempted now? Was it because he was a demon now? Sabina pressed her hand fan against her cheek as she said, "Your question isn't applicable to me since I already have a fiancé. Who is the lucky guy?" "Lucky?" Sabina chuckled with a veiled glint in her eyes before saying, "Naturally, it's my younger brother." Seriously, a broken bar? So what I read was true after all, a broken bar? Asher couldn't believe these guys were talking about incest as if it was a common and natural thing. Back on Earth, for almost all people, it was considered taboo due to various reasons starting with genetic defects and whatnot. But thinking about it, demons were not weak like humans. They were born with mana, and maybe they won't get affected by any problems caused by incestual relationships. So why are they not married yet? Asher curiously asked. Unfortunately for the other girls, he only has eyes for Sati, and even if Sati has a respectful status, she still belongs to our enemy race. She can't marry anybody from the powerful houses, let alone Prince Sylvan. Just the very mention of it could cause enough damage which even our queen would find it hard to handle. And I guess the same goes for Prince Sylvan? Asher asked with squinted eyes as he saw Sylvan and Sati dancing slowly, just like the others. Sabina squinted her eyes as she shook her head. Not really, he can let her be his mistress. Many had tried to court her to make her their mistress as well, but as a battlemaster, she was able to refuse them. But it seems like Sati dreams of being a legitimate wife. Otherwise, I see no other reason for her to stall like this. Maybe Sati must have told him she doesn't want to be a lowly mistress after enjoying the status of a battlemaster. Nobody would want to in her shoes since she would lose the battlemaster title. This could be why she definitely knows she can't open up unless she wants to invite the wrath of everyone in our kingdom. How pitiful. Sabina clicked her tongue as if being sympathetic. An ill-fated romance? Asher couldn't help but feel satisfied as someone like her deserved it. She will never be able to marry the man of her dreams and can only look from afar. But of course, He wasn't planning to let her off easily. He then asked something he found odd earlier. Isn't it strange he is risking his face and everything by having feelings for her? Why would someone like him do that? I don't know about you, but some men can be really passionate. Sati is definitely more beautiful than most of the noble women in our kingdom and definitely has the power and beauty standards to be part of House Drake. It isn't really surprising for Prince Sylvan to fall for her, considering both of them had known each other since they were children. Why, do you feel there is perhaps another reason? Sabina asked as her gaze fixed on him, her lips subtly arching into a veiled smile. Asher could see that this woman was trying to probe and casually shrugged. Nope, I was just curious. In the center of the hall, Sylvan had a pleasant smile on his face as he was dancing with Sati by holding her hands. I never expected we would get a chance to dance like this today. In a way, it's good he woke up, Sylvan said while maintaining his smile. Sati furrowed her brows just by remembering the man who was causing her trouble since the moment he woke up. Maybe, she said in a slightly piqued tone. However, she still couldn't shake off one thing in her mind that had happened recently. Is something the matter? Is this about the royal consort? You know you can tell me anything. I don't care if you feel like venting about someone you aren't allowed to, Sylvan said after noticing how her mood changed the mention the royal consort. Sati's expression filled with hesitation, but then she briefly smiled and said, it's really nothing. You have nothing to be concerned about. Sylvan nodded with a slow shake of his head and then asked with a gentle smile, aren't you forgetting something? Sati's expression became slightly confused as Sylvan added, today is the day you told me you would give me an answer to my proposal. Oh, our broken bar. Sati's expression became complicated as her gaze darted. Sylvan's expression became concerned as he said, I know asking you to be my mistress isn't fair to you, but I give you my word, I will never make you feel less. And I will make sure nobody will look down upon you, including my own family, and it isn't like I planned this to be permanent. If you become my mistress, then soon I can make you my wife after I gain more influence. All these years, I waited for you, knowing that you needed time to think, but don't you think it's high time you made a decision so we can prepare for the future? I am not trying to pressure you, but that's how much I love you. I know you have a good heart. Broken bar. Sati shut her eyes close briefly before saying with a sigh, I am sorry a broken bar. I can't decide now, especially since I can't let down our queen at this time. She needs me now the most, and I can't renounce my duties. I owe the most to her and need to look out for her. Sati couldn't help but furrow her brows, thinking about the crude royal consort who might manipulate the queen. She definitely can't let him do that. Sylvan's expression hardened for a brief second, but then he nodded with an empty smile, making Sati say with an apologetic look, I apologize, you deserve better, and yeah, please don't say that. I waited for you all these years, so surely I can wait for some more, but as a compromise, can you at least spend more time with me from now on? Just simple strolls around our beautiful gardens would be more than enough, Sylvan asked softly. Sati slightly pressed her lips together. I will try. Ha, it's boring. My brother can't dance even a bit, so how about you show this lady a good dance? Sabina asked as she emptied the chalice in her hand. Asher chuckled and said, I am afraid I have to refuse. After all, it wouldn't be nice of me if I didn't dance with my wife first. Sabina's eyes glinted with a look of disbelief as she scoffed and asked, you cannot be serious. She seemed more surprised by the fact that Asher was planning to dance with the queen than rejecting a dance with her. Asher emptied his cup of wine as he asked, what makes you think I am not? Sabina's eyes narrowed as she playfully smiled. Really? You willing to bet on that? You like to place bets? Fine, what are the stakes going to be? Asher asked with crossed arms. Sabina blinked as she realized he was really serious. But this only made her feel even more excited as she let out a short, charming giggle and said, I will take you up on your word then. If you fail, then you should let me drink your blood whenever I feel like it without any prescribed limit. Of course, I will make sure to not let you die from the lack of blood nor make you feel like you are dying. I wouldn't want the queen to get angry, would I? So she is after my blood? What is she planning? A broken bar. Asher knew a vampire loved to drink blood. But why was she fixated on his when she could drink anybody else's blood? Asha saw her eyes glowing with bloodlust for a brief second the moment she put forward her condition. His gut was also telling him that letting her drink his blood seemed like a dangerous affair, though not surprising considering she was a 500-year-old demon in the end. Still, he said, sure, but only if you agree to my condition that if you Lucy Broken Bar you owe me a gift of my choosing. In his mind, he already knew what to ask, though he was taking a gamble here. Fair enough, as long as it's something I already have, Sabina said with a nonchalant look. What could a crippled royal consort possibly need anyway? She couldn't wait to have some fun seeing him try to win such an impossible bet. Asher emptied another cup of wine within just a few seconds, making Sabina let out an amused giggle. Oh my Broken Bar, you are really motivated. Sabina felt like she must have provoked whatever pride he had. However, it was refreshing to see somebody so weak being so determined to try something they knew they were going to lose. Not everyone would have the guts to do so, but she had no idea that Asher was eagerly looking forward to getting something he desperately needed from her. He walked towards the platform with a firm gaze. Rowena's gaze was blank as if she was thinking about something else when suddenly her gaze shifted upon noticing Asher walking towards her. There was a hint of confusion in her eyes, wondering why he was coming back so soon and staring at her like that. Ugh, look at him, crawling back towards the queen after wandering around. I bet he got scared talking to Sabina. Rebecca snorted with a look of contempt. Sati was still slow dancing, but she constantly devoted a part of her attention to the queen just to make sure everything was all right, and that was when her eyes narrowed upon seeing Asher walking towards the queen. Why is he walking towards her? She mumbled as her forehead greased, not expecting him to come back so soon. What is it, Sati? Sylvan asked upon seeing her getting distracted and raised his gaze to see Asher walking toward the queen. Everybody else saw him and was about to continue with their business when their gazes froze upon seeing Asher raising a hand toward the queen. Would you like to have a dance with me, Rowena? Asher asked with a charming smile, his voice loud enough for everybody to hear. Rowena's eyes shone with a hint of surprise and confusion as if she wasn't expecting him to suddenly come up and ask. Everyone else had the same thought as well, and those dancing on the dance floor stopped as their attention was on their queen and the crippled consort. They couldn't believe he had the guts to ask the queen to dance with him. If he was a worthy consort instead of a cripple, he would at least have some qualification to ask, but this was just insulting to see. If someone as impressive and capable as Prince Oberon Drake was asking, it would at least seem acceptable. Once again, everybody sighed at how their beautiful and extraordinary queen had to have her marriage life ruined by getting married to such a powerless idiot. Sabina blinked her eyes as she mumbled to herself with a smile, quite gutsy for a cripply broken bar. How interesting, a broken bar. The royal consort continues to surprise, Lord Vernon Valentine commented with a refined smile before taking a sip from his chalice. I am afraid he would have to get his head checked again by the royal physician. His behavior would surely land him in trouble, or maybe he already is in trouble, Lady Nada Valentine remarked with a sympathetic smile. But he is so mean and refused to play with me, Sylvia Valentine mumbled with an aggrieved yet cute pout, though her eyes dangerously focused on Asher's back. Is that boy serious? Lady Esther Thorne asked in a stony voice. Did he go mad again? Edmund Thorne scoffed with a jeering gaze. He should have never left his bed, Oberon Drake said with a dark smile. Once a retard, always a retard, Rebecca said as she placed her hands on her pretty lips as if to prevent herself from laughing. Rowena closed her eyes for a moment before saying, I don't feel like it. Asher expected such an answer from her as he maintained his hand in the air and said, but I insist, don't bother asking. I don't want to, Rowena said with a subtle shake of her head. She couldn't understand why he seemed so determined to dance with her and wanted him to just go away. Everybody could see that their queen was clearly refusing the royal consort even though they couldn't hear what they were saying. How could he still disrespect her and stand in front of her like a fool? Sati slowly shook her head, wondering what was going through his head to have such guts to ask the queen for a dance. Does he really believe that just because he was married to her, he could ask such things from her? She knew he was going to cause some trouble, but she never thought it would be in public like this. The royal consort doesn't seem to respect our queen or care about her face. Does he not know because of not having a soul for all these years, he is making things difficult for the queen? Is this the reason you seem to get frustrated when I mentioned him? Sylvan asked with a concerned look. I apologize. I will talk to you later. I have to go now and make sure he doesn't make things more difficult for the queen, City said in a hurried tone as she suddenly removed her hands from Sylvan's grip and walked away. Such a broken bar. Sylvan was about to raise his hand to call her back but sighed as he saw her hurrying towards the platform. He couldn't help but look at Asher's back as his gaze hardened, but then he shook his head and stepped to the side. How shameless he must be to still keep pestering after getting refused. He should be disciplined and let him realize where he truly belongs. Rebecca couldn't help but pass more comments in annoyance. Rowena's tone became firm as she said, "Why are you insisting like this? You could dance with anybody else you want, but I don't want to. I can assign a partner for you." She thought he was asking because nobody wanted to dance with him. "Because you are the one I want to dance with. I don't like you sitting here alone, all by yourself. I want you to have fun as well," Asher said while looking into her beautiful crimson eyes. Rowena's expression became rigid and hard to read, but after a moment or two of silence, she said with a strong nod, "You don't have to be concerned about me. I am fine sitting here." Asher softly chuckled and said, "Are you? This is a day of celebration in my name, so why not at least indulge me and let these people know that you are celebrating as well? If my late father-in-law had been here, he would have also wanted to see you dance and enjoy just like everybody else. Come on now, broken bar, at least do it as if he is watching us right now." Rowena's lips pressed together with a hint of hesitation filling her eyes, but seeing Asher nod at her, she let out a low sigh and said, "Only a short dance." Asher smiled subtly as he saw Rowena extending her dainty cold hand with black evening gloves. He gently held it as he began to lead her down the platform. Much to everyone else's shock, did the queen get possessed? This was the question some of them had in mind as they saw her being led down the platform by the crippled consort. None of them even expected in their dreams that the queen would entertain his request to dance. They knew their queen was neither in the mood nor the kind of person to dance, let alone with the crippled consort. Why would she entertain his request and make herself look bad by accepting his request? But then some of the elders from various gathered in the hall mused that she must be doing to uphold the image of her queenship since she couldn't let him look even more pathetic, especially since he was a drake in the end. However, none of them could tell the exact reason why the queen was doing this and felt confused by her actions. Cucus was sucking on his thumb, feeling greatly impressed by Asher. "Even a cripple can ask the queen to a dance. I should definitely ask him to teach me. Maybe one day I might get to taste some sweet nectar." Sigh. City could only slowly walk up the platform with a stupefied expression and couldn't understand why her queen was going along with it. Sabina's amused expression immediately froze as her forehead greased, and she mumbled, "What did he say to convince her?" She knew Rowena didn't want to dance and clearly saw her refusing, but she also saw Asher saying something that made her change her mind. The Rowena she knew would never easily change her mind like that. Oberon Drake's eyes were visibly shaking as he muttered with a clenched jaw, "That lowborn dares to touch her?" If only a broken bar. Oberon didn't even finish his sentence as his eyes uncontrollably shook, seeing that cripple holding hands with his queen. It was as if he had never expected to see such a sight in his life. HMPH, she is doing it to not lose face. What else could it be? Rebecca said with a disdainful snort, though her expression seemed quite unsightly. "Hey, this fool doesn't even know how to dance. Watch him going to make a fool of himself. I am glad I didn't miss out on this," Edmund Throne commented with a look of ridicule. Asher could feel a lot of angry and scornful gazes falling on him, but he ignored them all as he walked towards the dance floor with Rowena, whose expression still seemed as if she wasn't really here. Still, everybody couldn't help but sigh at how graceful and elegant their queen was, even when walking. Most men standing around felt envious that this cripple was getting to dance with the queen. Even if they were offered a chance, they wouldn't dare take it and risk their lives. They felt this crippled consort must have no knowledge of how terrifying the queen could get. They still couldn't help but shudder when remembering the days right after the Demon King's death was reported. Those weren't days they would dare to relive. Now that Asher was getting a good look at Rowena, he couldn't help but feel enamored by her gothic beauty. Her luscious black lips seemed quite alluring, a beautiful contrast to her dark crimson eyes, which had an indescribable charm. The black gown she was wearing now wasn't as simple as the first one he had seen her in before. This one spread over her feet with multiple layers over her skirt, which was adorned with lace, embroidery, and ribbons. Her long silky hair, which was as black as night, had a certain shine to it as it elegantly overflowed over her back, and her overdress had long sleeves and a low neck collar that perfectly skimmed over her big, supple snowy mounds and revealed her enticing cleavage. There was no doubt any man who wanted a wife would gladly sell their soul to have someone as beautiful as her. He knew she was barely a few years older than him physically, though she had the charms of a mature woman as well, but he knew his priorities and his mind remained as firm as her about what he had to do. And when they stood on the floor, Rowena suddenly said, "I will guide you." Asher knew she said this because she was assuming he didn't know how to dance, which was natural to assume. But why let her guide him when this wouldn't be his first rodeo? No need for all that, just follow my lead, and you will have fun. Saying so, Asher held her right hand, raising it high, and then used his left hand to cup her left shoulder blade. "What are you doing?" Rowena asked with a confused look after seeing him trying to assume a dance stance she was unfamiliar with. Usually, the man and woman would be holding each other's hands, but she could feel one of Asher's warm hands on her back. "Don't fret about it, and just place your left arm over my shoulder. Come on," Asher said as Rowena briefly squinted her eyes, and after some hesitation, she placed her left hand over his left shoulder. "Now keep your feet close and follow me," Asher said as he moved his left foot to the side, making Rowena follow him and move her right foot to the side. Right after that, Asher brought his feet together by moving his right foot close to his left foot while moving his upper body like a slow wave. Rowena's eyes blinked as if she found his movements strange, but she gracefully followed his movements by bringing her left foot close to her right foot. "You did great, now let's keep at it," Asher said with a smile as he repeated the same movements, keeping on moving towards the side along with her while their torsos gracefully imitated a wave motion. Rowena's eyes glinted with a look of surprise as if she had never expected him to know such a foreign dance style that seemed to make her feel like she was floating. "Look at my eyes as we dance, that's how this should be," Asher said since Rowena was simply staring at his chest, which was her eye level. Hearing his words, she subtly raised her head as her eyes looked at his dark yellow eyes. She had seen those eyes a number of times over these years, and they always seemed empty and felt nothing, but now those very same eyes seemed to be brimming with flames of emotions she never imagined she would see. "Why do we have to keep looking at each other like this?" Rowena asked, making Asher chuckle, seeing that she must be feeling awkward. "Well, this is something a married couple should do. As they say, eyes are the windows to your soul. Since you are my wife, I want to know you better by looking at your eyes even though you may not feel the same," Asher said with a soft smile. Rowena's eyes briefly looked away, but then her cold gaze shifted back. "I don't think you have anything to gain by knowing me better," Rowena said straightforwardly before asking, "Who taught you to dance like this?" "I learned about the night dance after going through the books, but I modified it with my own style I came up with and practiced all night so that I could show you a good time. It would be bad if the rest of them dance and enjoy while the Bloodburn Queen and her consort don't show them how it's done," Asher said with a subtle smile. He was actually proficient in formal dancing since he had to learn this when he made a name for himself as a hunter in his previous life. Once he started getting invited to elite balls and parties, he had to learn how to dance, and Era was the one who taught him how to do so. Considering her background, the moment her name and face popped into his mind, he immediately shook them away. After 8 steps or so, they began to dance sideways in the opposite direction. "I know you might be angry at me for having to marry a useless cripple like me," Asher mentioned as he maintained his gaze, Rowena shook her head softly and said plainly, "You played no part in it. I don't have any anger towards you." Asher lightly smiled. "Good, then that means I still have a chance." "Chance for what?" "To become a husband you could be proud of," Asher said with a gentle smile, making Rowena's eyes flicker before saying plainly, "You don't have to. But I want to Broken Bar because I know how much you had to sacrifice because of me," Asher said as he looked at her intoxicating crimson eyes. Rowena pulled together her brows and said, "You shouldn't have drank too much wine." Asher chuckled upon hearing her words and found her reaction quite cute. However, inwardly he was determined to gain her confidence so that his journey ahead wouldn't be harsh. As moments passed, Rowena couldn't help but feel as if her surroundings were fading. All she could see was Asher's gaze, and it was as if only both of them were in the hall. For a moment, it felt like the crown had disappeared from her head, and all she could feel was the connection from her hands towards him while she floated along with him. When was the last time she felt such a sense of peace and tranquility? Whispers echoed in the hall as the others couldn't believe that the crippled consort was leading the queen with an unfamiliar dance style, though it seemed quite graceful and pleasing to the eyes. "How dare he a Broken Bar before everyone else? A Broken Bar?" Oberon Drake muttered as his dark red eyes dangerously glowed, sensing some sort of tension between the two on the dance floor. "HMPH, he is insulting our traditions by not dancing the way he should. This is ludicrous and a Broken Bar." Rebecca couldn't even complete her sentence as she just had too much to say. Sabina had a look of disbelief seeing Asher dance so elegantly. She was expecting him to stumble or fall, but even if he was dancing in a different style, it seemed romantic, while the usual formal dance seemed bland in comparison. "How strange, a Broken Bar. I have never seen such a peaceful expression on our queen," Lord Vernon Valentine commented. City had a strange expression as she kept staring at Asher, especially his eyes, though nobody could guess what she was thinking. "Sister, you feeling jealous, eh? I bet not only Prince Sylvan but no other noble here can match our royal consort in leading a woman through such a beautiful dance," Cucus remarked with a grin. "Just shut up, will you?" City said with a peaked look as she pushed away her annoying brother. After a minute, Asher dropped his right hand and raised his left hand to turn Rowena around on her feet. Much to her surprise, she felt a lightness in her chest as he turned her around. She didn't know why, but she felt like moving along with his flow without wanting to resist or stop it. Right after she spun on her feet once, he gently pushed her out by holding both her hands before spinning her around once and pulling her closer gently. Rowena felt her senses heighten when she was pulled towards him and made her unconsciously place her right arm over his neck. "Relax your body and trust me," Asher said as he let go of her hand and wrapped one of his arms around her waist while tilting her upper body backward. Rowena was too distracted by other thoughts and was too late when she found herself dipping backward. Her instinct was to immediately raise her body up, but hearing Asher's words, she felt like letting him carry her along just as how he was doing throughout the entire dance. She felt like she was falling, but his arm wrapped around her waist, making her feel like she was safe within his hold. Asher was a bit surprised that she actually let her body relax and gracefully let her dip backward as he held her other hand and leaned forward, their faces facing each other closely. He had to admit she looked even more breathtaking from this angle and quite alluring, especially as her swan-like neck was arched backward while her dress tightened even more around her well-endowed breasts. "Enjoyed it?" he asked with a classy smile as they stood still in that pose, but the two had no idea that by now pin-drop silence had descended in the hall as most of them had stupefied expressions upon seeing a dance that stirred their hearts. Everybody didn't know what to say or think after seeing such a beautiful dance with their queen, who was led by her crippled consort. It was completely out of their expectations, and none could understand where he learned to dance like that. Was he a prodigy when it came to dancing? Still, when picturing only the two of them, they actually looked quite good together, especially when he appeared even more exotic and charming to the noble ladies in the hall. They were absolutely mesmerized by the dance and wished they could experience it. A cripple with some skills, a broken bar not barred, a broken bar. Sabina smiled as she sipped on her chalice, but she never expected she would lose a bet against someone, especially someone like him. Still, instead of feeling angry or disappointed, she only had her eyes glow briefly as she looked at him. Clap, clap, clap. Cookus was the first to clap loudly with a wide grin. City shot him a strange look. Stop making a fool out of yourself. Fool out of who? Cookus grinned as City turned around and saw everybody else slowly beginning to clap as well. As more of them clapped, others also joined, to the point even Rebecca and Oberon Drake had no choice but to simply hit their hands together lest others see it as disrespect to the Queen. Rowena took a step back with blinking eyes as if she had come back to reality and realized what was going on. She gave a brief glance at Asher before walking away towards her throne with an inscrutable expression while Asher stood in the same spot and subtly smiled. Lord Vernon Valentine smiled and applauded loudly. What a beautiful dance. I never thought I would be witnessing such a different yet graceful style. Surely, I hope your Highness can share some tips later. Thank you for the kind words, Lord Valentine, Asher said with a subtle bow. He wasn't expecting anybody here to truly get impressed by his dance, so he didn't know if Vernon was being courteous or if he truly took a liking to his style. This style of dancing was something he and Era had come up with together in his previous life. He never expected he would be doing it with someone else at that time, since someone as respectful and powerful as Lord Vernon personally congratulated the royal consort. Some of the lords and ladies of various noble houses passed on their congratulations as well, to which Asher accepted with a polite smile. He didn't care if these people were being sincere, at least he left some impression on all of them, and even if this won't really bring any benefits to him, he at least won't get forgotten as some background character. Where did he even learn to dance like that? It doesn't make sense, Lady Esther Thorne mumbled with a narrowed gaze. Why do you care? It doesn't matter if a cripple can dance or not, Lord Thorin Thorne said with a stone-faced look. This cannot be happening. A broken bar. He is pushing things too far, Oberon said as a dangerous glint shot past his eyes upon seeing how his annoying dance even left an impression on others. Who knows what Rowena must have felt. Saran Drake looked at his son and said, just lay low for a while and don't do anything reckless. The Queen won't fully ignore the words of that cripple. It must be because of something her father said to her before he left. How frustrating. A broken bar. Oberon clicked his tongue with an annoyed look as he rubbed his lower lip with a menacing gaze. As soon as the Queen sat down, the others stepped back onto the dance floor and continued dancing. Some were inspired by the dance between the royal consort and the Queen and tried to imitate their style. Asher walked towards where Sabina was standing with a smile. My broken bar. No need to gloat before me. I know when to admit defeat even though I am not really used to it, Sabina said with a subtle curve of her succulent red lips. Asher chuckled, hearing her words as he drank some more wine kept on the table. But I am curious. A broken bar. When did you learn to dance after not getting out of your room for all these years? I have yet to meet someone who mastered dancing within a night, she said with a peculiar gaze. Well, you did meet that someone now. A broken bar. What other possible way could I have learned? Maybe I was born to dance, Asher said with a wink as he sipped on his wine. Aren't you quite talented? Sabina let out a charming giggle as she caressed her lower red lip with her hand fan. Edmund Thorne, who was sitting with his family, noticed his sister, who was also his fiancée, giggling and talking to that crippled consort. He had been noticing this for a while, but this time he just couldn't take it as he stood up. How dare the cripple breathe the same air as her? I will. Sit down, Edmund. You do know how she doesn't like to be interrupted or told what to do, Esther Thorne said with a brief shake of her head, making Edmund's hands shake. Mother, a broken bar. You can't let this go. Own a broken bar. So now that I won, I hope you aren't planning to back out, Asher said with an expectant look. Sabina subtly chuckled and said, this lady never backs out from a promise. I am curious what gift the royal consort would need from me. I won't ask for anything that would cause you inconvenience. All I want is the potion ingredients for healing. Just the ingredients for the basic one will suffice and should last me few months, Asher casually said. Sabina raised her brows as if she didn't expect him to ask for such a thing. Ingredients for a healing potion? How strange, a broken bar. I don't mean any offense, but what possible use could you have with that, or even learn to use them? Surely, you seem to be in great health, and if not, the royal physician can perform miracles you won't even expect. Of course, I have no use for it, but I feel like I have a lot of time on my hands, which makes my life quite boring. So I decide a broken bar, why not learn something to keep my mind occupied? I plan to learn the formula from the library here and experiment with the ingredients to create my own formulas, no matter how daunting that might be. I know the hard truth that I am a cripple, and my prospects are greatly limited, but I can at least use my head and contribute to the welfare of our kingdom in my own way. If I can become someone who can at least create some potion formulas that can benefit our brave raiders and reapers, then I wouldn't feel I am letting down our kingdom or its people, Asher said with an inner light in his eyes. He knew it would seem suspicious if he simply asked for a potion formula without a good reason. However, if he gets his hands on a health potion formula, then he can brew them on his own and not worry about feeding blood to his bloodthirsty ring. As someone who was also renowned as the potion prince in his previous life, he wanted to utilize those skills in this life as well. That's admirable. I have to say, a broken bar, I have never met anyone as ambitious as you, Sabina said with a subtle smile, making Asher wonder if she was complimenting him or being sarcastic. However, he didn't care if she thought he was simply wasting his time or trying hard for dumb reasons. Once he can make his own health potions, he wouldn't have to worry about feeding his ring, nor would he arouse any suspicion from Rowena. But you could have asked the queen for this small favor. It isn't like you asked for something special, Sabina said, as if she was wondering why he went so far to even win a bet for this. Asher shook his head with a smile and said, my wife is too overprotective of me to the point I can't even leave the castle, so if I talked to her about experimenting with the ingredients, she might think I might hurt myself, even if I am not that stupid. Even though Asher said this, in reality, he was also worried that Rowena might feel suspicious if he always asked her for ingredients. He already decided to buy his own after he earned enough life crystals. Sabina squinted her eyes as she said, in a way, you are quite lucky to be married to her. No broken bar, since I already gave you my word. I will give you what you want as a personal gift and be discreet about it. Hope it will be of good use to you. See you soon then, Sabina said with a charming wink as she slowly walked away, her gait appearing as if she was walking on clouds. Asher couldn't believe he managed to get something he desperately needed after learning about feeding the ring with his blood. He had been worrying about it all this while, since he couldn't even ask anyone about this until Sabina's idea of a bet made it easy for him. With a relieved smile, he walked back to his seat, though he could feel a cold gaze on him and saw Oberon Drake looking at him with a dark, cold expression. Asher subtly curved his lips with a narrowed gaze before looking away. When he walked up to the platform, he caught Sati looking at him with a strange expression, but when he looked at her, she immediately averted her gaze, making him wonder what was wrong with her now. Was she too scared of him now? Asher was satisfied he was able to make her shut up, but he still had plans for her. Kukus was eagerly fidgeting behind the chair to greet Asher and said with a flattery smile, Your Highness, this worthy servant was blown away by your performance. Even the devils would sigh in admiration, and the skies will. Kukus? Yes, Your Highness. Shut up, greater than less than. After getting some silence, Asher looked towards Rowena, whose eyes seemed to wander unlike before. Silence msec equals 126, greater than. But as he kept staring at her side profile, he saw her eyes ripple slightly before returning to normal. Sati, who was standing behind the throne, couldn't help but notice a subtle tension in the air between these two. She shook her head inwardly as she kept thinking about what had happened earlier. The night dance came to an end as everyone already dispersed from the center. Rowena nodded as the hall elder stepped forward and said in a loud voice, This eventful broken bar. He went on with his speech, and Jarius Thorn couldn't hold it any longer and whispered to his father meekly, Further a broken bar, can we please tell the queen about that so-called Hellbringer? If she knows, then she can immediately. You incompetent fool, I told you once to not mention your incapability to me, and now you want me to make not only me but our house look pathetic before the Queen and the people? Speak of this once more, and you won't speak for a year, Lord Thorn said in a cold, cutting tone that made Jarius shrink his neck with an indignant look. He no longer had the guts to speak to his father about this again. Esther Thorn simply gave a passing glance at her son before saying to her husband, I know it was his impotence that caused him to lose face, but he is still a member of our house, and his defeat is a disgrace to us as well. Are you really not planning to do anything about this so-called Hellbringer? She asked with a narrowed gaze. Lord Thorin let out a short, cold chuckle and said, he described it as a lich on flames. It must be some undead that Edmund used to play a prank on him. He is not that younger than Sylvan, and yet he continues to be an embarrassment. Don't entertain his fanatics. Esther's eyes narrowed, but then she nodded and didn't say anything anymore. Jarius didn't hear, but he could see how nobody in his family was taking him seriously, especially about what happened to him. He now regretted even telling them about it. He felt that the only way was to find this Hellbringer himself and make him realize who he messed with. The Hall Elder was about to end his speech. Buta Broken Bar. What a surprisey Broken Bar, a celebration for a cripple. This is definitely unprecedented in the history of our kingdom. It's funny how far we have fallen, isn't it? A cynical voice of a woman suddenly echoed from the entrance. As all eyes suddenly shifted in that direction, they saw a feminine figure in a black cloak wearing a hood entering the hall through the door, much to the confusion of the others as they wondered who this person was, especially to utter such bold words that would instantly award them a death sentence. Within just a few sentences, she not only ridiculed the crippled consort but also insulted the Queen's presence, which would be more than enough for a death warrant. Even if the royal consort was a cripple, nobody would say it aloud, especially before the Queen, since it would be an insult to the royal family. Some of them naturally tried to use their mana to sense who this mysterious person was, but those who did it collapsed immediately on the floor, causing panic and even more confusion. Thud. Obviously, this kind of commotion garnered everyone's attention, including Asher and Rowena. However, the moment Rowena saw this mysterious woman, her crimson eyes shook. Asher noticed how her aura and expression drastically changed and wondered if she knew who this woman in the cloak was. All he could see was the pale hands of the mysterious woman with black nail polish on her sharp nails, just like that of Rowena's. Siren's face became grim as he mumbled, "Why is she here, Broken Bar?" Rebecca grabbed her armrest as she mumbled with a look of disbelief, "Is she mad? She has to be Broken Bar." "This is Barda Broken Bar," Lord Vernon Valentine mumbled as his previously calm smile stiffened upon seeing the woman in the cloak. Nada Valentine grabbed the hand of her husband and her daughter with a taut expression. "Why would she come back a Broken Bar? Is that a Broken Bar?" Sylvia Valentine gasped as she covered her mouth with raised brows. Jill Valentine, who was sitting bored and silent all this time, suddenly became vigilant as he placed his hand on his hip. Lord Thorn, who had been sitting with a deadpan expression since he came here, suddenly leaned forward with a wary glint in his eyes upon seeing her. Lady Esther Thorn glanced at Sabina, who nodded with a subtle glow in her eyes. The rest of the nobles gathered in the hall even hurriedly left their tables with looks of terror and fear as they scurried to the side. It was as if they recognized who it was after seeing some of them collapse just from trying to probe her. The entire hall was plunged into a deathly silence as the mysterious woman stopped walking as she reached the center of the hall. "Just a year ago, on this day, our lives changed. The blind and the fools of this kingdom say it was you who lost everything. Buta Broken Bar, we all know who truly lost everything. You know that the best, don't you, niece?" the mysterious woman said in a cold, seething tone as she suddenly removed her hood to reveal a graceful-looking middle-aged woman with dark red eyes that radiated suppressed killing intent, making those who looked at her eyes feel their bodies shudder. "Aunt Erna Broken Bar, you will regret coming back," Rowena finally spoke with a firm, cold gaze. "Aunt Erna?" Asher didn't expect Rowena to have an aunt he didn't know about before. If she was her aunt, then why wasn't she staying in the castle? And what was with this heavy and hostile atmosphere in the hall? Asher didn't know who this woman was, but he could tell that she was not a demon that was powerful enough to put every other demon in this hall to hold their breaths. Only Rowena seemed to have a strange expression upon seeing her, and he wondered what happened between these two since her aunt seemed to have something against her. Erna coldly chuckled as she tilted her head. Regret? Really? Are you worried that I am back to take what never should have belonged to you, my dear niece? Asher felt as if this woman had a nut loose in her head since her bearings seemed a bit deranged. Her actions were all screaming for a death wish since she literally hinted at taking the throne. That is enough. Cut down this traitor, City said in a fierce tone as she stepped forward, and dark silver knuckles with steel spikes on them manifested on her fists. The 5 blood-born guards also unsheathed their swords halfway as they stepped forward from every side to cut down this intruder who dared to speak ill against the queen. However, Rowena briefly raised her hand, gesturing them to stand down, making City and the 5 blood-born guards freeze themselves on the spot. Instead, she discreetly told them to escort the guests outside and Asher to safety. However, right as they were about to do that, dozens of men and women in black robes and wearing masks entered the hall from every side, their eyes glowing dark red. Nobody could even tell how they suddenly came in, but they weren't surprised, considering Erna knew this castle like the back of her hand. Erna coldly smiled. Nobody in this hall will get out unscathed. Today this hall will be bathed in blood just like how you soaked your hands with the blood of my Kina broken bar, my husband and my sons. Everybody felt chills hearing her words since they knew she was dead serious, considering what had happened last year. Asher felt the atmosphere in the hall turning quite heavy and tense. He looked at Cookus, gesturing to him to tell him what the fuck was going on. Cookus was shivering and was hiding behind Asher's chair, but he somehow found the strength and said, "This is Bada Broken Bar, really Bada Broken Bar. The queen killed off her entire family and anybody who supported her husband when her husband tried to claim the throne right after the Demon King died, and now she is probably back to get revenge. Crap, my luck to be in the same hall as her." Asher didn't know that a power struggle happened right after the Demon King's death, but it wasn't surprising considering how tempting the crown could be. However, he wasn't surprised to know that Rowena didn't hesitate to kill off a part of our own family to assert her dominance. As a demon queen, without being ruthless, one can't sit on the throne. This only made him once again compare the contrast between the human world and this world. How powerful is that woman? Asher asked in a low voice. She is the sister of the late Demon King, Cookus said with a frantic look. Asher's brows raised since being the sister of the Demon King spoke volumes of how powerful she could be. He also knew this castle won't help take care of the intruders since Erna and her subordinates were carrying the same bloodline as House Drake. This made him wonder if Rowena would be able to handle her since Erna somehow sealed the exits, and it could take a while before the guards from outside could come in. Rowena was also like a junior when compared to a senior figure like Erna, who was several centuries old. She didn't even have her dragon to protect her too. Things weren't looking good. Lord Vernon and Lord Thorin, along with their family members, got up from their seats, their expressions on full alert. However, Jarius Thorn was trembling in fear upon seeing Erna and her boiling dark red eyes. He wanted to flee and shakingly tugged on his mother's sleeve. "Mother, a Broken Bar, please get us out of here. Broken Bar, she has gone mad. A Broken Bar. Grow a spine. There is no getting out of this until Erna and her followers are taken care of," Esther Thorin said sternly before turning her ghostly red eyes toward the masked people slowly surrounding them to attack. Erna definitely came prepared. She brought her best soldiers with her. "This won't be easy at all," Lord Vernon Valentine said with a serious look. Rowena leaned forward and said with a stone-cold gaze, "You dare say that I took everything from you and your kin, especially your husband, committed treason by trying to usurp the throne? Your kin didn't even care about my father's death. All they cared about was stealing the crown when this kingdom was broken and defenseless from his death. My father chose me as his successor and not your husband." "He chose wrong," Erna said as she clenched her jaw and pointed at her. "Look at you. Look how closely you are keeping a beast of our enemy race close to you as your battlemaster. Did any king or queen in the history of our realm ever appoint an enemy with such a high-ranking title? City's fists were shaking uncontrollably as her dark blue eyes shone with a deathly cold light. Erna wasn't finished as she turned her gaze towards Asher. Forget about that and see the useless bag of bones with the title of a consort sitting beside you. Even after your father's death, you still haven't gotten rid of him and continue to keep him close like a disease. How humiliating and disgraceful to the entire kingdom. This only shows how wrong your father was to choose you as his successor. You don't deserve that crown on your head. It was only right my husband should have succeeded the throne rather than you. Asher saw this woman throwing verbal attacks at him as well, and at this point, he was just wishing for her to drop dead. Oh my god, a broken bar, why won't she stop? A broken bar? Did she really come here to die? Nada Valentine mumbled as she placed her hand on her mouth with a look of disbelief. You have spoken in or for broken bar, now you deserve to burn, Rowena said in a blood-chilling voice as she slowly got up, her crimson eyes radiating killing intent that targeted Erna and her people. Erna's followers felt their blood shaking in horror upon feeling the killing intent and anger of the queen. They found themselves grimacing as they felt like their hearts were about to explode from terror. They couldn't even move an inch, but Erna snorted as she used her aura to shield her followers from Rowena's killing intent, saving them just in time. City was about to help her deal with these intruders, but she received an order from the queen to quickly get Asher away from this hall. City had no choice but to follow the order as she turned around to grab him. However, she was blocked by a bunch of Erna's men and had no choice but to try and fight them off. I said nobody will leave this hall, Erna shouted in a seething tone as she conjured a spear of searing blood using her mana and threw it right toward Asher. Asher's eyes widened as he saw the spear of searing blood cutting through the air like a bullet and heading for him. The spear was cutting through the air so fast Asher didn't even have the time to react or think. Even before he could blink, the tip of the spear was already about to pierce his heart. He knew Erna had somehow compromised the castle, so using his master access wasn't an option. He could only think of transforming into Hellbringer, even if that could mean exposing his only ace up his sleeve. However, suddenly a gust of wind blew past his face as a gothic beauty stopped the spear with her bare hands right before it could pierce his skin. Asher literally felt as if he had dodged a bullet and saw Rowena standing in front of him as if to shield him. The 5 Bloodburn guards immediately appeared before him and surrounded his chair as if acting as a shield for him. He realized Rowena must have ordered them to protect him even though their duty was to protect her. This made him realize even more how determined she was to keep him alive. She then twirled the spear around and struck the ground with it, sending tendrils of blood in every direction, especially toward Erna's followers, who were caught unawares. These tendrils wrapped around their body and pulled them up into the air as they began to break their bones. But Erna manifested blades of blood in the air and cut down these tendrils, making them fall back onto the floor. You have to get past me first, Erna said with a cutting gaze. City was frustrated to see these masked vampires get back on their feet. One of them had already jumped into the air to slash at her head, but City stepped to the side and smashed his jaw with her spiky knuckle glove and then smashed his chest again and again till his heart was a bloody paste. Yah, come at me, cowards, City let out a battle cry as she jumped on the rest and began to pulverize them one after the other. Asher narrowed his eyes upon seeing City fight like a madwoman yet with brute strength that surely wasn't weak in any way. She was even purposefully letting herself get attacked and injured, even though she could have avoided them easily. But then he noticed that the more she got attacked, the stronger her attacks were becoming. Was this some kind of werewolf rage thing? Still, he had never seen this kind of thing before since she clearly wasn't expending that much mana. The entire hall was in chaos as Erna's followers were randomly cutting down the nobles. Asher could see that each of these followers was no joke. They were surely high-ranked demons who were loyal to Erna. Most of the nobles in this hall seemed to have no chance or were struggling quite a lot against Erna's followers. It was no surprise since all these followers were of House Drake. allowing them to make their blood hot as flames, which would definitely be a nightmare to any other vampire. But right then he saw the members of House Thorn and House Valentine getting into action, trying to kill Erna's people before they could do any further damage. And the moment they joined in, the followers of Erna seemed to get suppressed for the first time. Asher raised his brows when he saw Lord Thorin clutch the throat of one of the followers, and the next moment all life was drained out of him till his eyes began to glow dark blue, turning him into a zombie just like that. And this zombie began to attack his own people, no longer Erna's follower but an undead slave of Thorin. As for Sabina, she was smiling charmingly as she summoned 3 undead hunters who had their eyes glowing with an eerie dark blue light. Asher saw how their organs were sticking out from their bodies, while some even had their eyeballs dangling out of their sockets, and based on how ghastly they looked, especially their rotting flesh and various cuts on them, he could only imagine what Sabina did to them before killing them. However, these 3 still had armor and weapons on them and lunged towards Erna's men with movements and speed that were no weaker than veteran hunters. Those 3 cut down one of Erna's men before he could even raise his blade, but he saw Jarius thrown cowering behind his mother and scoffed. He looked like he was about to pee any second. It seemed like Hester Thorn couldn't even join the fight because of him. As for Edmund Thorn, he walked past a man getting attacked by Erna's followers. He screamed at Edmund for help, but Edmund didn't even turn around as if he didn't hear or see him and went ahead to grab a noble woman who was hiding behind a pillar. She was not under attack but was thrilled to see the handsome and powerful young lord personally escort her to a safe corner. On the other side, Lord Vernon was gracefully walking towards the followers despite the fact that 2 of them were about to cut him down with their scorching blood weapons. But just as they reached near them, their eyes flickered, and the next moment they stabbed each other's hearts before dropping dead to the ground. He didn't even raise a finger and still had a subtle smile on his face as he continued walking, and as if Asher hadn't seen enough, he saw Sylvia dancing with a cheery smile, but what made him blink his eyes was the 2 of Erna's followers were dancing along with her as if they were enjoying it too. Right as he was about to wonder what this crazy woman was doing with them, he looked closely and saw Sylvia throwing a round, pretty red ball at them before taking 2 steps back. The next moment flames burst out as they engulfed the 2 followers, but they still kept on dancing as if they didn't even know they were getting burned alive. "Tehi, this is so fun," Sylvia giggled as she excitedly clapped her hands while watching the 2 flaming figures dancing to their death. Even if these 2 had the Bloodburn bloodline, that didn't mean they were immune to magic flames. It only meant that they were resistant to it compared to other vampires, and this fact only made it worse since these flames were slowly burning off their flesh due to their resistance. It was not an ordinary sight people could stomach, though Asher wasn't surprised by her actions after his interaction with her. The son and mother duo, Jarius and Nada Valentine, seemed as if they were taking a stroll by holding hands and confusing Erna's men who tried to attack them. It seemed too easy for them to cut these men down together. Asher felt that they were even more dangerous upon seeing them in action. As for Sren, he was facing off against 4 of Erna's men, who seemed stronger than the others. However, these 4 were getting closer to death, as each second passed as Sren was killing them from the inside by boiling their blood beyond their limits. Rebecca had a condescending smile on her face as she was still sitting on her chair and sent her hairpin flying around with the mere movement of her finger. Once her hairpin knife pierced one of Erna's followers, their bodies would go limp as their eyes turned lifeless, but it wasn't the end for them as their eyes would uncontrollably shake before their eyes turned a creepy dark blue, and the next moment, they would attack their own men as per the orders of Rebecca, their master. Asher saw Sylvan Drake rushing to help Sati, cutting down anyone who was trying to attack Sati. "Sati, I got your back," Sylvan said as he jumped right next to her. "You should go and help the queen." "I got this." Sati was worried since, other than being powerful, Erna wasn't a woman who would mindlessly carry out an attack no matter how angry or resentful she was. If she came here like this, then she definitely wasn't planning to leave without causing enough damage. "Don't worry about her, Oberon will support her. I can't just leave you alone like this," Sylvan said as he plunged his sword into one of Erna's men. Rowena and Erna were exchanging attacks when Oberon came in and sent an attack toward Erna along with Rowena's, pushing her a step back. "That's enough, Aunt Erna. This is a fool's errand. My queen punished your family for their treason and anybody who supported it. You were lucky to escape at that time, but you should have stayed hidden. Now there is no hope for you. Did you come here wishing to die? There is no way you could do anything when all of us are here," Oberon asked as he stood in front of Rowena with a smirk and his chin raised high. Erna coldly smiled as she said, "Little Oberon, it's a pity you have yet to become a man. It must have been pathetic to watch as what was supposed to be yours was snatched right before you," she finished with a brief glance at the crippled consort. Oberon's expression turned ugly as he knew what she exactly meant, but because he got distracted momentarily, it was too late when he saw a lava of blood rising from the ground and smashing against him, sending him flying towards the back. "Now, there will be nothing but ash," Erna said as a giant black grimoire suddenly manifested in her hands, and as she moved her hands through the air a huge crimson mana circle suddenly began to light up around her. Rowena's eyes shook as she realized what Erna was doing and was about to stop her when dozens of Erna's followers suddenly left whatever they were doing and charged at Rowena like a frenzied mob. Asher knew Rowena could handle this mob, but the reason he was almost on his feet was that he saw a giant burst of flames coming out of the crimson circle around Erna that made his eyes go wide. Roar, roar. A near-rendering roar of a flame-breathing beast sent shivers down the spines of almost everyone inside the hall. Asher could recognize a roar like this any day since, even without seeing, he could tell that this was the roar of a dragon. He saw the floor within a huge summoning circle disappearing as a 70 meters long huge body of a dragon with dark blue scales revealed itself, causing everyone to freeze. In terror, Erna was standing atop its head as it continued to rise from the summoning circle. Even the entire floor began to tremor under the might of this dark blue dragon with huge wings, its burning blue eyes looking at the tiny creatures standing frozen in fear. There was no doubt that those eyes belonged to a dragon who wouldn't leave without turning everyone inside into ashes. House Drake was not considered the strongest and feared the most only because of its bloodline bearers to withstand flames to a greater extent, something which no other vampires could. The main reason they were feared was due to how this house had tamed the legendary dragons to do their bidding. Dragons have always been feared the most by vampires due to how easily they can breathe flames to turn any vampire into ashes, with a monstrous size that can easily be bigger than towering buildings, scales that were as strong as iron covering their body, and the ability to breathe demonic flames to even lay waste to entire towns with ease was enough to consider these invincible beasts as beings nobody should dare offend. They were considered to be the unspoken overlords of this realm till the Devourer came by. During the celebration, Asher had heard stories of how the first Demon King, the Devourer, managed to tame the dragons and even use their power to evolve the power of his own bloodline, which passed down to his heirs. Such an imposing feat earned him the rule to lord over the entire vampire race and even other demon races to create a kingdom of his own that dominated the entire demon realm. And now that Erna somehow summoned a dragon inside the castle, everyone had their expressions filled with despair and terror. Even Lord Thorin and Lord Valentine had their expressions turned grim, since even if they were able to stop the dragon, it wouldn't be without paying the price. The entire hall was closed off, and they weren't prepared while Erna came prepared with a dragon that was no ordinary dragon. Shit, how did she bring Mevna inside? Cucus shat his pants seeing this ferocious dragon with barbed twin tails whose presence itself was making the entire hall feel like they were standing near a furnace. His only relief was that he could hide behind these 5 blood-born guards, thanks to Asher. Mevna, how strong is that dragon? Asher asked with furrowed brows. He wondered if he would be forced to use Hellbringer to save himself, since there was no way he would survive like this. He also didn't know if Rowena would be able to handle that beast without her dragon, strong enough to easily turn most of these people here, especially the vampires, into epic-grade ashen powder with a single breath. It is the one that is truly the third strongest, not Prince Oberon's. I only said it because Mevna was considered to be off the list officially, Kukus said as he swallowed his saliva. Asher's expression became grave as he realized this situation had literally turned into a hot mess where he could get in trouble. Even when he was a hunter, he had never come across the strongest dragons, only weaker ones, and even then, it took dozens of hunters to take those dragons down, and not without paying a heavy price. He never faced a dragon after he reached the S rank, and so he had no idea how he would have fared against a strong dragon like the one before him. Still, there was no point in thinking about all that as his thoughts raced, and he looked at Rowena, who didn't even move from her spot despite seeing the huge dragon staring down at her. She looked tiny before it, which only went to show how huge the entire hall was to accommodate this terrifying dragon. Oberon, who had smashed onto the wall behind, looked up and saw Mevna staring down at Rowena. His hands were shaking, but he gripped his blade firmly and got up as he ran towards Rowena. This was his chance. He can't waste it here. Do you feel that, niece? That is death staring at you. Nobody can save you from what is coming. Of course, I might die after this, but not without burning you to ashes first, Erna said with a death-cold smile before shouting, "Burn her, Mevna." The blood-born guards immediately left Asher as if they couldn't ignore the safety of their queen anymore. Even if she had given them strict orders, they were trained to follow the duty they were born and raised for. Grow. Mevna's eyes glowed with killing intent as it opened its huge maw and let out a powerful breath of demonic flames right at Rowena. There wasn't even a ripple in Rowena's crimson eyes as Mevna's flames engulfed her entire body. The force behind his breath was so strong some of the floor melted while Oberon, who was still a bit far behind, got blasted away just by the sheer shockwaves, rendering him unconscious. The blood-born guards quickly put up their huge shields in front of them and took cover behind them. Despite how explosive the power behind the flames of Mevna was, the blood-born guards only had their feet move behind by an inch and remained fixed to the floor while their black shields became red-hot, but they were pretty much in blizzard and couldn't take another step further. However, Asher, who was sitting dozens of feet behind Rowena, was sent flying away as well, along with his chair. As he got blasted away along with his chair, it smashed against Kukus, who was hiding behind his chair, knocking him out instantly. As for Asher, he fell down from his chair as it fell to the ground, cushioning the impact before he rolled towards the floor. "My queen," Sati shouted with quivering eyes as she and everyone else inside the hall had their expressions frozen in horror upon seeing their queen getting swallowed by the flames of Mevna. No vampire could survive that, especially at such a close distance. Asher coughed as he got up with a bruised arm. With widened eyes, he wondered why Rowena didn't move and if she was really dead. Asher got worried since if Rowena died, then he was good as dead too. He saw how the dragon named Mevna was still breathing fire where Rowena stood with the same resentful look Erna had. The sheer heat from its flames was enough to even make most of the vampires in the hall collapse, unable to endure heat. It was also using its long barbed twin tails to swat away and crush some of the nobles in the hall. It was shedding blood and wrecking chaos, becoming a being of nightmare to these people in the hall. This only allowed Erna's men to gain the advantage again as they were able to resist the heat. But suddenly, the entire floor shook, and the entire hall was painted with a dark crimson light as if the whole place was drowning in blood. Not only Asher but everyone else felt as if their own blood was suffocating them and getting hotter from within. He saw a powerful burst of crimson flames suddenly flaring up from where Rowena stood before these flames, which completely overwhelmed Mevna's flames to the point it stumbled back with a roar. But that was not even the end of it as a whip, blazing with crimson flames, shot out and wrapped around Mevna's neck. "Mevna!" Erna cried out in shock upon seeing Mevna's iron-like scales melting under the flames of the whip wrapped around it. "Grow!" Mevna roared in pain and rage as it tried to shake off the whip, but the more it tried to shake it off, the more the whip tightened around its neck. "Mevna, calm down." Erna was losing her balance as Mevna was going mad from the pain of its neck melting slowly under the blazing whip. She tried to cut off the whip but another whip made of crimson flames wrapped around her body firmly, making her grimace in pain. The next moment she knew she was thrown off her dragon and sent crashing to the floor, breaking the floor upon impact. Everyone felt as if the world was blurring between red and black. The last time they felt like this was exactly a year ago when Erna's family and some of the houses tried to lead a mutiny. But even at that time, it didn't felt this intense at all. Asher raised his brows as he saw jet-black scythe-shaped wings unfurling as a slender figure covered by rose into the air, her entire body blazing with crimson flames. The inner sides of her wing were crimson in color, contrasting the black color on the outside. There were tendril-like growths growing from many parts of the bottom sides of her wings. With just a single glance, Asher was able to tell that these wings looked similar to that of a dragon, allowing her to fly. He was shocked to see her entire body in such hellish flames, since not even her hair or an inch of her skin was singed. Despite being a vampire, any other vampire in her shoes would have turned into ashes within just a second. Her body grew brighter yet darker than any fire he had ever seen, and the Devourer's crown on her head was glowing red-hot, making it stand out in its full glory. Her face was contorted in cold fury at Erna and her followers for destroying not only her peace but including that of her kingdom. With just a tug from her right hand, the blazing whip which was wrapped around Mevna's neck pulled its entire body down, making it stumble and fall on the floor, causing the earth to shake upon impact. "You followed the wrong master," Rowena coldly said as she looked at the dying face of Mevna, and the next moment she pulled back her whip as it decapitated its head, making everyone blink in shock and disbelief. It was not every day they saw a dragon getting killed. Hell, they had never seen anybody kill a dragon in their lives. They also had never seen someone decapitate a dragon with such ease, yet their queen used her whip to melt through its steel-like skin and sever its flesh completely. The sound of the head of such a legendary beast melting and snapping right off its body sent chills down their spines. "No!" Erna cried out as she coughed out blood and fell on the floor, her face pale and sickly. Her eyes were shaking in horror upon seeing the decapitated body of her dragon with whom she had formed a bond since she was a child. It felt as painful as losing a part of her soul. The hall, which was previously bright and filled with life, was now dark as a raging abyss, with the smell of blood and death pervading the air. The queen's aura felt suffocating under the crushing weight of her presence for most nobles standing in the hall, even though she wasn't even targeting them. And as for Erna's followers, they were already squirming on the floor, clutching their throats. It took effort just to breathe, and the pain in their heads was unbearable, pulsing with every beat of their hearts, threatening to burst free at any moment. They knew this was the queen's doing, prolonging their suffering instead of killing them immediately. Lord Thorin and Lord Vernon, along with their families, didn't even bother to finish them off, knowing that the queen wanted them to suffer. All they did was simply stand afar with an unblinking gaze upon seeing the cold rage of their queen. "What in the name of the devils am I witnessing? A broken bar?" Lord Vernon Valentine mumbled as his bright red eyes flickered. How could her power increase by so much within a year? Is she already a soul devourer? Prince Saren mumbled with a shaken look. The past year a broken bar. She wasn't staying still and mourning at all as we thought. A broken bar. She must have been busy assimilating the ancestral power of her bloodline. Lord Thorin Thorn mumbled with a narrowed gaze. Sabina firmly pressed her lips together, hearing his words. "You brought this upon yourself," Rowena said as she descended down towards Erna, who was still in a shaken state. Her bones creaked with strain as they fought to keep themselves from collapsing under Rowena's scorching aura. Her skin and hair were getting singed just by lying near her feet, but she gritted her teeth as she raised her head to look at Rowena with a horrified look. "Why, a broken bar fully assimilated? A broken bar? The power of the Bloodburn Stone?" Erna asked as if she couldn't dare to believe it. "It cannot be possible, especially since it only has been a year since Rowena came to power. Even her father took almost a century to absorb the ancient power from the stone, and absorbing it was no easy task since it was life-threatening. I know you were out there and that one day you will come back to try and take what never was yours. I did what was necessary to protect my kingdom and its people, but if anyone stands in my way of doing that, even if it's you, I will have them burned before all," Rowena said as her red-hot crimson eyes glowed. and the next moment whips of glowing crimson blood wrapped around all of Erna's followers, pulling them up into the air, their feet dangling. Erna's expression fell as she realized her efforts to take back the stone were in vain. Rowena had already absorbed it. Impossibly broken bar. You can't be that worthy. A broken bar. It should have been my husband or even me. A broken bar. Wrong. Forget about the crown. You are unworthy of the blood that flows through your veins. Now burn along with the other traitors, Rowena said in a frigid tone as she snapped her fingers together and a tendril of blood wrapped around Erna, pulling her up into the air just like the others. No, Erna tried to resist, but suddenly the entire tendril became red-hot and blazed up in crimson flames, vaporizing even her blood from within a broken bar slowly yet steadily. Her followers also began to burn at the same time as their horrifying screams filled the entire hall. Ugh! Asher's eyes were reflecting the entire burning scene as he looked at the burning bodies dangling in the air, all of them getting burned alive, while Rowena continued to watch without a flicker in her eyes. Everyone else had terrified looks and felt awe upon witnessing such a scene, since this reminded them once again that the late Demon King hadn't chosen the wrong successor, as Erna claimed. All hailed the Queen. With looks of reverence they all kneeled on the floor, truly feeling that this kingdom was no longer crippled by the loss of the Demon King. However, Asher's lips slowly curved into a smile as he felt that he might have gotten married to the right person. Dozens of corpses kept burning up in the air in the hall until all of them turned to mere ash. There weren't even bodies to bury, and as someone who was a royal member of House Drake, Erna suffered great humiliation even after her death. Since there was said to be no rebirth after death for demons, every single demon believed in burying their bodies just so that they would still live on in a way. Asher dusted his noble robes as he thought that today was quite an eventful day. Who would have known he would get in the middle of a deranged woman's attempt to take the crown, but all this time, he wasn't truly worried about dying for even a single second, since all he had to utter was one word in his mind, and he would be indestructible for a while. This feeling of confidence was surreal. He looked around and saw how everybody was shaken by the whole thing and quietly dispersed as the guards helped them out. Still, there were a number of casualties as pools of blood stained the floor here and there. The atmosphere in the hall was quite grim and moody, especially since some of the powerful houses had lost important members of their house or family. The corpse of a huge headless dragon lying in the middle of the hall was still a chilling sight. He also saw how Rowena's expression was still not looking good. He could see her admonishing the royal guards as they all knelt before her, trembling. He also wanted to know how Erna and her people really got into the castle and stood near Rowena while City also walked in from the side. My queen, no guards saw anything strange happening. They only knew when the doors to the hall were sealed. As we know, Erna still possessed the demon stone grimoire and kept a replica here to fool us all this time. She must have used the spells in it to shut down the castle and evade the guards to get inside. Upon her death, it has been restored to its rightful place, City explained. The royal guards let out sighs of relief upon realizing that they really could have done nothing about it. Rowena furrowed her brows and mumbled, "She must have planned this before it all happened." At a broken bar saying so, she gestured at the guards to leave, and they gladly bowed and apologized before returning to their posts. Asher knew about the existence of a big black grimoire that contained advanced spells to gain more control over the castle and what it could do. However, he never expected it would cause this much damage, seeing how the spells in the grimoire even had the power to evade Rowena's supreme access and even summon a dragon inside. He was greatly interested in this grimoire, though now he was sure it would be heavily guarded after what happened. However, his eyes glinted upon seeing the corpse of such a powerful dragon. He could think of a number of uses he could have for it. Even just a small part of it was filled with precious resources that could last a long time. Back on Earth, even S-rank hunters would kill to even loot a part of it. City also took a look at the dragon's corpse at the same time and asked, "About Mevna's corpse, should he I want its head." Asher interrupted City, making her faintly scowl, seeing him making a demand just like that. Rowena narrowed her eyes as she turned around and asked, "Why, nothing, really, just as a trophy. It would look nice to have such a majestic-looking head as my possession, Asher said with a casual shrug. Sati couldn't believe he planned to keep the head of such a legendary creature as a trophy. Since she didn't want to refute him directly, she addressed her queen. My queen, I must advise that desecrating the corpse of a dragon goes against our ancestral ways. Dragons have always been sacred, so the best thing to do would be. Sacred? Might be, but don't forget Mevna betrayed the kingdom and was no less a traitor than its master, and traitors don't deserve special treatment, Asher said with a subtle smirk as his gaze pierced into hers. Sati didn't know why, but she felt as if there was some kind of double meaning in his last sentence. Enough about this, you can have it, Rowena said as she walked away. It didn't seem like she wanted to stay here any longer. Asher coldly smiled as he gave a brief glance at Sati before walking away. Sati felt like he was up to something, and she didn't like the feeling she was getting. In the Queen's chambers, the room was barely lit by crimson light. Rowena opened one of her secret compartments and then looked at the glass vessel containing the head of the Golden Prince on the table. She waved with her finger as a whip of blood materialized and wrapped around the glass vessel before lifting it through the air and placing it in the compartment. Once she put it there, she walked towards the compartment and raised her hand slowly as if to touch the glass vessel, her crimson eyes quivering the entire time. But then her hand froze as she closed her eyes. Her expression contorted as she took a step back and closed the compartment with a cold gaze before walking away. Hours passed as night completely dominated the skies. Sati had just finished wrapping up her duties for today when she walked towards her mother's room to talk to her after such a difficult day. However, she was surprised to not see her in her room and only saw Kukus lying on the bed with a bandage around his head. Apparently, he was still knocked out cold after getting hit by a chair, and Sati snorted as she left the room. Since her mother wasn't there, Sati decided to go by the corridor where that cocky consort's room was located, and just as she reached there, she bumped into a red-skinned woman looking in her early 40s. Who could it be other than her mother? Sasha Broken Bar, are your duties done for today? I didn't expect you to be here, Marina said with a complicated look. Sati furrowed her brows and asked, that is what I want to ask you, mother. What are you doing here at this hour? The royal consort doesn't need you till morning. Marina rubbed her fingers behind her back, but she softly smiled as she looked at Sati. Things have changed, dear. He isn't soulless anymore, and I have to help him get accustomed to our world, so I have to work harder than ever. Sati had a skeptical look as she worriedly held her mother's hands and asked, Mother, you can tell me the truth, is he making Broken Bar do things? Sati had a difficult look since she didn't know how exactly to put her words. Her mother was quite pretty, with a body that would tempt men, especially the younger and perverted ones. She was able to keep her safe all these years by asking the Queen to assign her to the soulless consort so that she would never have to deal with anyone else who might try to take advantage of her. But who would have known that this decision would come back to haunt her now? What things are you talking about? Marina asked with a confused look. Though her hands were clenched tightly before her back, Sati cleared her throat as she shook her head. No, Broken Bar, it's nothing, but you have to tell me if he tries to bully you, okay? I just don't trust him at all. Marina smiled and patted her hand. Don't worry about it, dear. She then held her hands even firmer as she added, just take good care of yourself instead of worrying about me. Mother, a Broken Bar. Sati softly smiled as she hugged her and then added, still, be careful around him and you should let me know if he troubles you. Marina softly nodded with a smile as Sati let her go on her way. However, she still felt some kind of uneasiness upon seeing her mother walk toward Asher's door. Asher was in his room, standing near the window and appreciating the blood moon in the sky, which made the skies have a reddish hue, making the entire surroundings quite eerie for any common human. But for him, this was normal for him by now. He was feeling at home better than he expected, making him wonder if he was born to be a demon. However, he was keeping an eye on the clock since he also had to level up, but he could only do that after a certain Sumionia. Knock, knock. Asher smiled as he said, "Come in. Your Highness." A broken bar, Marina timidly mumbled as she came in and closed the door behind her. "I have been expecting you, though you came a bit late," Asher said while leaning against the window, his gaze still on the skies. Marina's breath froze as she fell to her knees and said, "Forgive me, Your Highness. A broken bar. I had some trouble getting it, but you did get it, right?" Asher asked without shifting his gaze. "Yes, a broken bar I did. Here it is." "A broken bar," Marina said as she raised both of her hands while her head was bent, facing the floor. Asher turned around and walked towards her. He subtly smiled upon seeing a bronze feather quill on her hands. "Good." A broken bar. Asher knew this feather pen was actually a rune quill used to draw runes that weren't simple or common. As someone with decent knowledge about runes, he knew how to at least draw some, especially one that could make people not betray him. "Now get up, you know what to do, right?" Asher asked as Marina timidly raised her head and saw his dark yellow eyes glinting in the dark. For some reason, she was feeling more and more uneasy the more she interacted with him. She had lived long enough to know that those eyes belonged to someone whose anger could burn the world. She nodded silently and walked towards the wall, facing it. Her hands were taut as she removed her upper garments one by one, and finally, she removed her bra with shaky hands, revealing her shapely naked back and more of her supple red skin. Asher had to say, despite being older and a maid, she looked quite fine and voluptuous for her age, enough to tickle his primal instincts. He had never paid attention to her before, but after knowing how much Sati cared about her and how she could be useful to him, he could no longer ignore her. Even with her maid clothes on, her breasts looked quite big and perky, and now even by standing behind her, he could see her tempting back breasts. However, right now he wasn't in the mood and had bigger things to focus upon. Marina's lips were visibly shaking as her face became red, feeling mortified by what was about to happen. What he was about to do to her was something that was usually done to criminals or hunters. Still, she gathered the courage as she asked, "My family will be safe if I do this, right, Your Highness?" Marina was even tenser and worried after hearing about the bloodshed that happened during the celebration. If news of what she did gets out, then not only she but Sati and Kukus would die along with her. The royal consort's mercy was the only thing she could depend upon. Asher's face darkened as he stepped forward and clutched her face, twisting her neck towards him. "I don't like repeating myself twice. You are in no position to demand anything from me. Save your crocodile tears for a fool. It doesn't change the fact that for 15 years, you watched a broken bar. You watched and saw me getting tortured like a dog, and yet you never even let out a whisper to anyone about it." Marina grimaced as she closed her eyes with a trembling chin. "Yeah, broken bar. I wanted to be beauty. Broken bar. I couldn't. A broken bar." Marina wanted to say more, but no words were coming out of her throat. Asher's gaze hardened. "Say no more. You are a refugee whose duty was to take care of me. There is no excuse for that. You are no different than the others. All of you only care about saving your own skin and interests, and since that is how everybody is, then as long as my matters are taken care of, I wouldn't even give a fuck if the world was to burn, let alone your familiar broken bar." Asher momentarily remembered how he died in his previous life. He died like a fool since he was too busy living for others to realize how blind he was to their true intentions. Never again would he let that happen. Marina gasped hearing his words, wondering if he was really going to. "But I will be nice this one time and sire broken bar. As long as you don't disappoint me, then I have no reason to punish you, do I?" Asher asked as he let go of her face, making Marina readily nod as she wiped her eyes. This servant wouldn't dare a broken bar. Even though her heart was tense as ever, she was at least relieved the fate of her family was still in her hands. All she had to do was keep him satisfied no matter what, even if it meant bearing the humiliation of becoming a slave. "Good, now stay still. I don't want to make any mistakes while I draw this," Asher said as he parted away her silky black hair that reached till her buttocks. He then held her shoulder and positioned the quill on the middle of her back. Marina still was filled with confusion as she knew that to use a rune quill, one would need to have the knowledge to draw runes and, most importantly, possess mana. when he told her this morning to get a rune quill to make her his slave. She thought he was doing it to scare her, but now, in this situation, he seemed quite serious, and this didn't seem like an attempt to scare her. How could he possibly plant a slave crest on her by himself? It just didn't. Exclamation mark tilde. Her thoughts were disrupted when Marina suddenly let out a moan that seemed to be mixed with pain and some strange sensation as well. But what made her eyes widen in shock was the feeling of runes getting inscribed on her skin, each of them making her feel like they were burning into her body. Her lips were parted in sudden realization of one thing: a broken bar. The royal consort wasn't a cripple but somehow was using mana. She could see eerie dark green light reflecting off the metal surfaces around her, which was nothing but the color of his mana. She could even feel the heat from the aura of his mana seeping into her body. She was so shocked by this realization that it dampened some of the pain she was feeling from having the slave crest inscribed on her skin. This was news that could definitely cause a stir in this kingdom, including this house. Did the late Demon King bestow him with power before his death? Marina couldn't think of any other way, but she found it confusing when she wondered why she couldn't sense any mana in his body even after he got his soul. She realized he must have some hidden power to hide his aura, though she couldn't understand why he won't let the queen know. Surely she wouldn't feel bad to know this. She wondered what the late Demon King saw in the royal consort to help him so much, but she could feel that this kingdom won't be the same now that the royal consort was different and reborn. Marina was surprised that the pain of inscribing a slave crest wasn't as painful as she thought. She had seen how slaves howl in pain upon getting the slave crest inscribed on their skin and had always felt horrified seeing it. She had spent almost the entire day preparing to bear such pain in case he employed the help of someone else, though, in the end, it wasn't as bad as she thought. However, she had no idea that Asher was an expert at channeling his mana while inscribing the runes in a way to not cause unwanted stress on the slave's body. It was natural to feel pain when a slave crest was placed since the slave's body would get shackled by the mana of the master from within, though the pain would be excruciating if done by an amateur. Marina grimaced as she felt as if her heart and mind were getting chained with the other end of the chain being held by the royal consort. She could feel her entire body surrendering to him but didn't resist. As Asher was almost done inscribing the crest, he said, "I am sure you know this, but let me warn you, Broken Bar, you can't betray me or divulge our interactions to anybody else. Otherwise, Broken Bar, all that awaits you would be a miserable death, and ... we are done." Asher took a step back as the slave crest shone with a dark green light as it burned into her skin. HNNN. Marina clenched her jaws as she endured the pain of the slave crest etching itself onto her skin, though that pain disappeared after a few seconds, and in the next few moments, the crest faded away as if it had never existed. Asher subtly curved his lips as he saw a few messages popping up before his vision. New slave acquired. New slave acquired. Name, Marina Rule. Race, Dark Moon Werewolf. Gender, female. Level, 5. HP, 597, 597. MP, 294, 294. STR, 85. Def, 119. INT, 59. Dex, 61. Passive ability. Dark Moon Transformation. Your primal bloodline transforms your body in every way, turning you into a beast that dominates the shadows. Echo of the mind. Telepathic connection with anyone bonded through mana or any other means. Talents. Terror in the shadows. Upon transforming into your beast form, your Dex, and STR will increase by 10%, but your INT will decrease by 10%. You will also blend perfectly in any shadow, making you invisible to the naked eye. Every 1 minute in this form will decrease your INT by 1%. Silent Predator. Mask or hide your aura for 1 minute. Cursed by the moon. Under the full moon, your STR will increase by 15% while INT will decrease by 15%. Skills. Dark Claw. Your claws are infused with the power of darkness. Upon successful attack, your enemy won't be able to use mana for 3 seconds. Shadow mist creates a mist of unnatural darkness around your enemies, blinding them for 15 seconds. A broken bar. Asher had a baffled look upon seeing her stats. These weren't the stats or abilities a mage should have. Ordinary werewolves don't even have any elemental power, but she had the power to use the shadow element or pure darkness. She even had more than one skill and talent that would make her a dangerous predator in the dark. Does this have anything to do with her background? Who was she before she became a refugee? Maybe all werewolves over there were given basic training or something? Or was she born into a decent werewolf family? That could explain her pretty looks. Marina dressed herself up with shaky hands. Even though she felt as if nothing changed after getting the slave crest, she also felt as if her life won't be the same again. Asher was rubbing his chin from behind. He wasn't worried she would betray him since unless he died, the slave crest wouldn't break. She would still have control over her mind and body, but if she did anything remotely that would harm him, she would experience pain that would make her feel like killing herself. He could also feel her pulse, and if he wanted, he could instantly kill her with just a thought or even cause her pain. He had never placed a slave seal on anyone, but he learned it to study it without the intention of using it. Who would have known he would be using it finally, and the feeling of having total control over one's life was a unique feeling. He could even say it was oddly satisfying. Still, as expected, she was around the level he was expecting her to be. However, remembering her stats, he asked, "So you have some fighting experience?" She had to have some to at least reach level 5 with these abilities. Marina turned around after dressing herself up and nodded with a bent back. "Only some when I was younger. After that broken bar I was busy taking care of others." "Did you take good care of them as you did for me?" Asher sarcastically asked, making Marina lower her gaze with her lips firmly pressed together. "But other than you, why are every other servant too weak? Is it because they are truly incapable of getting to higher levels?" Asher knew demons loved power, so even if the servants here had to serve someone, surely they could level up slowly to a certain point, right? Or was it because they didn't have the necessary resources? "That's because the stronger we become a broken bar, the more life crystals we need to live. We are not wealthy or powerful enough to sustain ourselves like that. Most of them also don't have the proper training or the right strengths to risk their lives by accepting quests," Marina said, making Asher realize that it was just as he guessed. However, he felt that Marina had the potential to be very powerful with the set of abilities she had. Maybe he could make her a more useful slave than he expected. "I see. Well, I know you won't and can't tell anybody else about me no longer being a cripple, so you will only report to me from here on, and that also includes keeping your daughter in the dark. I don't want her sniffing into my beautiness a broken bar yet," Asher said as his eyes glinted with a certain light. "Of course broken bar as you wish, Your Highness," Marina said with a deep bow. "Good. Now stand outside while I level up. I don't want anyone interrupting me, but if anybody comes, you know how to let me know." Asher was glad she had the ability to use telepathy to talk to him. This way, nobody would even suspect anything, even if she was to warn him from outside. Marina had a blinking expression, wondering if he was already on the brink of leveling up to the next level. He had only woken up yesterday, and did this mean he already took part in quests? How was he still alive when he didn't know to fight? Was she missing something here? Even if the late Demon King bestowed him with power, things like combat abilities and instincts could not be bestowed. It can only be learned and nurtured. And to level up, it wasn't easy at all for someone new to all this. Understanding one's mana circuit alone could take months or years before one can learn how to extend their circuit and level up. However, based on the royal consort's confidence, it seemed like he already knew how to do it, which confounded her. However, she knew better than to ask questions to him and silently left the room with a baffled mind. Asher now felt he could probably get more freedom now that he had an extra helping hand. With her help, he could finally get out of this castle and do quests with fewer worries. However, he knew his priorities and didn't forget that he should level up first. If he didn't level up soon, then he would feel intense pressure from within that would make it hard for him to even move. This was the main reason why everyone would level up as soon as possible once they had a level up pending. Such a strange phenomenon was caused due to the mana circuit brimming with refined mana that needed to be absorbed to extend the circuit. Refined mana was the one that strengthened both body and mind and was separate from the normal mana that flowed through one's body. Refined mana could only be produced when the body had pushed its limits through quests or strenuous training. If one doesn't absorb this refined mana, then it could overload the mana circuit and cause all kinds of problems to the body. They also won't be able to use their mana efficiently as the mana flow would be sluggish. But of course, the fastest way to gain refined mana was by finishing as many quests as possible. Supposedly, the devils and angels who gave quests to the demons and humans, respectively, granted the victors with refined mana for every quest they completed. This was something Asher found common between both worlds. Asher sat down on the floor, and closed his eyes to focus on his mana circuit. HP, 95, 95. MP, 45, 100. STR, 20. Def, 19. INT, 20. Dex, 20. Talent points, 4. Skill points, 3. Even though he was used to this, the process of leveling up was not something that could be done casually. It always required complete focus since just one tiny mistake or distraction could cause damage to his mana circuit or, in the worst case, cripple him for good. This was why whenever somebody was busy refining their refined mana, they would make sure to seclude themselves in a safe place where nobody could disturb them. He could see his mana circuit glowing with a dark green light, brimming with excitement to form new pathways. He knew he had to direct the refined mana carefully through his entire body and mind. By just looking at the refined mana he had, he could estimate how many points he had to put into his stats. Total available stat points, 60. Time to utilize them all, Asher thought as he first decided to utilize these points in the two paths he chose to specialize in. 7 life crystals will be utilized. For fuck's sake, a broken bar, you gotta be kidding me, a broken bar. Asher didn't expect there to be a cost for leveling up as well. He couldn't understand why. At this point, everything seemed to have a cost, and realized that the life of demons were even more harsher than he thought. Still, there was no other choice but to accept and sighed as he saw his life crystals dwindle from 9 to 2. It took him a couple of seconds before a new pathway for the strength stat was created. STR 20, greater than 45. Right after that, the bonus from one of his titles, weak but strong, was added as well, making his STR bump up from 45, greater than 50. And within the next few seconds, a new pathway for the intelligence stat was created. INT 20, greater than 45. MP 100, greater than 224, 224. Since he was still at the lower levels, it was quite easy for him to quickly create new pathways to a simple mana circuit. However, the time taken to create these pathways would increase the higher he goes up the levels. By now, he had utilized 50 points and had 10 left. He decided to put all of it into his defense stat and planned to increase dexterity next time. Def 19, greater than 29. HP 95. Greater than 144, 144. Successfully leveled up, rating points reset, leftover rating points added. Level 1, greater than 2. Rating points, 48, 126. Even though he was just at the low levels, he couldn't help but relish the feeling of leveling up. The satisfaction one gains from leveling up never changes. He could feel his entire body getting strengthened and refreshed, and even had his mana regenerated as expected. The feeling of leveling up was actually similar to climaxing, though some didn't like to admit that. This was the main reason their faces would be red, just like his was now, and seemed even more charming than usual. However, he wasn't finished and he took a look at some unused points. Talent points, 4. Skill points, 3. He knew these points were to be used to level up one's talents and skills. If he levels them up, they will become more powerful and useful to him. Talents. Favored by the Night, 05. Vengeful Life Stealer, 08. Hellmaster, 010. Skills. Resentful/06. He could see that he had 3 talents but not enough talent points to even level up at least one of them, but he was not surprised since he knew leveling up talents and skills was harder, depending on how powerful they were. If he had low-level talents and skills, then it would have been way easier to level them up, but he was glad he had a ring that granted him quite impressive talents and skills, even if they were not easy to level up. He decided to put all 4 talent points into Hellmaster even though he couldn't level it up for now. Hellmaster, 4/10. As for the 3 skill points, he didn't even have to think as he dumped them all into his only skill, Resentful/36. But to see how much MP he would have as Hellbringer, he subtly smiled and mumbled, Hellbringer. A dark green light flashed in the room as he transformed into Hellbringer, MP. 560, 560, INT, 112. Feeling satisfied by the flow of so much mana through his body, he reverted back to his elf form. Now that he was finally done, he simply ordered through his mind, Marina, come in. Marina opened the door and came inside with a blinking expression. She could sense that his aura had become more powerful, which could only mean that he had leveled up, but how? Even if he knew, how did he do it so fast? She had never seen a level 1 demon level up so fast without any prior training. Her eyes were brimming with curiosity and shock, though she suppressed it and asked with a bow, "What else can I help you with, Your Highness?" "Just address me as Master from now on." Asher felt it was better to make her get used to calling him like that so that she doesn't accidentally blurt out his identity in case he was to leave this castle. "I know it's better to learn it from an expert, but right now, we got to make do with what we got, so based on your background, I am assuming you know at least how to get started with reaping, right?" Asher asked with one of his brows raised. He had been quite interested in reaping quests after hearing about them. Marina had her eyes widen in surprise as she asked, "Master, a broken bar? I want to say that it's too risky and dangerous. Usually, it's done at least when you get to level 5 or so, but even then, most of them die in the trial itself." Marina could see that the royal consort had no idea about reaping and thus wanted to warn him of the dangers despite the benefits one could get. "A trial? Is that why I only got raiding quests so far?" Asher mumbled to himself in realization, making Marina wonder how he completed raiding quests without leaving the castle. Surely, this castle would stop him from teleporting even if he accepted a quest. How many mysterious secrets was this royal consort holding? She couldn't compare him to the royal consort she had been tending to all these years. Asher raised his gaze and asked, "Well, why don't you tell me the reason why it's dangerous? Then I will judge if it's that dangerous." Marina took a deep breath and said, "People usually gain some experience first through raiding quests before they take on reaping quests because they say only those with a strong mind or willpower can survive such quests." "You think I would still be sitting here if my willpower was weak after everything I went through all these years?" Asher asked with a tilt of his head, making Marina feel as if he was right in a way. Even she can't imagine if she would remain sane after going through all that. Anybody who got tortured for years would surely lose their mind, but here he was a broken bar, his eyes giving off such a strong sense of determination. She couldn't help but wonder what made his will so strong. It was not like the Demon King could have anything to do with this, since willpower was also not something that could be imparted. "Please forgive this slave's ignorance," Marina said with a bow. "Leave it. What's the point of this trial anyway?" Asher asked. Since raiding quests never came with a trial as a prerequisite, anyone who wants to be a Reaper has to undergo a trial to prove they are worthy of becoming one, since if weak ones become Reapers, they will put our world in danger. This is also why our Queen maintains strict regulations about this. I forgot to mention this first, but this is why I would request Master to not go behind the Queen's back. You will technically become a criminal if you don't put your name into our records as a Reaper if you become one. Rogue Reapers can even get punished by death," Marina said with a serious look. She knew her life was tied to his, so it was better to make sure he wouldn't end up in an undesirable situation, and paint a huge red target on my back, especially considering those who want me dead. No way, a broken bar, not yet a broken bar, Asher said with a soft scoff, and he was also sure Oina couldn't kill him. Marina remembered about the assassin, and considering a Mindslayer was involved, she felt that maybe it was a risk worth taking. Let's get down to it. What should I do to begin? Asher asked as he cleared out a space in the middle of the room. Whenever Master is about to do a reaping quest, you should make sure you are undisturbed in a quiet environment. If anybody disturbs you, then it will not only disrupt whatever you are doing for the quest but also weaken you temporarily due to the backlash. There can also be a chance you might fail the quest because of the disruption depending on how difficult the quest is, Marina cautioned, making Asher note down everything she said in his mind. Asher already knew that whenever demons were on a reaping quest, their minds would be in a highly focused state, so he wasn't surprised to hear about the temporary weakness one might experience upon getting disturbed, but the chance of failing the quest as well made him make a mental note that he should take all precautions to not get disturbed. So, how is it done? To reap human souls for the trial, we have to first project our soul into their realm. Only then could we be close enough to influence the minds of humans and make them act on the desires hidden within their hearts, which they consider wicked or demonic. As an example, if a human wants to kill someone but won't due to whatever hypocritical values they hold, we should break them down and bring out their true nature, Marina said as a faint vicious light shone in her eyes for a brief moment which didn't escape Asher's notice. So we are not really controlling them? Yes. As far as I know, we are simply showing them a mirror to their inner self and letting them act on whatever desires they have without feeling restrained by anything. Asher sarcastically chuckled inwardly, thinking about it. He had seen a number of humans getting corrupted by demons during his life as a hunter. These corrupted ones did a number of atrocious acts before ending up dead. He, just like any other human, assumed that the demons took control of their bodies and did the deed, but that was not really the case, according to what Marina said. Only now, he realized that within every human, there was a demon hiding within. It was only a matter of time or circumstances while others lived on without even realizing it. Still, he knew that she was mainly talking about the trial. He felt that reaping quests that would come after it might be a bit more complicated, but how do we benefit from this? Life crystals are the most precious resource for us, and it actually contains the life force of those living in the severed realm, but if we directly absorb it, then we gain more refined mana, way more than when killing a mortal of the same strength. This is the fastest way of getting stronger, and how do we absorb it exactly? Asher became even more interested after getting confirmation that finishing reaping quests was the quickest way of getting stronger. Marina explained, it's called reaping for a reason. We plant the seeds in their minds to help them open the gate to their hidden desires, but since humans are weak, we need to impart some of our power to them so that they can successfully act on their desires and lessen the risk of failure, and once they have acted upon it, we harvest what we sowed. The demonic power we imparted to them will become stronger once they act on their desires, so absorbing them will make us stronger only. Harvest their soul? By killing them after everything? Asher now realized why all the corrupted humans end up dead. It was not that demons were simply cruel to kill them off but because it was a necessary step to getting stronger. He then asked, what happens if we don't harvest? Then we will lose whatever power you gave to that human, or worse, the hunters will use that human to track us and hunt us down, Marina said with a worried look. This is what I know about the trial, but I do not know about the quests that come after. I request Master to still talk to an expert who has done this. They might know things that could increase your chances of passing this trial, Marina said with her fingers pressed together. That can wait. This trial's difficulty is based on my current abilities, right? Asher asked, just to make sure. Marina nodded, to which Asher smirked and said, then I have nothing to worry about. If I can't pass this trial without referring to an expert, then it would only mean I am not worthy of passing the trial in the first place. Marina felt as if his words oddly made sense, and even if it might seem unwise, she couldn't help but feel awed by his confidence. Not everybody can think like him. Now that she had told him almost everything, she decided to tell him the final few things required. So she sat down, took out a parchment paper, and began to draw some runes with her finger. To get back, Master needs to learn and perform this spell after the quest is done. Otherwise, your soul could get stuck in the severed realm, and the hunters will get to you. Asher furrowed his brows as he crouched to look at the spell she was writing down. He wasn't surprised to see this since he actually remembered seeing these familiar runes when he was a hunter. Now he realized why there were always these rune circles left near the corpses of the corrupted humans or a place these humans lived in. And now for the final spell. A broken bar. Marina went on to teach him the most important part required to do the reaping. Devils of the Abyss, hear me out, as this demon is ready to accept the trial, Asher said aloud in his mind. Marina had told him how to choose his wording to get the trial quest. Of course, this trial would be a reaping quest, with the only difference being failing it would end in sure death. Otherwise, reaping quests, in general, had the benefit of not losing any rating points even if one failed it, though the risks one had to face in such a quest were more than enough to make it hell. However, he didn't even know if any devil up there was even hearing him or if this sentence was just something like a password to unlock the quest. You have called upon the right to participate in a reaping trial. Upon failure, your own soul will be reaped. Do you accept? Asher can't believe how calmly they were saying his own soul would get reaped. I know, I accept. 20 life crystals required for soul transportation. What the fuck? This is even more than for a raiding quest. Why, a broken bar? Asher realized he was asking a wall and opened his eyes, and asked Marina, hey, why are these quests so expensive compared to a raiding quest? It didn't ask for this many life crystals during teleportation, Asher asked, feeling that this was daylight robbery. Because Master is not going over there with your body, the power of the Abyss will transfer your soul into a human body close to your target without causing any suspicion. It calls for more power from their side to do all this, Master, Marina said, and after a moment of contemplation, she raised her hand towards him. Please hold my arm for a moment, Master, I will help you with this. Asher nodded as they held each other's forearm, and the next moment, his eyebrows raised when he felt a flow of life crystals making themselves comfortable in his mana circuit and saw the pop-up. Life crystals, 9, greater than 49. Huh? You gave me 40? Asher asked with one of his brows raised. He wasn't expecting her to give her own life crystals to him, and that too double the amount he required. Master will need another 20 to power the runes using the spell I gave you to come back. Your mana isn't yet powerful enough to power the runes to open a gate to our dimension, she explained the reason. Asher felt this whole reaping thing was quite expensive. No wonder no demons at lower levels go for this. It was too much risk with very few rewards, or so it would seem to them. Well, you know what to do till I am back, Asher said as he closed his eyes and utilized 20 life crystals to transfer his soul. Marina became tenser as she saw him closing his eyes. If he fails, then not only her but she and her entire family will die. She prayed hard a broken bar hoping that the royal consort would return even though the chances seemed quite slim, considering he was only a level 2. Your soul will be now transferred to the severed realm. Asher felt as if his mind was being stretched and squeezed, and the next moment he felt like he was floating, till he finally could see the blue skies a broken bar. The familiar-looking fluffy white clouds of the planet which was once his home. But to his shock, he found himself floating in the skies and looked down to see that his body looked blurry and intangible. He could even pass his own hand through his stomach. Hey, he shouted, but his voice didn't even pass through the air. It was as if he was a ghost. Was this how demons haunt a place or people? Asher yet again found it surreal that he became the very thing he sought to destroy. You are now in your spirit form. Spirit form, huh? Asher mumbled to himself as he realized that he could float through the skies and even look around as he wished. He saw a city under him, though at first, he didn't recognize it. Only when he descended towards the roof of a building did he see the large billboards with a language he barely recognized. This is Thailand? Asher hadn't been to this country much, but based on the language on these buildings and billboards and based on how the city looked, he was quite sure he was in Thailand now. He floated down the building and stood on the footpath, looking around with a glazed look. People were walking past him and even through him, yet none of them had any idea that he was right there. He even tried touching one of them, but his hand just simply passed through them. He stepped into the road as vehicles sped past and through him. He looked around and saw how the world was going on like usual, just like he remembered. He knew everything around him, including the people, would have been a pile of ashes if not for him stopping the Demon King. Yet a broken bar, the reward he got for it was getting betrayed by his own people. He now realized how futile it all was. Living for others was a mistake he would never make again, but his thoughts were disrupted when he suddenly found himself getting pulled away to a different place. Hey, he tried to address the system, but there was no response, and he simply found himself flying through a number of roads till he arrived at a school's terrace where there was a group of 4 senior high school boys looking around 17 standing around a fat boy of the same age in glasses, standing on his knees with snot and tears dripping down his face. It only took a single glance for Asher to know that this was a typical bullying situation going on. He descended towards the terrace as he walked closer to them. "You fat pig. Next time you are late, we will be stripping you naked for the entire day. Got it?" A youngster with a buzz cut and a cigarette in his mouth said as he kicked the boy's stomach. The nameplate on his shirt read, Somsak, while the fat boy's nameplate read, Enon, Uck, P please he broken bar don't hurt me a broken bar I won't be late next time, Anon cried out with a grimace as he clutched his stomach and used his other arm to shield himself. Asher was surprised he could understand their language. He had never learned their language, and yet it was as if he had always known it. Did the devils impart this knowledge to him? "Look at this pig cry, ha ha, lick my shoes like a good piggy, and we will forgive you," another youngster with slick hair said as he placed his shoe before Anon. His nameplate read Amory. Anon's chin quivered as he saw the dirty shoe before him with mud and dust sticking over it in a very unsightly way. A youngster named Arthip kicked Anon's butt. "You deaf, lick it, or we will strip you now." Asher could see Anon's fists clenching tightly as his eyes radiated a wild light for a brief second before they were filled with fear and obeisance. And the next moment, Anon put out his tongue and licked Amory's shoe with his eyes closed shut, making Asher shake his head who was watching all this. However, suddenly he saw a message pop up in his head. Quest. Make the human named Anon unleash his deepest desires by having him kill all those who made his life miserable. You have 10 hours. So he really wants them dead? Asher guessed Anon wanted them dead after noticing how his eyes changed for a split second, but it wasn't a surprise considering what he was going through, and this didn't seem like the first time either. If he was in his shoes, he would have gotten rid of them all already, but seeing how there was a 10 hours time limit, Asher's expression became serious, wondering if he would be able to do it. Otherwise, he would die for real. The time limit just seemed too short, and he was new to this. Rewards, 80 rating points. 80? That would take me directly to level 3. Asher was astonished seeing how the rating points he could get from this quest were way higher than any raiding quest of his level. Quest initiated. Your soul will now possess a human nearest to the target. Wait, who is that human going to be? Asher asked, but the next moment he felt as if his entire being was squeezed into a bottle. He could feel even his senses undergoing drastic changes, and the next thing he knew, he was sitting on a chair, staring at a computer screen. You are broken bar. Asher felt a bit disoriented, but then he shook his head and looked at his hands to see a broken bar human hands. I already possessed a human? Asher touched around his face just to feel if it really happened, and as expected, he was really in a human body. He even had a beard and a mustache, making him wonder which human he possessed. However, the feeling of weakness was quite strong, but what made his eyebrows rise was the memories and information entering his head. All these memories belonged to a human named Arthit, who was a teacher in this school, living a boring, single life in his 30s. Asher saw this man's lifelong memories in just a split second, like watching a movie, but it didn't feel like a personal experience, unlike how he saw his own memories. He felt more like a bystander, but he did understand the personality and mannerisms of this human. "What you blanking out for, Arthit? Get the marks entered into the computer and send it over. That fat-ass principal will otherwise fire our asses," a man called out from behind. Asher cleared his throat as he nodded and said in a low voice, Yes, I have it prepared, and I will send it right away." Asher was able to quickly adapt to the mannerisms of his host body, thanks to the memories. Asher first checked his stats to see how things had changed. HP, 30, 144. MP, 0, 224. STR, 6, 50. Def, 5, 29. INT, 0, 45. Dex, 3, 20. Status, no mana circuit in host body. No surprise that broken bar. Asher could see that this human body was too weak to contain his power, but he expected this since Marina had warned him and told him how ordinary humans didn't even have a mana circuit. It was no different than being in the body of a cripple, but he wasn't worried since Marina had taught him how to copy the mana circuit from his original body to this body. Of course, such a makeshift solution would only create an inferior and temporary mana circuit that would keep degrading over time, but for 10 hours, that should be more than enough. Asher decided to do just that as quickly as possible, but seeing the computer before him, his mind sparked with the curiosity to search up his human name and see how the world treated him after his death. He knew the clock was ticking, but the curiosity to know was burning from within. He also wanted to know how his head ended up in Oberon's hand. Did they put up his body in a public place or what? Before he knew it, he already had the search engine opened and typed in Golden Prince. The search results came barging in. The Corrupted Prince, a broken bar, a tragic story of a prince who once stood at the peak. The Golden Prince was the perfect example of how no man is safe from the corruption of demons. More information below. A broken bar. What the hell is this? A broken bar? Asher mumbled with a harsh squint, but he kept reading. On a broken bar. Not so golden anymore. Majority of the companies, websites, vendors, and even books have expunged the name of the Corrupted Prince in light of his infamy during the Demon King's invasion. Why did the Golden Prince team up with the Demon King to try and kill his own team and fellow hunters? Did he do it in hopes of getting more power, or had a love for demons from the beginning? Click below to find out why. No, a broken bar. No, a broken bar. Asher's eyes were shaking at this point as all sorts of dark emotions flashed past his eyes. The Golden Prince statue was brutally vandalized and broken in half due to public outrage, which was well deserved. Families of the 20 hunters who fell to the Corrupted Prince came together for the first death anniversary of their beloved family member who died unfairly but with honor. Countries from all over the world have struck down any company or groups that promoted or supported the name of the Golden Prince. They also came to a common agreement to punish anyone who still supported this heinous prince even after his death. Bravery and Selfless Sacrifice awards awarded to every single member of the Team Eternal Knights for successfully killing the Corrupted Prince, a man who was once their leader and like a family to this team. Asher closed the browser with an empty expression, but his fists were clenched tightly and uncontrollably shaking as his eyes flashed with killing intent. The teacher sitting behind Arthit furrowed his brows when he saw the objects around him visibly shake while the computer screen and the light above began to glitch. He also didn't know why, but he felt as if the air around him was suffocating him and sending chills down his spine. He was so frightened his face immediately paled. Everybody get down, an earthquake is coming, he shouted in a trembling, weak voice, making the others in the office look at him with a bewildered expression. The man wondered why everybody was looking at him like that and was about to shout out a warning again when he saw everything seemed alright around him, making him blink his eyes with a stupefied look. But why did he feel like he was about to die? The computer screen was displaying fine, And the lights were all right too. Did he imagine that? He then saw Arthur getting up. "Hey, where are you going? What about the mark sheets?" He saw Arthur stop and looked at him with a simple smile. "I had sent them over. Please take a look at them before sending them to the principal. I will go and get some air." "He finished already?" the man mumbled in surprise as he got up with an awkward look, hoping everyone didn't see his stupidity. Asher walked out of his office and went into the washroom for staff. He got into one of the toilet cubicle and locked the door behind him and simply stared at the wall in front of him. His entire body was visibly tremoring, and the next second he raised his fist before punching the wall right in front of him again and again. He didn't even let out a shout or whimper but clenched his jaw tight as he just kept striking the wall with his fists. But in his mind, these words kept repeating over and over again. "I will kill Thema Broken Bar. I will kill the Miller Broken Bar. How dare Thea Broken Bar." His entire being was burning with flames of resentment that only became wilder by the second. He never expected the world to remember him like this despite how much he sacrificed to Broken Bar, how much he bled for them and how much he believed in them. He realized even more how fickle, selfish and hypocritical the people were. He knew his old team changed the narrative to make it look like they saved the day, and he was the villain to claim the credit and reap the rewards. They successfully inscribed their names into history as legendary figures who killed the Demon King and were also lauded for their painful sacrifice of killing the corrupted prince who was once their family. He never expected they would stoop to such a detestable level to besmirch his name and his entire achievements and sacrifice during his time as a hunter in one single stroke, especially not Era, whom he still unconsciously didn't expect to ever destroy him like this. Even after his death, this was the most devastating blow anybody could do to a person, and the final nail to the coffin was the fact that the world easily believed them and pointed their blades at him, tearing apart his name and legacy without the slightest hesitation despite the number of times he saved them. As if butchering him in person wasn't enough, he had never felt so alone and abandoned in his life. He stopped striking the wall as he lowered his fist, his knuckles reddened and bruised with spots of blood here and there. He rested his forehead against the wall as he closed his eyes, feeling so wronged and resentful. He can't believe he wasted his entire life for this world. "No, a broken bar. I don't need any broken bar, no matter how long it takes or what I have to do. Broken bar. I will make them all rot in hell. A broken bar," Asher mumbled as his eyes shone with eerie dark green light. His entire being radiated a dark aurora that was different than before. Within his body, pathways were being burned into his bones to form a temporary mana circuit that began to glow with a dark green light. Marina had told him that for inexperienced people like him, it would take at least couple of minutes to use his soul power to cast the spell and copy the mana circuit from his original body to this body. But if she had seen how he did it within couple of seconds, she would have her jaw slack in shock. The more shocking part would be how he cast the spell for this using purely the power of his thoughts. Usually, one would have to draw runes on their host body to cast this spell. Asher took a look at his stats. HP, 93, 144. MP, 135, 224. STR, 25, 45. Def, 19, 29. INT, 27, 45. Dex, 15, 20. Status, power limited by host body. Asher could see that his stats were still not strong as his original body, but he didn't mind since this was more than enough to complete this quest. With cold, determined eyes he came out of the cubicle, ready to finish this. Sniffle broken bar. Why me a broken bar? Why doesn't God help me a broken bar? An obese boy was crying to himself as he washed his face and mouth, trying to clean off the blood and dirt. Because God doesn't care about you, son, a man's voice came from behind, startling the boy. He immediately turned around with a startled look. Teacher Arthit, I am sorry, I will go right back to class, Anon said with an anxious look as he nervously bowed. You don't have to. You deserve a break, and we have to talk about what happened. Come, sit here with me, Asher said as he sat on the bench nearby and gestured to him to sit. Anon's face became tense when he realized that his teacher wanted to talk about his bullying. He was scared, wondering if those bullies would see him talking to a teacher and bully him even more. He looked around to make sure nobody else was there on the terrace. "Don't worry about anybody else being here. I locked the door to the terrace. Nobody will come now," Asher said in a reassuring tone, making Anon feel more relaxed, and he slowly walked to sit beside him. "Look, Anon, I know what is going on with you. Why didn't you ever try to report those bullies?" Asher asked with a fixed gaze. "Yeah, broken bar, I am not getting bullied." "Yeah? Don't lie, Anon, I saw what happened," Asher said with a firm nod, making Anon feel tense and say, "Please don't say this to anybody else, teacher, otherwise, they will never leave me alone. That is why I can't report them. A broken bar. Somsak and his friends are part of a scary gang in the place where I live. If I piss them off, then they might have been a broken bar." Anon was too scared to even finish his sentence. "I understand, but you have been getting bullied by them every day for 2 years. Don't you want to make them pay for what they are doing to you, making your life miserable every single day? Who knows if they might even do something worse to you in the coming days for fun," Asher said with a narrowed gaze, making Anon's eyes flicker with a faint dark light before they returned to normal. "No, a broken bar. I am not capable of that. I have no power or money to do anything. I will just endure it for this year, and then I don't have to see them any longer." He then bowed at his teacher and said, "But thank you, teacher, for worrying about me. I didn't know you knew about this." Anon thought this teacher never cared about him, or any students, since all he did was simply teach and leave. Asher inwardly sighed in frustration, seeing that Anon was too scared to even fight back. This was simply wasting his time, but he was not surprised, considering how he knew this boy didn't know how to fight back. "This is just a hypothetical question. A broken bar. If you had the power to fight back, would you get rid of them? This power could be anything, like having a gun or being a man reborn," Asher said with a shrug. "Teacher, a broken bar. Yeah, broken bar. Yeah, broken bar." Anon was baffled by such an unexpected question from his teacher. Would a teacher ask something like this to their student? But suddenly, thinking about it made his eyes glow for a brief second, but then he shook his head, thinking it was pointless and wrong. "I don't think so, teacher. I don't want to go to jail for murder, nor does it feel right." "Is this some kind of a test question?" Anon wondered if his teacher was testing him or something. It was not like he could get a gun, nor was he worthy enough to be blessed by the gods to be born with mana in his body. Asher took a deep breath, realizing that this was harder than he thought. He had basically only till evening to make this boy act on his deepest dark desires. His own life was on the line. But Asher knew he couldn't simply rush this or push him. He suddenly got an idea as he got up and said, "It was just a simple question, Anon. Don't think too much about it. You can go back to class." "Oh, our broken bar." "Oh, okay, a broken bar." Anon bowed with a confused look before limping away slowly. "Plan B. It is a broken bar," Asher mumbled with a squint. Asher stood in front of an ATM and withdrew all of his savings, even though it was not much. All he got was 10,000 Thai baht, which was not a surprise considering how poor his host was. "This should be a no for broken bar," he mumbled as he left. Is this some kind of joke, teacher? You want us to beat him up real bad?" Somsak asked as he and 3 of his friends stood before their teacher. "Arthit, are you trying to trap us, teacher?" Aimri asked as he pulled out the cigarette from his mouth and blew it towards his teacher's face without a hint of hesitation. "Yeah, maybe our teacher here is feeling bad for the pig and trying to film a video secretly of us beating him up and putting it on social media, eh?" Arthip said with a snort. "We are not idiots, teacher. Don't bother us again if you love your job." The 4th youngster, named Pornthip, said with a smirk. Asher used his hand to disperse the smoke away from his face and wasn't surprised at how disrespectful these little fucks were being at their teacher. This school was already a shithole with students like these owning the place, but he didn't mind since their fates were sealed, according to him. The 4 were about to leave when Asher called out to them from behind, "How does 10,000 sound to you guys?" Somsak and his friends immediately stopped walking as their ears perked. They turned around and saw their teacher flashing a bundle of cash at them. "For real? You want to pay us to beat up a pig? What's in it for you?" Somsak asked with crossed arms as the others had their eyes glow at the sight of the cash. "Well, if you guys are not interested in the cash, forget I asked," Asher said with a casual shrug as he was about to walk away. "Wait," Somsak called out as he realized the teacher was right. Why should he ask questions to beat up a piggy when he can get some money too? Asher inwardly smiled as he turned around. "We accept. So what do you want us to do exactly?" Somsak asked with a sadistic glint in his eyes. "Scare him to death and then beat him up till he gets knocked out cold. Make it quick," Asher said as he threw the bundle of cash at them. "Easy, teacher. We should have been friends before," Amory said with a warped smile as he looked at the cash in Somsak's hands. They can't believe they were getting money to beat up a weak pig. This had to be their day. Asher walked away as he looked at the timer to see he had 5 hours left. He had to waste his time trying to find these 4 turds who had bunked their classes. He had 5 hours left to live if he didn't succeed. Asher never felt as if his life was tied to such a thin string, and strangely enough, he felt nothing at all about what he just did. All that mattered to him was the end result. "You got that on recording, bro?" Somsak asked right after Arthur left. "Yeah, bro, all good," Pornthip said with a smile. "Good, we are safe now that we have evidence of him handing us money to beat someone up. Let's now go and find that pathetic fatty, hee hee," Somsak said with a sadistic smile as they all walked away. No, please, don't kill me," Anon shouted at the top of his lungs as he was scared out of his wits upon being put upside down over the parapet of the terrace. These 4 bullies grabbed his legs and pushed him over the parapet, making him think that they were going to kill him by letting him fall from a 5-story building. He would surely die if he fell from such a height, and the feeling of dangling in the air terrified him to his core. "Ha ha, look at him scream like a pig," Somsak laughed with a look of glee. "Fuck, he surely weighs a ton. It's a good thing I didn't skip the gym," Amory said while grabbing Anon's leg. "Good thing he is as short as a dwarf, otherwise, he would have weighed twice and slipped off our hands. Or maybe we should just drop him, eh?" Arthip said with a roar of laughter, making Anon cry miserably in terror. Please, broken bar, I don't want to die. Broken bar, I will do anything." Anon wished for this to end as he was only getting more scared by the second. "Oh damn, look at that, he is leaking, ha ha." Pornthip laughed as he filmed and pointed at Anon's crotch getting wet. "Oink, oink, little piggy is wetting himself, ha ha. Oh, he is almost going to pass out. Pull him up and let's finish this," Somsak said as they pulled him back into the terrace and began to beat him up. Anon was barely conscious as he felt his body paining all over. At that moment, he only wished for one thing: a broken bar for all these 4 to die. A few minutes later, in the school's sick room, Anon was lying alone on a bed with bandages all over his body. Apparently, he didn't even have enough money to check himself into a hospital, nor did the school bother to pay for him, so they simply put him up in their own sick room without even properly mending his injuries. The door of the sick room opened as Anon, who was barely conscious, saw someone come in. As the man approached closer, he heard a voice. "Oh my God, Enon, did they do this to you? Oh my God, Enon, did they do this to you?" Asher asked in a tone of surprise as he walked towards his bed. Anon tried to force open his eyes fully to get a clearer look and recognized that it was his teacher, Arthur, who tried to look out for him before. "Teacher, a broken bar." "Yes, I am right here. Should I call up your father?" Asher knew Anon lived with his father, who was known to be quite useless. "And no, a broken bar, please don't. A broken bar, I don't want him to see me like these. A broken bar." "Ha, broken bar, okay, if that is what you want, but look at these. A broken bar, this is not okay. It will be at least a week before you can walk normally, and next time, what if you lose your life? You have to do something about this. Look at me and tell me you don't want those 4 to pay for what they did," Asher asked as he looked into his eyes. Anon's chin quivered as tears flooded his eyes, and he said in a low, seething voice, "Yeah, broken bar, do want them to pay, teacher. I really do wish for it. Be but a broken bar. God won't help me a broken bar no matter how badly I want them gone, Anon said as his eyes shone with a dark light. You don't need God, but imagine this ... What high far broken bar you can get the power to do what you want? Asher asked with his hand on his chest. Anon had a confused look, though his eyes became eager. Yeah, broken bar, I don't understand. How a broken bar? Asher briefly smiled. Simply close your eyes and keep wishing to get the power you need to get rid of those bullies. Imagine the ways you would want to get rid of them, and you will find your answer. Anon didn't understand what exactly his teacher meant, but in his moment of despair and desperation, he decided to do whatever his teacher said, no matter how hopeless it all seemed. Asher smiled, seeing Anon close his eyes while his fists clenched together, his body getting filled with dark emotions. Asher was drawing runes on Anon's hand without his knowledge to prepare his body to receive some of his strength. This was something Marina taught him so that he could cut up a part of his mana circuit and transfer it to Anon to hold some of his power. However, for these runes to work, it was necessary for the target, or Anon in this case, to hold strong dark thoughts or emotions. Only that way would the runes be able to establish a compatible medium to channel demonic power. And since Anon was already wishing for the death of those bullies strongly, it made Asher's job easy. Finally, just as he completed drawing the runes, Asher leaned forward as he placed his mouth beside Anon's ears. Since you wished for it, you shall receive the power of Hellbringer. As he said this, Asher's eyes briefly glowed dark green while his skull flashed briefly beneath his skin. Waves of dark green energy flowed from Asher's hand to Anon's body. HP 93, greater than 60, 144. STR, 25, greater than 18. Def, 19, greater than 12. Dex, 15, greater than 10. Asher saw his stats go down as he transferred a part of his power to Anon, making him feel like he was cutting away a part of his body. However, he didn't transfer any mana since he felt that Anon wouldn't definitely need it to take care of some menalus humans. Eek! Anon suddenly grimaced and began to howl in pain. He didn't know why, but suddenly, he felt his entire body getting hotter and hotter, as if he was getting burned alive. His mind instantly tremored in fear as he wondered if he was dying. The pain of getting burned from within was too much, but at the same time, he felt his body getting infused with power that blew away his mind. He could feel the pain from his injuries slowly fading away and feel the flow of something scorching hot and powerful coursing through every inch of his body, making him feel better as seconds passed. However, at the same time, this feeling of gaining power as he wished only made him think even more about killing those who bullied him. His mind sank into a pool of blazing darkness as he even began to forget everything else. Still only his desire to kill those who wronged him was left behind. He suddenly got up with his eyes widened and removed the bandages from his body. Even though the injuries on his body were not fully healed, he had never felt so better or strong before. Nothing else mattered to him at this moment other than venting his urge to kill. It was as if he didn't even want to think of anything else, afraid that this feeling of having the power he wanted might disappear. Asher smiled as he saw Anon walk out of the sick room with a fevered expression, his eyes looking as dark as they ever could. He saw how he managed to push Anon over the edge to make him finally embrace his deepest dark desire. Now all he had to do was wait, though there wasn't much time left. It was almost evening as all the classes had ended by now. However, he realized Anon knew where those four would be at this time and saw him walking up towards the terrace. Somsak and his three friends were getting high on their weed when they saw the fatty pig named Anon suddenly coming through the door of the terrace. "Hey, look at who decided to crash in on our party." Somsak chuckled with a look of surprise, though just like the others, he was surprised that this fatty was on his feet already. They were sure they'd beat him up enough to not let him walk for at least a few days, but then, how come he was already looking better, and why was he here? "Huh, you wanna say something, piggy?" Arthip asked, seeing how the fatty had his face lowered and seemed to be mumbling something continuously. Despite how surprised and puzzled they were, they sneered as they circled around the fatty pig, though they wondered why the air felt off around him. It was just making them feel uncomfortable in an inexplicable way, coupled with the mumbling that was only getting on their nerves. "Let's hear what Piggy has to say." Pornthip bent his head as he placed his ear near the fatty's mouth to hear what he was mumbling so that he could mock him. "You all will die, ear broken bar, you all will die, ear broken bar, you all will die, ear broken bar." Anon kept mumbling the same sentence over and over, making Pornthip feel chills going down his spine, unable to understand why. "Looks like we went too soft on you, eh, fatty?" Amory chuckled as he raised his hand to slap the back of Anon's head, but suddenly, a chubby hand caught his wrist right before his hand could touch Anon's head. "Q had broken bar." Amory and the others were stupefied upon seeing how Amory's hand was stopped by none other than this pig. "How embarrassing, Amory, how could you be so slow enough to let that pig catch your wrist?" Somsak said with a shake of his head, making Amory's face become red with anger that this pig embarrassed him. He tried to shake off the pig's hand, but to his shock, he felt as if his wrist was being gripped by something as hard as steel, and this grip was only getting tighter and tighter with every second, making him feel like his wrist bone might break. "Get your fucking hand off me, pig!" Amory shouted with an unnerved look as he raised his other hand to punch this fatty's face, but right at that moment, Anon suddenly twisted Amory's wrist, snapping his bones right away. "Yagh!" Amory howled in pain as he stumbled back and fell, much to the shock of the other three. Amory, they were shocked, especially because of the grotesque way in which his wrist was twisted. "You all will die." Anon suddenly raised his head as he loudly said with a deathly cold expression, "Fuck you." Somsak didn't like how uneasy he was feeling and punched Anon's face with a crazed look. Anon had a cold smile as he got punched in the face again and again till his nose began to bleed, but Somsak's punches were getting weaker since he felt his fist getting hurt the more he punched him. It felt like he was punching a wall, and he had to shake his hand with a horrified look while the other two were frozen in their spot, still unable to process their shock. Anon tilted his head as he said with killing intent in his voice, "My turn." Saying so, Anon punched Somsak's chest with a deafening blow, followed by the echo of ribs cracking. "Urgh!" Somsak was knocked off his feet, and he fell on his back, clutching his chest with a terrified face. Anon sat atop him as he clutched Somsak's neck. "Let me hear you call me piggy again." A broken bar, Anon mumbled with a death-cold look as he punched Somsak's face, knocking out a tooth from his mouth, and continued to punch him again and again, not even allowing him to cry for mercy. Arthip and Pornthip came to their senses upon seeing Somsak getting punched. Pornthip saw a shovel kept on the side and quickly picked it up to smash at Anon's back. Bam! Pornthip struck Anon's back with the shovel using all the strength in his arms, but all it did was push Anon's body forward, followed by a muffled grunt. But what frightened him and the others was that Anon paid no mind to it and kept punching Somsak's face, which was turning into a bloody mess by the second. Fuck these, a broken bar, a demon possessed him. Run! Pornthip was too shaken by the gory sight before him, and seeing Anon's state, he realized a demon was inside him as he had heard stories of demons possessing people and how they act afterward. So he knew escaping was the only option, as he didn't want his soul to get devoured by a demon. Arthip and Amory, who had his wrist broken, were equally or more terrified as they followed Pornthip to run towards the door, but to their horror, the door seemed locked and wasn't opening, no matter how hard they tried to open it. "Fuck, no!" Pornthip screamed with a panic-stricken face as despair loomed around the tree, but suddenly, they heard the sound of metal scratching against the ground. With chattering teeth, they slowly turned around to see Anon slowly walking towards them while dragging the shovel through the ground. His face was dripping with Somsak's blood as they saw his corpse lying behind, his face a mangled, bloody mess. "No!" In the next couple of moments, only screams and howls of pain and despair echoed, followed by the sound of flesh getting punctured by a shovel again and again till all the screams died down. "I did a broken bar, I killed them all. Fuck the gods, I am no longer weak," Anon said with a wild expression as he kept stabbing the 4 corpses near his feet one after the other using the bloody shovel in his hand. He had bashed them all to death, But he was still not feeling satisfied. He wished to shed more blood and became even more frustrated now that these 4 died too quick. He who once felt unworthy to be blessed by the gods now only held scorn for them. With his newfound power, nobody can stand in his way. Enjoying yourself too much? A man's voice sounded from behind, making Anon finally stop smashing the corpses as he turned around. Teacher, this is all thanks to a broken bar. Now nobody can bully me anymore, Anon said with a cold smile, his eyes as dark as they could get. Good for you that you got to fulfill your deepest desire, but unfortunately a broken bar. Now you have to pay the price for doing so. Broken bar, Asher said as he slowly approached him, his expression not looking as gentle as it did before. Anon felt great trepidation as he unconsciously took a step back and asked, what price? Asher raised his finger to point at him. Your soul, of course, Asher said, making Anon's heart thud as he felt the temperature around him rapidly rise. Now it dawned on him that his teacher was a demon in disguise and that he was after his power. No, a broken bar. No, a broken bar. No, I am not giving up my power to you, Anon said with a wild cry as he charged at Uthid to smash his head with a shovel. Asher shook his head, seeing how stupid this boy was, to think that the power he got was not something that came from a demon. However, he wasn't surprised, considering how ignorant Anon was and how he was already drunk with the power he had received. Asher didn't even bother to dodge as he simply caught the shovel before it could hit him and then placed his palm on Anon's chest. How could it be your power when it was mine to begin with? Anon's eyes widened as he remembered what had happened when he was in the sick room. His memories were all hazy until now, when he stared at the face of death, and before he could even beg for his life, his eyes widened as he saw his entire body suddenly bursting up in dark green flames. Ugh, no, Anon's body floated up in the air as his mouth and eyes shone with a dark green light. Nothing personal, kid, this is the only path for me, Asher said with a tinge of pity in his eyes for killing someone he could relate with to a certain point, but the next moment, whatever human emotions he had retained were burned away as he realized letting go of whatever humanity he had. Inside him was the only way he could do these without feeling any hesitation or anything at all. Waves and waves of dark green light escaped from Anon's body and flowed into Asher, who felt his entire being getting enriched by the inflow of power. He could feel how he was getting more power than what he gave Anon, and all this was thanks to Anon's soul enriching the mana he transferred to him. He never knew even an ordinary human could be this useful. No wonder the more experienced demons preferred reaping to anything else. The feeling of gaining power by reaping was no different than a rush of dopamine or even more exhilarating. The more Asher absorbed the power inside Anon, the more wildly the dark green flames burned his body till his charred bones started to show up. Anon's entire life force was being consumed to refine the mana his body had received from Asher earlier, and finally, within the next few seconds, Asher finished reaping the entire refined mana inside Anon's body till there was nothing left but a charred black skeleton as it fell to the ground. Asher's eyes were glowing with a dark green light as his skull briefly glowed beneath his skin after completely assimilating the power he had just absorbed. The fraction of humanity that was previously visible in his eyes was now obscured as he indifferently glanced at the charred corpse of Anon before looking away. He saw the timer stop at 0:09 and 59 seconds. Quest successfully completed. 80 rating points received. Rating points, 48, greater than 128. Level up ending. Rating points reset for next level. Rating points, 2, 199. You have received the title Born to Reap for finishing the trial before level 5. Title, Born to Reap. Greater than plus 10% bonus rating points from reaping quests. Asher subtly smiled in satisfaction to see that he was already ready for the next level up within just 10 hours, but he didn't waste time relishing in his success and immediately began to draw the rune circle to send his soul back to the demon realm. He had previously seen the runes he was drawing now during his life as a hunter. He had studied them as thoroughly as he could despite not understanding them fully due to not being a demon at that time, but now that he was one, he was able to quickly learn it from Marina and made no mistakes while drawing them. Still, it took him about a minute till he called upon the system to power these runes. 20 life crystals utilized. A broken bar. Ashes felt as if his mind was being squeezed out of a bottle, and the next moment, he felt as if he was being squeezed into a different bottle before he was finally able to regain all his senses. His eyes quivered subtly as they opened, and he saw the dark red light of the sun coming in through the windows. Apparently, whenever it was night on Earth, it would be daylight in the demon realm, which was something he already knew in his past life. Master, a broken bar? You really did it, a broken bar? A woman's voice of disbelief sounded from behind. Asher got up and turned around to see Marina looking at him as if she was looking at a monster. As expected, she didn't even seem to have slept and was waiting for him to return. It's not like I had a choice here, broken bar, did I? Asher said with a subtle smirk. Marina felt as if something about him changed after he returned, though she couldn't really put her finger on it. However, the fact that he finished the reaping trial at just level 2 was just inconceivable. Nobody had ever achieved something like that. Despite being born a cripple, was he actually a hidden genius? Why, were you expecting me to die during the trial? Asher sarcastically chuckled as he made himself fall on a chair to steady his mind. Even though he was looking all right on the outside, he was actually feeling quite dizzy, which he thought was because he was not used to his soul going to and fro between worlds, and the blood rush from reaping a soul was still lingering in his body. Marina frantically shook her head as she kneeled before him and said, "This slave wouldn't dare. My life and that of my family's lies in your hands. It's just that a broken bar." The slave ice, a broken bar? Marina wanted to say that she was genuinely shocked, but she was afraid that he might think she was mocking him. Asher lazily looked down and saw her enticing deep cleavage. Apparently, she had forgotten to put on her shirt because of how nervous she had been earlier. He felt something stirring down there and curved his lips as he said, "You still have to be responsible for your sins. Tell me how you are going to go about doing so." Marina felt flustered by his words and didn't know what to do. "Our responsibility? What should I?" "Well, you can start atoning for your sins by satisfying me on the bed," Asher said as he stared into her tremoring blue eyes. Marina's eyes quivered as she inadvertently thought about her dead husband. As per the culture she was brought up with, even if her husband was long gone, it was considered immoral to sleep with another man who was not her mate. "What happened? Should I get your daughter to do it?" Asher asked with an unnerving smile, making Marina shake her head immediately. Please, no. I will do it." She felt that clinging to these things would only make her lose whatever she had now. She can't take that risk no matter what. After apologizing in her mind for what she was going to do, her eyes became determined as she removed her garments one by one till she was naked. She instinctively felt like covering her private parts, but she didn't since she felt he would be more pleased to see what he wanted to see. Since he was a virgin, she felt she could quickly satisfy him even though she herself couldn't remember the last time she did this. Asher's eyes shone with lust as he saw her voluptuous naked body displayed before him. Her big, ravishing breasts seemed so soft and firm, and he could say that they were at least a G-cup. Her nipples were inverted, and her dark red areola was quite big. He couldn't resist and squeezed them right away, making his fingers melt into her red skin. Marina let out a soft moan as she winced upon feeling his big, warm hands squeezing her breasts. She winced, bearing herself inwardly for letting out such an sinful moan from just his touch. It only made her realize that it has indeed been too long since she felt this sensation. "I am surprised a widow like you hasn't found another man." Asher was genuinely surprised since even if she was a mature woman, she had such a sexy body that no ordinary man could resist. Despite being a simple maid, her body was well-toned with abs and curvy as well. He felt this was due to the enhanced physique she gained from her werewolf bloodline. "A widow like me can't remarry Marina answered in a fluttery voice as she squirmed her toes upon feeling his fingers dipping into her nipples. "Well not that it really matters," Asher said casually as he pulled her up closer and sucked one of her juicy breasts into his mouth while holding her waist. His back was bent as he buried his face into her chest and sucked her other breast with full vigor. Marina was startled by how wildly he was sucking her breasts. At first, it felt painful due to how rough he was being with her breasts, but once his hot tongue swirled around her areola and pulled her sensitive nipples outwards, she felt as if her entire body was tingling. She couldn't understand how a virgin like him knew how to use his tongue so skillfully. Asher felt it quite satisfying to suck her juicy big breasts, especially when he made her inverted nipples come out, fully erect. He pushed her against the wall as he removed his robes. Marina was surprised to see his well-built muscular body with a broad frame and 8-pack abs. She had cleaned his body for all these years, and he was too lean. When did his body look so strong and impressive like this? Now she realized why she felt his appearance seemed quite different from today. At first, she thought it was the padding the robes gave him, but it turned out to be the opposite, and when he removed his pants, she gulped when she saw a raging dragon pop out. She remembered it being of above average size before, but now it looked so long and thick with veins popping all over it, making her feel even more intimidated by its sheer vigor. She didn't even know if it would fit inside her. For some reason, seeing his demonic manhood, she felt something sparking off in her lower abdomen. Among her people, men with strong-looking manhood were considered to be manly and powerful with strong vitality as well. Most women of her race married men based on not only their physical strength but how capable they were down there as well. However, how could the royal consort's thing suddenly become even bigger than that of a beast? Even her late husband's sword, who was a renowned warrior, couldn't be compared to this. She wondered if this had something to do with him being of a strange race nobody had seen before. Asher was also slightly surprised by the size of his dick since it was a tad bigger than the one he had as a human. He didn't think too much about it as he felt like venting his lust on her tempting body. "Don't just keep staring at it," Asher said as he pulled her hand and made her grab his cock. Marina came out of her daze as she knew what to do and began to stroke his thick hot cock. She was surprised by how thick and hot his cock felt. She could feel his veins pulsating as she stroked over it. However, the more she did it, the more she felt something stirring in her lower abdomen. It was like an itch was growing down there, craving for something. Asher saw her pretty face blooming red and clutched her neck as he sucked her juicy red lips into his mouth. The two moaned from the back of their throats as Asher's tongue forced itself into her mouth and toyed with her tongue. Marina kept stroking his cock as she began to feel overwhelmed by his aggressive kissing. She felt her face becoming hotter and her thoughts melting as his hot tongue ravaged her lips and tongue. Again she wondered how he learned to kiss like this. He only woke up yesterday, and yet he seemed to know what he was doing. Asher used his other hand to grab her thick silky buttocks and kneaded them to his pleasure. They felt bigger and softer than he expected, and it felt like his hand was melting into them. Asher broke the wet hot kiss as strands of lust divided into two in the middle. "Now suck it," he said as he made her kneel before him, his one-eyed dragon staring right at her face. Marina felt as if she was staring at an angry dragon and timidly grabbed it with both her hands, but she was tense since she had never done something like this other than knowing that men liked this and seeing other women do it. Even for her late husband, she had never done this. I don't have experience in doing this. So please forgive me if I don't care," Asher said with an impatient look as he grabbed her hair and forced his thick cock into her hot mouth. Marina's eyes widened as she was startled by his demonic cock sliding into her mouth and forcing it to open wider than she was used to. It even went deep till her throat, making her gag, and even then, his thick cock was only in by 2/3 yards. It was so big she couldn't even breathe, and it made her eyes water. She had to tilt her head slightly to accommodate his cock, which caused one of her cheeks to bulge. The smell of his cock was strong yet pleasant, unlike what she expected, and the strange thing was the smell was invading her senses and making her feel very strange. However, she quickly adapted using whatever she knew and grabbed the back of his thighs as she began to bob her head up and down. Wet, erotic sounds escaped from her mouth as she coated his thick hot cock with her saliva, but Asher, who was burning with lust from within, wanted more excitement as he grabbed her head and thrust his cock right down into her throat, making her depth throat him. "This is how you should do it." MHMHHN! Marina's eyes shook as she felt the tip of his veiny cock forcing itself down her throat, making her throat bulge as well, and GHH. "This feels better than I thought." Asher groaned in pleasure as he felt his cock getting enveloped by her soft, warm throat. The wet, slobbery sensation over his cock coupled with the erotic face she was making, only turned him on even more. He didn't even stop and kept thrusting his cock in and out of her mouth, each time making her depth throat him as she let out erotic muffled moans. Marina's face was becoming redder as her eyes became hazy. The throbbing of his cock stimulated the nerves in her mouth, and she tasted something sharp and metallic and could guess that it was his precum. Even if it was a peculiar taste, she didn't find it unpleasant at all but savory in a strange way she never expected. She felt like her throat was on fire, and the intense feeling from his thrusts was making her wet down there. She never expected she would feel aroused by servicing him. She felt as if she shouldn't be feeling like this and felt bad at herself. "Remember as my maid and my slave, you need to prove your dedication," Asher said to give her a slight push. Marina's heart pounded against her chest as she froze all her thoughts and put all her energy into not disappointing him. Because of her increased motivation, she quickly got used to depth-throating him, and to please him, she firmly hugged his thighs as she moved her head by herself at the same pace, praying he would get satisfied by this. "You are a better slave than I thought. Your mouth is made to do this, Asher said with a look of ecstasy as he felt like she was sucking his soul out of his thick rod. "I am coming." Asher groaned as he couldn't hold it any longer and grabbed her hair as he emptied his load right down her throat. Marina didn't expect him to come inside, but she didn't dare to take his cock out and shut her eyes tightly upon feeling a burst of hot milk slipping down her throat. Gulp! Gulp! She gulped, and her eyes were blinking in surprise as his milk just kept pouring out without stopping. How could he produce so much of it? She felt her chest getting hotter the more she swallowed his thick, strong cum. It was more than what she could take, making some of his cum leak out of her mouth and fall onto her big breasts. Finally, it stopped pouring as he took his cock out and shook the left-over cum out of it as they fell all over her face and breasts. It does feel so good to release ... but I still have some left to release," Asher said as he pulled her up and pushed her onto the bed. Marina gulped upon seeing his dragon getting angry again, wondering how he could get hard again after coming so much. She thought she had finished satisfying him, but she had no idea she only fanned the flames of lust within the dragon. Asher spread her slender legs apart and saw the tantalizing sight of the red, wet pussy with a tiny patch of dark red hair. "Already thirsty down there? You are not as innocent as you look, are you?" Asher asked as he rubbed his cock over her dripping wet folds, making Marina's face redden even more in embarrassment. She didn't dare to pull her legs closer or tell him to look away lest she annoys him. She couldn't believe she was that wet down there. She couldn't even remember if she had ever felt so aroused and didn't realize how electrifying the feeling of him just rubbing his thing over her lower lips would be. However, she still wondered how he knew to stimulate her like this. Not even her late husband did anything like this. She had only heard stories from other women of how their husbands did these things, but her mind became distracted when the royal consort suddenly penetrated her burning pussy with his scorching hot dragon. Master. Marina felt as if her soul was pushed out of her body when he suddenly thrust his thick hot member into her, making it go deep all the way down to her womb in one go. She could feel the sheer girth of his cock forcibly spreading her pussy walls apart. "A broken bar for a mother, you surely are tight down there. No wonder widows are more in demand," Asher mumbled with a vigorous look as he felt his cock getting hugged tightly by her soft pussy walls. There was slight difficulty in fitting his thing inside her at first, but once his tip went in, then the rest of the journey was more smooth. The pain of his aggressive thrust made her grimace, but the pleasure from all her erogenous zones getting stimulated at the same time overwhelmed the pain and all her senses. She couldn't believe something that big had managed to slip into her, but the feeling of fullness in her lower abdomen was a unique, electrifying sensation she had never felt before in her life. It was as if she finally felt something she was missing out on in her life, but before she could catch her breath, his fingers dipped into her breasts and started pounding her, each thrust shaking her entire body and even the bed. Marina saw his dark yellow eyes looming over her as he pounded her wildly like a beast. She was not at all used to such aggressiveness and was terrified by how intense this felt, especially since she was barely able to control her body. It was as if her body didn't even want to listen to her anymore and wanted to get controlled by the royal consort. Exclamation mark tilde crying exclamation mark tilde huang exclamation mark tilde. She also couldn't believe her moans could get this loud and even sound excited. She couldn't help but feel an indescribable sense of pleasure as his demonic rod kept scratching the itch she was having down there, satisfying it more and more by the second. Remembering her younger days, she had never felt so good, even with her late husband, and this only made her feel ashamed for feeling this good with another man who was even younger than her. She felt a pool of flames building up in her lower abdomen and didn't know why it felt like something was going to burst out of her cave. Master, something is coming exclamation mark tilde and exclamation mark tilde. Marina tried to warn him since she didn't want him to get angry she was to accidentally pee on him. Are you having an orgasm for the first time? What a waste. A body like yours is meant to experience pleasure. I have heard how werewolves are lusty beasts, isn't that right? NGH. Asha kept ramming her pussy even harder, even when she was orgasming, making her juices spill out in multiple directions. He found this even more exciting and satisfying than he expected, especially the feeling of her pussy trying to squeeze out his soul. Squelch exclamation mark tilde squelch exclamation mark tilde. The sound of his thick cock rubbing the insides of her dripping wet pussy echoed in the room. Marina felt as if all her energy was sapped out of her body as her orgasm ended, and what was worse was that she became even more sensitive down there. It was an intoxicating feeling that flooded all her senses and made her even forget about everything else. It was as if, at that moment, all that mattered was enjoying the nerve-numbing pleasure she was feeling, including the feeling of his thick hot dragon inside her. She never knew one could feel this good during this. Her body was burning hot and sweating before she knew it, but before she could even calm herself down, the royal consort was thrusting into her even harder, making her feel that this was dangerous since she was worried that she might lose herself in the flames of lust. Han exclamation mark tilde master exclamation mark tilde p please exclamation mark tilde. Marina was trying her best to indirectly tell him to go easier on her since she was already this close to letting this pleasure overwhelm her. She didn't know how much longer she could hold on. Asha snickered, seeing her trying to hold on to her sanity, and leaned towards her as he whispered into her ear, "There is no point in chaining yourself. You have been chained for all these years. Even before I did, but in this moment I am giving you a chance to experience what it truly feels like to be free, a broken bar, to hold nothing back and forget everything. Do you want to feel it more?" Asha asked as he purposefully stopped pounding her, making Marina's eyes blink in surprise and disappointment as if she unconsciously didn't want to stop whatever she was feeling. Asha had no plans to stop, but he felt it more satisfying if he could make her accept her true desires instead of masking them, and when that happens, she will succumb to him even more. The royal consort's words hit Marina's heart and soul since it was all true. She never expected it, but when she orgasmed for the first time, she truly felt like she was free. Even if she had been a maid for all these years in this kingdom, she knew she was practically a slave of the kingdom due to being a refugee. She could be killed or disposed of at any time, making her always feel worried about her future and family, which weighed down on her heart. Since she didn't want to feel the pain in her life for at least a little longer, she meekly looked at her master and nodded. "Please, he broken bar, this slave seeks your favor." "A broken bar," she said with an intoxicated look. Having no clear grasp of her thoughts, all she wanted was to feel what she felt before, at least for a little longer. Asher smiled upon seeing her eyes brim with lust and wanting more. It was amusing to see such a modest woman thirsting for it. He pulled her up and turned her around as he lifted her into the air by grabbing both her juicy thighs. Marina was startled upon being lifted into the air from behind. He also spread her legs apart and pulled up her legs over her head till she could clearly see his throbbing cock penetrating her from behind. She didn't know why, but getting penetrated from such a strange position felt more intense than before. She didn't know if it was because of the embarrassment of clearly seeing what was happening or because of how vulnerable this position was making her feel. How was he coming up with such things? But before she could even get accustomed to this stimulating position, he locked her legs by folding his hands over her nape, making it hard for her to even move her head or limbs. And before she could even let out a whimper, he began ramming her pussy like a beast. An exclamation mark tilde, an exclamation mark tilde, an exclamation mark tilde, an exclamation mark tilde. Before she realized it, she was dancing on his demonic sword as her expression became tipsy and loud while sweet moans filled the room. Top exclamation mark tilde, trop exclamation mark tilde, trop exclamation mark tilde. She could hear the weird sounds his thick rod was making and even see each time it went deep into her. She felt giddy, as if her head was spinning, and lost total control of her body the more he pounded her. In this position, she felt like she was floating, and the flood of ecstasy coursing through her veins was a surreal sensation. She didn't even realize that she orgasmed again and again because of how his cock was scratching all the right spots. Her nerves went numb with pleasure, and her tongue was hanging out her mouth while her eyes were clouded with lust. She didn't care anymore as her primal instincts took over, and she liked how his strong and vigorous dragon was making her feel a broken bar, unrestrained and wild. Asher now realized why werewolves were lustful creatures. Despite orgasming so many times, she was still riding on him with some energy left inside her. However, he saw how she only had the capacity for one more. "Looks like you are craving for it. I will let you have it," Asher said as he had reached his limit because of how tightly she was squeezing his cock. He couldn't hold it any longer as he came with her. "NGH, take it." He thrust into her as deep as he could, making her stomach bulge. Master exclamation mark tilde, han exclamation mark tilde. Marina orgasmed at the same time as she felt his thick and hot milk exploding inside her and painting her insides. Her eyes widened to the extremes as she let out the loudest moan in her life, feeling her womb getting filled to the brim by his hot milk. Her entire body was shivering from pleasure while struggling to hold on to her thoughts. She saw how even after he took his thing out, his milk was dripping out of her pussy, but as soon as the euphoria settled down, she felt her vision becoming even more blurry and her body becoming limp. Asher saw that she was done and dropped her onto the bed with a satisfied smile. He yawned as he finally felt some exhaustion settling in and decided to call it a night, hoping for some proper rest. Finally, in the royal meeting hall, there was a long and wide oval jet black marble table with at least a dozen dark ivory-colored chairs surrounding it. The entire hall was big and spacious, with lines of servants and maids standing inside, making sure everything was in order. Such meticulous preparation happened every day once, since not only the queen but the royal members would be sitting together to eat and discuss any important matters concerning the house. Despite all of them being members of the same house, this was considered a formal occasion unofficially. The doors on the front opened as Siren, Rebecca, Oberon, and Sylvan entered. Siren, Rebecca, and Oberon had their backs straight, and chin raised as they walked towards the table without glancing at anybody else. Just their rigid and intimidating expressions, especially that of Rebecca and Oberon, were enough to make the servants in the hall shudder as they made sure to not even accidentally make a mistake lest they invite trouble upon their heads. Comparatively, they were fond of Prince Sylvan, who didn't seem scary as his family and had a pleasing demeanor. Just as they took their seats, the large doors opened, and everybody immediately kneeled on their right knee upon the arrival of their queen and her entourage, which included Sati and the blood-borne guards. Her handmaiden pulled up the chair for her as Rowena sat down while Siren and his family got up to bow to her before taking their seats. Oberon's eyes shivered briefly upon seeing her intoxicating beauty. Just thinking about how that filth laid hands on her yesterday was enough to not let him sleep the entire night. Sylvan and City exchanged brief smiles before he made himself comfortable in his seat while City stood on the side. The moment Rowena picked up her cutlery, Saran and his family followed as well before starting to eat. If Asher saw this, he would be surprised by how extravagant the dishes were. Even if vampires only needed blood to survive, he knew the nobles ate solid and delicious-looking food as a symbol of their status. The atmosphere was strangely silent, especially since everyone here clearly remembered what happened yesterday, and they couldn't even tell what the Queen was thinking. Right after Rowena finished eating, Oberon leaned his head forward and asked respectfully, "Your Majesty Broken Bar, how is the royal consort doing?" City raised one of her brows upon hearing his question. She thought he would be the last person to give any importance to the consort, especially after getting insulted by him. Rebecca furrowed her brows, wondering why her son would be wasting his energy asking about the well-being of that cripple. However, knowing her son, she remained silent, thinking he was doing this for a reason. Saran shot a glance at Oberon as if he was anxious about what he was up to. Rowena lifted her gaze and said briefly, "He is fine." Oberon slightly curved his lips and said, "Good to hear that, Buta Broken Bar. Forgive me if I am overstepping here, but I think the royal consort could use some fresh air. Maybe he isn't having a good time here." As he said this, he looked at his father and squinted his eyes. Sylvan, who was sitting beside his brother, rubbed his cheek as he looked on with a focused gaze. Rowena pulled together her brows as she said, "What are you talking about?" Saran cleared his throat and chimed in, "What my son meant to say is that your consort has been stuck inside his room for almost his entire life. He had barely seen the world outside of this castle, and now that he has a soul, he must be feeling quite confused and suffocated by having to be inside this castle every second of his life." Rowena's expression didn't change as he said, "It is for his own good. Did you forget about the assassin?" Saran immediately shook his head, "Of course not, Your Majesty. I was going to mention that to validate my point that if we at least let your consort learn some skills or some martial arts to help and defend himself or Broken Bar, then maybe he could better protect himself or buy himself more time in situations like what happened before. At the same time, he also won't feel confined by being inside the castle all the time. It would only be beneficial for him no matter how we look at it." Rebecca raised her chin and said, "My husband is right. The worst would have happened if not for that mysterious expert saving the royal consort. We can never truly protect him, but we can at least lower the chances of him getting in danger. Of course, power is supreme, but if he can at least know what all to watch out for or to discern ominous signs, it might be better for him to experience the outside world. Learning to sense death is better than not seeing it coming at all." Oberon also nodded with a certain glint in his eyes while Rebecca subtly smiled after exchanging imperceptible glances with her son. Rowena contemplated, and after a few moments, she asked with a squint, "What are you two exactly proposing?" Saran briefly shook his head and said with a narrowed gaze, "We are proposing that we send him to the Tower of Hell. We know how hard it would be for you if a part of your attention was always diverted toward protecting him. We were hoping to relieve you of that burden." Oberon subtly curved his lips. Hearing those 3 words, City felt that they had a point. By always making sure that cocky consort was protected, the queen would always be distracted and wouldn't be able to focus on her duties as a queen. It was better he gets sent off there and even gets his ass kicked by someone. Of course, she knew he would be lucky to not experience any hell there, thanks to his status and his crippled condition. Rebecca immediately chimed in, "Of course, he can't participate in the trials, but since he is the royal consort, I am willing to personally train and watch over him. He couldn't be any safer over there. No assassin would dare to get into the Tower of Hell. Broken Bar nobody ever has." Rowena's expression became contemplative as she thought about it for a while. She then softly nodded as she said, "I do feel that he should know what all dangers to avoid rather than be blind and stand no chance, so I will send him over there. She also remembered Asher saying he didn't want to be useless, and so she thought this would do good for him. Sati couldn't help but feel glad, since this could mean that she didn't have to see his annoying smile, and her mother also wouldn't have to tend to him. She felt as if this day was going better than she expected. Oberon's eyes shone with a dangerous light and then shot a glance towards his father. Saran glanced at him and then looked at the queen as he said, "The royal consort might feel intimidated by this idea, but for his sake, I hope your majesty will insist that he should go." Rowena nodded as she said, "He will be there." The royal consort's room was surprisingly empty since he was supposed to be there. However, nobody knew that he was in a different dimension altogether, in a dimension where there were only broken mirrors for a sky and blazing green volcanoes, and scorching land with hellish dark green flames covering the earth. Only the master of the Ring of Damnation can exist in this place without getting obliterated. And right now, Asher, who was in his elf form, was training in this hellish place. He knew it was not practical to rely only on his Hellbringer form all the time and wanted to hone the senses of his night elf body. Because of this, his effective MP was normal, though the ring's durability slowly trickled down since he was still in the dimension of the damned. Apparently, the ring needed to expend mana to let him stay in this dimension. However, within this dimension, his mana gets depleted at a highly reduced rate compared to outside. He could probably stay for half a day if he wanted to. He was trying to learn how to use his Blade of Damnation effectively, since he had never come upon such a peculiar weapon before. He was trying his best to master this weapon lest he end up using it awkwardly like how he did for his first quest. In that quest where he almost cut off the girl's forearm, he learned the hard way that his ring blade wasn't meant to be used for hand-to-hand combat since the blade was too sharp and would cut against his own flesh and bone. This made him think that this weapon was not that practical or useful to him in hand-to-hand combat, but right as when he wished it, the ring blade underwent a subtle transformation by providing him a curved handle in the middle, allowing him a reasonable degree of control for hand-to-hand combat. And the more he trained with it and got accustomed to using it, the more he was astonished by discovering the things he could do with this ring blade. But he still felt an itch since he couldn't try out what he had learned against someone. He couldn't accept any quests right now since he wanted to first master his new weapon instead of relying on his Hellbringer form, which should be a last resort. It would not be wise to fight in his Hellbringer form right away, considering the time limit. He wished he could spar against someone to test his skills, and the moment he thought that, his eyes widened upon feeling the earth subtly shake underneath him and the feeling of his life force being sapped from him. Asher raised a brow when he felt the earth under his feet shake subtly out of nowhere, but what surprised him was when he saw his HP drop and a message popping up in his vision. He grimaced in excruciating pain as he almost fell to his knees. It was too sudden and painful, and he didn't see it coming, but the pain went away after a couple of moments as he straightened his back with a confused look. Blood sacrifice accepted. HP, 144, greater than 72, 144. What is this? Asher was startled and couldn't understand what was going on. Who wouldn't feel tensed when their HP suddenly halves for no reason? His mana wasn't even fully depleted, and there was no reason for the ring to even forcibly take some of his life force. But the next second, he was distracted by what was going on in front of him. He saw some of the magma floating upwards and transforming into a quadruped shape, and within the next few moments, it formed into a demon resembling a ferocious wolf, its size slightly bigger than an ordinary wolf. But what made it seem terrifying was how its entire head was only a charred black skull with no flesh and dark green light glowing within its hollow eye sockets. The rest of its body seemed to be covered with the rocky surface of magma with a rough and spiky texture. A dark green light was glowing from within its abdomen, and dark green lava was oozing out from its paw and mouth. It looked no less than a nightmarish creature, and any ordinary person would have died from fright upon seeing such a hellish beast. Its eyes were menacingly staring at Asher while letting out subtle growls. However, Asher didn't feel nervous at all. Instead, he felt fascinated at looking at this creature that this dimension produced, and even more so when he saw a pop-up in his vision. Upon your wish, a damned creature has been spawned who considers you as its master and will obey as you wish. Name, Ragrath, the Hell Fiend. Level 2. HP, 225, 225. MP, 360, 360. STR, 29. Def, 45. INT, 72. Dex, 21. Passive ability. Cursed by the Damned, HP won't diminish under normal circumstances, but will perish when the Hellmaster leaves this dimension or when losing connection to its master. A. Smell of malice, can sense any being reeking of fear or hatred. Talents. Empowered by the Hellmaster, when near the Hellmaster, all stats increase by 5%. Skills. Vengeful Bite, with teeth forged from cursed flames, it will deal critical damage upon biting an enemy, and they won't be able to heal for 1 minute. A Broken Bar. Asher was astonished by what he was looking at. He only wished for someone to duel with, and as if this dimension heard his wish, it spawned a demonic creature that was not weak in any way. Status. Upon your wish, it is targeting its aggression towards you. It will not rest till it kills you. No wonder a broken bar. Asher now realized why this beast was looking at him as if he was its prey, since he wanted to fight against someone. This dimension released a creature from this hell to satisfy his wish. He could see that this beast was like a servant that would do anything he ordered it to. This was truly interesting, and he couldn't wait to explore what other surprises this dimension had in store for him. But before he could think of anything else, Ragrath, the Hell Fiend, lunged toward him with a bloodthirsty growl. Asher raised his brows as he quickly jumped back and used his ring blade to slash at its neck. CLKKRK, he felt like he was cutting something rocky and bony at the same time. However, he didn't hold back his strength and let his blade cut into its neck till it completely severed its head off its body. Asher was expecting the Hell Fiend to at least collapse on the ground since its head was severed, but he had his brows raised when this thing seemed unfazed even after losing its head and tried to maul him again. He knew the Hell Fiend couldn't be destroyed by ordinary means like him. Still, he thought it would need at least a few seconds to attach its head back and fight. However, this only made him feel glad since this could mean he could fight without a head, too, though having no idea how that worked. He also preferred to have such an undying servant to spar with since this could mean he could afford to not hold back all of his attacks and test their limits. Once he was done, all he had to do was command it to stop. He still kept an eye on one of the mirrors in the skies, which showed him what was going on outside, which was his room, the place he teleported from. This was another convenient ability of this dimension he discovered, which could let him know if he should get back in case of any emergency. However, right now, he first had to see if he could truly incapacitate this undying hellish beast. This time, instead of using the blade in his hand, he raised his right arm wide backward, and then with full force, he threw it towards the Hell Fiend, aiming for the limbs on its right side. The ring blade shot through the air, and like a knife cutting through butter, it cut through the limbs of the beast on the right, making it collapse on the ground finally. But it didn't even groan in pain and was still exhibiting the same ferocity and killing intent it did before. But the best part was how the ring blade curved through the air and shot back at him before he caught it by its handle. It wouldn't even be wrong to say that this was a dangerous frisbee which would also become stronger along with him. Level 2. Damage, 75. Range, 8 meters. He could also summon this weapon towards him as long as it was within 8 meters. But that didn't mean that he couldn't send it flying for over 100 meters and let it come back to him. He had already learned how to throw it in a way that would send this blade flying back to him. With this ability, he could practically fight multiple opponents at the same time and even keep them away at a distance. Even if somebody manages to get close, he could still use this ring blade to cut their throats and limbs. It was easy to down this Hell Fiend since it was at the same level as him. He sighed inwardly, thinking that even killing level 3 hunters would be a piece of cake. He could even toy with them till they die from frustration and anger, mainly thanks to his experience as the strongest hunter in his past life. As for this Hell Fiend, He saw its severed bones floating back to its body and making it whole again, letting it get up. "That's enough. Stand down," Asher said, making the Hell Fiend's aggression drastically tone down till it let out a small whimper and kneeled before him as if in reverence. Asher was already bored, since even if the Hell Fiend was not weak for its level, it was still nowhere close to giving him any pressure at all. He could test his attacks without holding back, but he wanted to feel pressure. He thirsted for the feeling of death getting too close to him. A broken bar, it was something he experienced many times in his past life. A broken bar, something which helped him become stronger in every way. However, he wondered if he could bring this Hell Fiend with him back to his world. If that was possible, then it would surely let him gain a considerable advantage. "Come with me," Asher said as he teleported back to the demon realm. He arrived in his room, but his expression fell when a message popped up in his vision. "Your servant has perished." Asher sighed, thinking that maybe what he wanted was too good to be true. Still, he wasn't disappointed, considering the advantages the damned dimension already offered him. He was also satisfied that he got a good grasp of how to use his new weapon. "Master, may I come in?" Marina's voice suddenly echoed in his mind, and he told her to come in. Marina carefully opened the door and peeped inside to make sure he wasn't busy and entered with a nervous look. "What is it?" Ash knew she wouldn't come unless it was something important. I heard this from my daughter, so I don't know the complete details." "But a broken bar. It seems the Queen is planning to send you to the tower," Marina said with her hands nervously grasping each other. Asher furrowed his brows as he asked, "Tower? What tower?" He was surprised that Rowena was planning to send him to some tower that was outside this castle. Wasn't she adamant about him not leaving? "The Tower of Hell, Master. It is an ancient place where young people of this kingdom go to get trained to become an elite raider or reaper. Those who survived this place came out way stronger and more experienced compared to what they were before, but it is not an ordinary place since not everybody would survive the hellish trials they have to go through," Marina said with a heavy look. "Oh, a place to get rid of the weak and nurture the strong ones?" Asher couldn't help but feel as if this place was meant for people like him. Just as he was thinking of some way to push his limits, the answer came to him. But he found it strange and asked, "But this can't be true. My wife wouldn't want me to risk my life by sending me there. What is her intention?" Marina's gaze flickered, and she said in a low voice, "According to what my daughter said, this was not the Queen's idea. Let me guess, a broken bar. Was it Oberon or someone else from his family?" Asher asked with a narrowed gaze, to which Marina readily nodded. "Ha ha, how desperate they must be. Can you guess why they did that?" Asher asked her on purpose. Marina's fingers were nervously clasping each other as she answered, Because he broken bar. They wanted to harm Master by isolating you away from the Queen." Marina was tense as she said this, since she was practically claiming that the prince and his family were plotting to harm their Queen's consort. If they or somebody else heard this, she would surely lose her head for baseless accusations against the royal family. But before the royal consort, she had no choice but to tell what she thought. Asher scoffed as he said, "Of course, but harm is a mild word compared to what they must be planning. Surely they won't kill me, but they sure as hell must be planning to make my life hell again." But this time a broken bar. His eyes shone with a cold, cutting light as he added, "They will reap what they sowed." Marina felt her heart shudder, seeing how his face became frightening for that split second. It was surely not a face someone of his age and experience could make. Still, she wanted to warn him and said, "The princess consort actually holds considerable influence in the tower. She is a floor warden who lords over an entire floor. Since Master won't take part in the trials, she would probably put you under her control." And a broken bar. Marina knew she didn't have to finish her sentence to let the royal consort know what Rebecca planned to do with him. "The trials? What trials?" Asher asked with a narrowed gaze. "The tower has 7 floors, each of them having a trial of its own. People take part in the trials in hopes of building their prospects and name, even if it means risking their lives, and based on their strength, they could also get taken in as an apprentice by the floor wardens to help them pass the trials," Marina explained. Are the floor wardens that kind to help them out? Asher knew these people wouldn't do anything without any self-interest. I think it's because those who become their apprentices have to swear their allegiance to them, Marina answered. Asher squinted his eyes in contemplation while Marina added, maybe Master could try buying some time by telling the Queen to delay these a broken bar, perhaps a couple of years. Delay by a couple of years, for what? This is what I have been waiting for, and those idiots just helped me out without even knowing it. Now I can leave the castle without any effort at all. As for what comes after a broken bar, I think I figured out what to do, Asher said with a subtle smile, making Marina wonder where he was getting all this confidence from. But one thing she knew based on her interaction with him was that his confidence had never been misplaced. She also felt that the Queen wouldn't allow such a long delay, especially after they suggested that she should send him as soon as possible. Build a broken bar I will somehow buy 1 month's time, and in that time, you are going to have to learn to be more than just a made a broken bar, Asher said, making Marina feel tense, wondering what he was planning to make her do. Asher couldn't believe such a golden opportunity fell into his lap, but since the situation suddenly changed, he also felt that he would have to change his initial plans as well. If they want to corner him, then he will just push back and do the same. A month went by a broken bar. In the dimension of the damned, Asher was busy brewing a potion. His face was pale and sickly, yet he was deeply concentrating as he broke down the ingredients Sabina had gifted him. If anybody saw him brewing a potion without a cauldron, they would wonder if he had a death wish. Even if he was brewing an ordinary health potion, the ingredients required for it were nurtured with mana. On their own, they were harmless, but when mixed with other mana-infused ingredients, they could create an explosive disaster in the wrong hands. Without a special cauldron to control the explosive nature of these ingredients when they come together, even an expert would have the ingredients explode on his face. However, Asher didn't have enough money to buy a cauldron, and he had to make do with what he got. Since he was only brewing an ordinary potion, he was able to brew it by using his honed skills. Of course, if he had to brew a powerful potion, he would rather use a cauldron since the stronger the potion, the more explosive these ingredients would be. Globs of dark red liquid coagulated together in the small glass vial in his left hand, which was glowing with a dark green light. Since he had the power of flames, it was quite easy to break down the ingredients to their purest form. With his other hand, he used a small brush to mix it in a very careful and gentle way. Just one small mistake, and he might lose some fingers. However, his face was calm and focused as he finished brewing the potion and took out the brush. Feeling satisfied by what he brewed, he took a good look at the dark red potion and looked towards the side where there were 50 other dark red vials, each being the same thing. Over the past few weeks, he had managed to build a stock of health potions because of his bloodthirsty ring. However, feeding the ring with his blood was something he wished he didn't have to do again and again. It was not only painful but extremely draining and slow. It was as if the ring was making him torture himself, which only cemented the fact that it was a cursed ring indeed. Today was going to be a long day, and he spent an entire month preparing for it, which included the stack of potions he brewed, and now his ring was running low on his blood, and it was time to feed it. He looked at the vial in his hand before gulping it down, making color return to his face and his eyes brighten. It took a few minutes for the potion to completely take effect. He then looked at the ring of damnation on his finger and took a deep breath as he mumbled, "You better make every drop of my blood count," saying, so he commanded the ring to take what it needed. Arg! Asher clenched his jaw as he felt like every drop of blood in his body was boiling till there was nothing left, or so it felt. It was not just his blood, but he felt like all the life force in his body was getting sucked by this greedy ring, and this feeling was far more painful than even cutting off a limb. He clenched his jaw as he tried to suppress the pain he was feeling. He fell back on the ground as his body squirmed, his eyes bloodshot and his face getting paler. He quickly grabbed one of the health potions and gulped it down before the ring could kill him, since the amount of HP it needed was multiple times more than what he had. He had to constantly refill his HP till this cursed ring was satisfied. And after what felt like hours of torture, he saw a message pop up. Blood sacrifice accepted. The Ring of Damnation's durability has been restored. Asher let out a loud sigh of relief as he slowly got up after swallowing another health potion. After drinking so many potions within a short time frame, he felt sick and nauseous. He knew it was not good to drink potions like this one after the other, but he had no choice. However, he smiled with a satisfied look, thinking about the progress he had made within a month. It just felt so much easier compared to when he was a low-level hunter trying to level up. With all the knowledge and experience he had now, the leveling up journey didn't seem that daunting since he knew what he had to do, though it did seem frustrating that he would have to do it all over again. Now that the hard part was over, he teleported back to his room, ready to take on whatever fate was planning to send his way today. I assume you are mentally prepared now. You must be after asking for a month's time, Rowena said as she looked at Asher, both of them sitting in the study hall. Asher lightly smiled and said, "Of course, I am all set to go. I have been looking forward to this." Sati was standing right outside the room, though her expression wasn't looking good at all. How could she feel all right when her mother was standing right beside her, waiting on Asher to go with him? Who would have thought he would be bringing her along with him to go to the Tower of Hell? She was a maid of the castle and didn't have any obligations outside of this castle. Yet, to her surprise and confusion, her mother insisted on going with Asher, which only made her feel even more worried, wondering what that pervert did to make her act like this. Nothing seemed suspicious on the outside, especially since her mother was the same as always. Still, she couldn't shake off this unsettling feeling inside her, and the fact that her mother's mana seemed stronger only added to her confusion. When did she start to refine her mana again or even accept quests in the middle of her duties? When she asked her about it, all she said was it was for the sake of becoming stronger to protect herself and her family, which included her as well, and to support her. The royal consort had been extremely kind to her, which made Sati feel quite suspicious about that. There was no way that cocky bastard would be nice to anyone, let alone her mother. Marina saw the restless expression of her daughter and said, "Sati, please, do not keep worrying about me. I will be fine. The royal consort is not troubling me as you think." Sati sighed and shook her head. "I know, but a broken bar something doesn't feel right, and you don't even come back to our room anymore. Cook has told me how you keep working till the late hours and even more. No maid in this castle does that, not even for the royal members of this house. I barely get to see my mother, so how can you tell me not to worry?" Marina's fingers were tightly wrapped around each other behind her back, but with a soft smile, she answered, "I am sorry I am making you worry like this, but remember that the royal consort awakened just a month ago. He knows nothing about our ways and our world. As his maid, it is my duty to teach him everything, and he has rewarded me for it as well, even if he didn't have to. I know you have your reasons to not like him, but he is still the royal consort in the end. You have to stop speaking against him like this, otherwise, you might slip up in front of him, and it will be bad." Sati didn't like how her mother was defending the royal consort like this. She wasn't like this at first, but as days passed, it seemed like she feared him more, and it also seemed like she truly respected him. Or was that just her imagination? "You can choose to stay in the tower till you are ready," Rowena said, "considering how all the demons who go there to train do not return to their homes till they survived all the trials." She knew Asher wouldn't be taking part in the trials, but she felt that he might want to stay. "Nah, I will try to come back home frequently," Asher said with a casual shake of his head. "Why, I thought you didn't like staying in the castle," Rowena said with a slight tilt of her head. Asher nodded. "I don't, but I do want to see you since I will miss you. No husband should be away from their wife for too long, don't you think?" Asher asked with a subtle smile as he looked into her dim crimson eyes. Rowena briefly shook her head as if she wasn't expecting him to say that and said, "You should focus on your training. You may go now." "Sati will escort you there." Asher got up and walked a few steps before turning around and saying, "As I mentioned before, today there might be a surprise for you. Look forward to that." With a subtle wink, he left the room, leaving behind a confused Rowena, wondering what he meant by that. He mentioned this yesterday as well. An hour ago, in the meeting hall, Rowena was seated at the table along with Sren and his family. Your Majesty, it's high time we discussed the matter about your heir, Sren said with a serious look while Rebecca and Oberon exchanged knowing glances. What about it? Our kingdom is almost on its feet under your leadership, but to fully reassure our people, we have to let everyone know that our kingdom's future isn't bleak. So it's imperative that your Majesty produce an heir to reassure people and quell any doubts of weakness, Sren stressed strongly. Rebecca nodded and added with a concerned look, my husband is right. Us vampires need a lot of time and effort to produce even a single child, and by the time they grow up and become strong enough, centuries would have passed already. It is best to do this at a young age. Oberon was rubbing his lips with a glint in his eyes, feeling that he had to give credit to his parents when it came to things like these. Sylvan was silently sitting on the side and simply kept on observing like a bystander, though nobody could tell what he was thinking. Rowena's eyebrows squeezed together as she said, I already have a consort for that. When it's time. Broken Bar Asher's face briefly flashed in her head as she continued, I will do my duty. Oberon's expression became unsightly for a split second, unable to believe she was actually considering that filthy dog to help her produce an heir. Saren wrinkled his brows and said, Your Majesty, about that Broken Bar, I advise you to reconsider marrying someone who can truly lead this kingdom beside you. I am already married, I can't go back on that, Rowena said firmly. Rebecca chimed in, Of course, Your Majesty doesn't have to. You can still keep him as your consort, but that doesn't mean you are not allowed to marry again. As our queen, you have the right to have as many consorts as you want, but what we are suggesting is not to have another consort but someone who could be your king. You will still be the one in power, but you will have a powerful and strong king by your side who will also help you produce an heir whose power would know no bounds. Saren immediately spoke to support Rebecca's words. Yes, even if I don't want to say this before you, it is my duty as your advisor to let you know that it is unwise to depend on the royal consort to produce an heir. Not only is he Menelaus, but he is also not of our race nor a race we are familiar with. We have no idea about his origins, and if his bloodline would disagree with ours, it would be no different than how our bloodline would never mix with it of those lowly werewolves. We wouldn't want your Majesty to get into trouble because of this. Sati, who was standing on the side, wondered if they were going to propose Oberon step in. There was nobody else more qualified than him. She couldn't help but scoff inwardly, wondering how that pervert's face would look if he saw this discussion going on. Oberon eagerly looked on upon seeing Rowena falling into contemplation. So what if she was married to some low-born cripple? She can still marry someone else, and that man can very well be the next demon king, and the potential candidate for that was sitting in this very hall. Furthermore, with that cripple away, he won't be present to wag his tongue before anybody. Rowena briefly closed her eyes as she remembered what Asher had told her yesterday. Just wait for a surprise by the end of tomorrow. It will change our future and that of this kingdom. I know your advice is not without reason, but for now, I will refrain from making any such decisions. I have other important matters to attend to for now, Rowena said as she got up, making the three have stupefied looks while Sylvan had a look of confusion as they got up as well. Oberon and Rebecca couldn't believe the Queen simply dropped the subject like that. They were sure the Queen wouldn't take her duties lightly, and there was no way she would consider producing an heir with some lowborn after hearing them out. Saren also couldn't understand what was going through her mind, but since she didn't want to continue on the subject, for now, he could only get up and bow as they saw her walking away with her entourage. Sati was baffled by her queen's words, since it seemed a bit strange for someone like her who cared about the kingdom more than anything. Shouldn't she want what was best for the kingdom? Still, she felt maybe she wanted to think about this topic and followed her out. What in the world is she thinking? What is making her still hold on to that worm? Oberon mumbled in a cutting voice. Saren shook his head and said, she probably wants to contemplate on it. We can't push too much. But don't worry, a broken bar in the end. She has to do what is best for her kingdom. Even the people would want the same. She can't ignore that. Oberon nodded slowly but then looked at his mother and said with a dangerous light in his eyes, "Mother, today he will be coming there. I hope you know how to take care of him." Rebecca snorted as she said with a sadistic smile, "Don't you worry about it, dear. Mother will make him understand who controls his pathetic life and he will be licking our feet in no time." The Tower of Hell was a mysterious and imposing structure that stood at the edge of the demon kingdom. It was said to be a place of great ancient power, where the strongest and the most skilled demons could undergo rigorous training to hone their abilities and unlock their full potential. This was the brief idea Asher got upon hearing about it for the first time, but he knew that Rowena wasn't sending him here to get trained like the other demons. She had no plans to make him go through any trials or tests that could endanger his life. All she said was that Rebecca would train him, and this was all that Asher needed to know what exactly that bitch was planning. However, he had his own plans in mind, and right now, he was in his carriage, looking out through the window to see the world outside the castle. He saw how not even a single demon seemed to be lazing around, and each and every one of them was working in some way as if their life depended on it. This was a drastic difference from the human world he grew up in. Some were busy forging weapons and armor, brewing potions without stop for their own or to sell for some life crystals to survive. Some were offering themselves as slaves or servants to earn some life crystals while some sold slaves whose conditions were no different than that of animals. Of course, these slaves were either criminals or captured hunters who seemed to be in a broken state. Some were offering their services to protect or accompany someone or a group for quests and so on. Nobody seemed to idle around. Slurp! Slurp! The titillating sounds of a woman sucking on something thick and hot echoed inside the carriage. Asher briefly glanced at Marina sucking his cock eagerly, and shook his head with a smile. By now, he was sure that she couldn't resist the taste of his meat. Otherwise, would she risk it while her daughter was sitting right outside the carriage? Of course, when he told her to blow him upon entering the carriage, she showed some hesitation, though her eyes didn't lie about what she wanted. Asher never thought his cock could be used as a weapon to influence women, but now he had to think otherwise. Sadie was sitting outside the carriage on the perch as a lookout since Rowena ordered her to escort Asher safely. However, she couldn't help but keep turning her neck around to look at the carriage, wishing she could look inside since her mother was inside with that pervert. Unfortunately, the carriage was not ordinary since it was carrying a royal member, thus it was surrounded by a magic array that prevented anyone from peeping in. It was not long before they reached the edge of the demon kingdom. Asher pulled Marina up after coming inside her mouth and took a good look outside through the window. He saw a foreboding landscape, and within it, he saw a massive, imposing tower rising up from the dark and surrounded by a deep moat filled with molten lava. He had no doubt that nobody could enter the tower without stepping into the lava. Even if somebody could fly, he was sure they would get struck down before reaching anywhere near it. He saw how the tower was built of black stone, carved with intricate patterns and symbols that were said to hold great power and significance. This entire place reeked of danger and terror just by looking at it. However, this only made him feel even more excited to enter this tower and see if it could bring about some benefits to him. Only 7 floors in this tower, right? Asher asked while looking out. Yes, Master, Marina answered as she wiped her lips with a red face. Only 7 and yet so tall a broken bar, Asher mumbled as he wondered if each floor was like a building in itself since even after looking up, he couldn't see the peak, which was hidden within the ominous crimson clouds. I can't enter any floor as I wish, can I? Based on what I know, I am afraid you cannot, Master. No demons are allowed to enter the higher floors unless the tower deems them worthy to enter. This is an ancient tower that was said to exist even before our kingdom was fully formed. Even to this day, we haven't fully discovered the secrets it holds. A broken bar. The myth states that the devils created this tower to give us a chance to make us stronger through high risk but great rewards. A broken bar, Marina mumbled with a look of fear and reverence. Oh? How interesting. A broken bar. Asher felt even more fascinated upon hearing that the mythical devils might have had something to do with this tower's origins. Why are the higher floors so special? Asher casually asked. Each floor is said to hold great dangers that would either make us stronger or kill us if we aren't strong enough. The higher you go, the more dangerous it would be, but at the same time, the more benefits you gain, Marina explained. What kind of benefits would that be? Asher asked, even though he already had an idea. Powerful grimoires that could grant you skills, talents, and passive abilities which would easily surpass any ordinary ones. Other than that, Master could also have the chance to get powerful weapons, armor, potions, enchantments, and other artifacts that could surely help in any quest. Asher had already stopped thinking of this tower as some training or survival ground but as a treasure trove. If what she said was true, then everything he needed could be in this tower. But there is another important reason most demons risk their lives to survive the tower. Broken bar, Marina added with her brows pulled together. Asher raised one of his brows and asked, and what that might be? Their status and the power they hold in the kingdom. To truly hold power in this kingdom, it is more important to have something more than just individual power. The strong follow the strongest. Almost everyone from powerful backgrounds comes here, and building confidence with them will grant you more influence in the kingdom, Master. This is also why the floor wardens choose apprentices. To increase their own influence by making geniuses their vassals, Marina said, knowing how much the royal consort wanted to increase his influence and power. Powerful backgrounds, eh? So I am guessing Oberon is here too? Asher asked with a squint. Not exactly. Prince Oberon had long since survived the trials in the tower, because of which he holds great power and influence in the kingdom. Because of his achievements, he controls the infernal guards. These guards are like an army spread around the entire kingdom and keep a check on any crimes, Marina said with a tense look, remembering certain things about the infernal guards. Asher furrowed his brows and asked, he survived all 7 floors? No, a broken bar. The 7th floor is considered a forbidden one since no one in history except the Devourer has managed to clear it. The ones who managed to enter it never returned and weren't heard from again. Even our late Demon King didn't dare enter it. Because of this, nobody dares to enter the trial of the 7th floor. Some also call it the floor of no return, Marina explained with a taut look, feeling uneasy just by talking about it. Asher had a skeptical look and said, really? If the previous 6 floors can be conquered, then the 7th floor shouldn't be an impossible one. Maybe it is still waiting for someone worthy enough to conquer it. As he said this, his eyes glowed. Marina had a blinking expression, wondering how he could coolly say this when even nobody had succeeded other than the Devourer, who was a legendary ancient figure, but she didn't dare to refute him or say anything. How many of them would pass the 6th floor? Asher asked to get an idea of how dangerous this floor was. Thousands and thousands of demons enter this tower every year, but only a handful of them pass the 6th floor. Even many nobles have died on this floor, and nobody would dare enter it without being fully prepared. I assume your daughter survived this tower? Asher asked with a subtle smile, making Marina feel nervous and answer, why yes, a broken bar. She survived all 6 floors. As he expected, City was strong enough to even survive the 6th floor. He felt she must be at least level 30 to do that, or that was what he felt based on the people that survived the 6th floor. We have reached, Master, Marina said upon seeing the drawbridge being lowered and the carriage passing over it to enter the large metal gate with spikes all over it. Asher saw the carriage passing through the drawbridge and saw a dark tunnel ahead of him where hundreds of demons were walking into. It seemed all of them were either challengers or aspiring challengers coming to test their luck and strength. Upon seeing the royal carriage, the other demons frantically made their way and didn't dare to cause any kind of inconvenience. They wondered which big-shot royal member was inside, but when the door of the carriage opened, and they saw the crippled consort get out, they clicked their tongues in annoyance at seeing that they got jittery for someone like him. Still, they were shocked to see him here since this was the last place a cripple should be going to, or was their queen trying to get rid of him? They snickered inwardly, thinking that it was not a bad idea at all. At least they won't have to look at this eyesore any longer. This is it, Your Highness. From here on out, you are on your own, Sati said with a piqued look. On my own? Not exactly. I have your mother to keep me company, but don't worry, I will take good care of her just like how she does for me, Asher said with a wink, making Sati's eyes twitch, wondering what this pervert meant by that. No need to be jealous, one day you will get your chance, he said with a curve of his lips before walking off with Marina, who told her daughter that she would see her soon from afar. As if, in your dreams, you scoundrel, Sati harumphed inwardly as he stared at his back with a vexed look. She couldn't help but feel angry that her mother had to follow him around like this. She definitely had to send her stupid brother's lazy ass over here to keep an eye on them. After walking through a dark tunnel, Asher entered a spacious hall with an ominous atmosphere. There were dark red lights lighting up the black walls and the entire hall, yet the entire place had a dark impression. The entire grey stone floor was adorned with a variety of mystical symbols and banners hanging from the ceiling, bearing the insignia of the tower. Many other demons also walked in along with him, giving him strange looks mixed with hidden contempt and ridicule, and the fact that such a pretty busty maid was following him only made their eyes glow with envy, but seeing how she was a werewolf, their eyes glinted with a dark light. Asher couldn't care less about their stares and saw multiple queues of demons in front of him. In front of these queues was an elevated platform on top of which a large circular box chamber made of glass was placed and looked quite eerie. The glass chamber looked large enough to accommodate around 50 people, but what made his eyes harden was upon seeing Rebecca in front of the glass box, and as he knew already, she was in charge of the orientation or the first trial. Every demon standing in the queue was nervously standing without daring to utter a single whimper. How could they dare to show any kind of disrespect before such a powerful royal member who was known to have a short fuse? Asher inwardly scoffed as he was sure she knew he had come but was pretending as if he didn't exist to purposefully make him wait. How annoyingly childish can this old bitch be? He knew no matter how pretty she looked on the outside, she was very well the oldest in the hall. Someone once said to him that wisdom need not increase with age, and only now he realized the truth of those words, but he didn't care since he wanted to first observe how the other demons fare in this first trial. The fact that the orientation itself was a trial where the most number of demons die was something that could frighten off any ordinary person. Because of how terrifying the first trial was, he could see that the majority of the demons that entered this tower either had some experience already or were equipped with the necessary gear to deal with the trial. You said this trial is to test the quality of our bloodline, right? Asher asked Marina, who was standing behind him with her back slightly bent. Yes, Master, those born with a higher quality bloodline would naturally have more talent than those born with an ordinary bloodline. So this trial would help us see where we really stand. Maybe later I should also try and see which all pathways my mana circuit can potentially hold. Do you know what pathways Rebecca's mana circuit holds? She has a mana circuit with 2 pathways that allows her to use blood magic and pure magic, but it's very rare for a demon to have more than 1 pathway. Those with 2 pathways, which include something powerful as pure magic, are greatly respected and feared. This is one of the reasons that allowed her to become the floor warden of the first floor. Marina conveyed her words through her mind with a tense look. She didn't like to be anywhere near such a frightening woman but had no choice. Asher knew that every floor had a floor warden who basically called the shots on that floor to a certain extent. The position of floor warden was one of the most prestigious among others. However, he wasn't surprised she managed to become one considering her background, the trials she finished, and the fact that she had the ability to use pure magic or, specifically, dark magic due to her bloodline, allowing her to practice death arts that perfectly makes use of her blood magic too. I see, he felt that this was a good opportunity to know his own potential as well. Since he was too busy for the past month, he never got the opportunity to discover the potential pathways his mana circuit could hold. So far, he knew he possessed a single elemental pathway, fire. He wanted to know if he had more, just like he had as a hunter. Enter the chamber already. I don't have time to waste with your antics, Rebecca said with an annoyed look upon seeing a young woman from the Vulcanari race fidgeting in front of the glass chamber. She had seen the horrors that happened earlier, and now she was having second thoughts, but upon seeing Rebecca's frightening expression, she meekly entered the glass chamber, upon which the glass chamber was closed immediately. "This is a special chamber, right? What are the origins behind it?" Asher asked, since he felt quite fascinated after hearing the details of this glass chamber. "We call it the Chamber of Hell. It is also the name of the first trial, since you either come out of this chamber alive or you don't. This chamber was said to be born from the tower itself. Based on the myths, it is said that this chamber summons demonic spirits from the abyss, though none can verify since nobody truly knows how this chamber works," Marina explained with a hint of fear in her eyes. Asher already knew that this chamber of hell summons demon spirits inside to test the candidates. Those who fail to conquer the spirits they face off would die, of course. Rin. A subtle humming sound echoed from within the chamber of hell as a dark blue rune circle shone on the glass floor. Asher saw the fox girl becoming even more nervous when the chamber got activated, while the demons standing in the queues observed closely. Almost all of them wished her to die, since it could potentially lessen the competition in case they got to climb to higher floors. The fox girl weakly assumed a battle stance upon seeing the rune circle glow brighter and brighter, but suddenly, it dimmed, and a water slime the size of a fist manifested in front of her. Asher had a confused look, since he was expecting some big-ass scary demon, but what he was looking at was a cute water slime. Marina saw the royal consort's confused look and said, "Master, this is how the trial starts. It always begins with a weak spirit, and if they defeat it, the chamber will summon a stronger demon, and this keeps on repeating until they pass. To pass, one should defeat the third spirit the chamber summons. We call it the third summoning. I see. Then what happens if someone wants to quit after they defeat the first spirit? I don't think anyone would do something that unwise, since it would be considered that they are forfeiting the trial. If they do that, they will never be able to enter this tower again unless they are able to take on the trial with double the difficulty. At that point, it would be just highly impossible to finish, and nobody would want that," Marina said with a slight shake of her head, unable to imagine how terrifying that would be. The fox girl tried to swat away the water slime with her hand, expecting it to dissipate away, but to her shock, the water slime wrapped around her wrist and began to suck all the water from her body, turning her skin dry by the second, and the more it sucked the water from her body, the bigger it became. "No, get off me." She didn't expect this weak water slime to be such a nuisance, and with a panicked look, she dispelled a burst of mana from her hand and managed to destroy the water slime. Asher couldn't believe she made a water slime look like it was dangerous. Still, he knew just like how humans with all kinds of talents existed, the same went for demons as well. But what he realized was how brutal it was for demons to have their talent gauged and recognized, unlike how it was for humans where they didn't have to really risk their lives to do that. The fox girl's face regained some confidence since she managed to defeat the first spirit. The dark blue rune circle glowed again as it produced thin strings of water that coalesced in the middle to form a water imp with a nasty face. It had a small tail, sharp teeth, a blue body, and a tiny spear in its hand. The fox girl had an uncomfortable expression just looking at this thing. Cree. It let out a shrill scream as it charged at her to stab her legs so that it could make her fall down and then finish her off. "Don't come near me," she screamed as she raised her leg to kick it away, thinking she could then stomp it to death, considering its small size. Kekakik. The water imp let out a burst of unsettling laughter as it simply raised its spear and pointed at her foot that was trying to kick it away. Splutch! The fox girl's eyes widened in horror upon seeing its spear puncture her right foot and come out the other side, letting out a gush of blood. "Ah!" she cried out in pain and stumbled back, making her back hit the glass. Her face was filled with disbelief, as if she had never expected such a little imp to be so dangerous. Asher shook his head, seeing how she made the elementary mistake of underestimating that thing based on its size. In his experience, it was dangerous to even underestimate a demon the size of an ant without knowing anything more about it. The water imp didn't even let her catch her breath, as it took out its spear and stabbed her other foot, digging its sharp water spear into her flesh till it touched the glass floor. "I will kill you," the fox girl exploded in anger, fueled by her fear, as she aimed her palm, releasing a strong jet of water. The imp howled as it tried to dodge, but the jet of water was too fast, blasting it away and smashing it against the glass wall, but it still jumped back on its feet and charged at her again to stab her legs. "Just die." The fox girl kept spamming jets of water from her hands to keep this nasty imp away from her. Bloom, bloom, bloom. Finally, after blasting it away a couple times, the imp's body was crushed under the multiple blasts of attacks from her, marking its defeat. However, the fox girl's face was pale, making it obvious that she had expended a lot of mana just to defeat that thing. Asher shook his head, seeing how foolish she was. Instead of simply spamming elemental attacks that don't have any advantage over the imp's element, she should have simply used pure force of her mana to destroy it. Otherwise, her power over water must overwhelm the imp, which was not the kind of ability she possessed based on what he saw. The fox girl let out a loud sigh of relief upon seeing that she had managed to defeat the second demon, but both her feet were seriously injured, and she couldn't stand without slanting against the glass wall. She felt like quitting, but the thought of giving up her prospects made her remove that thought from her head. But just as she wished she could get a minute to compose herself, the dark blue rune circle lit up again, and this time, the chamber subtly vibrated as it let out spheres of water which began to coalesce in the middle to form a figure that was half as tall as her but with 4 arms, each having a machete-like blade in its hand. Asher narrowed his eyes, and based on the pattern he observed, he felt that the strength of the demons increased drastically after each round. Before this round even started, Asher could already guess the outcome. "Yah!" The fox girl let out a fervid cry as she finally took out her blade and rushed at this water demon who came from the third summoning. If she passed this, then she would be able to pass this trial and get good rewards too. She was already feeling spent and grimacing with pain after defeating the last 2 demons. Her feet were also messed up to a certain extent, and she could barely walk, but she was more motivated than ever to finish this to get what she wanted. But to her horror, she missed and stumbled to the side, and as if that was not enough, the demon spirit kicked her butt, making her fall and roll to another side. "What a pathetic child," the demon spirit mocked with an unnerving smile. "What is that thing with 4 arms?" Asher asked upon seeing the 3 feet tall water demon with 4 arms. It had a bulky body with a fat intimidating face that would look quite unsettling to an ordinary person. "We call it the 4-armed Rakshasa. It is the demon spirit that comes out from the third summoning and the one most of the first floor candidates would fear," Marina answered. Asher could see why most of these amateurs would fear it since this was the demon they should defeat to pass this trial. "The strength of these demons scales accordingly with our strength, right?" Asher asked, to which Marina nodded. If that was not the case, then one could simply take the trial after becoming somewhat powerful. "I will pass this trial," the fox girl screamed with a wild look as she twisted her body around and swung her blade at the Rakshasa, but as if it was toying with her, it simply kept dodging her attacks and moved side to side. Despite looking huge for its size, it was surprisingly agile, though it was more due to the fact that the fox girl's movements were sluggish. "Feeling tired after dancing with me? I shall end your suffering then," the Rakshasa said as it brought down its machetes at her legs. "No." The fox girl tried to pull back her legs, but his attacks were too fast, and when all 4 blades struck her legs, her eyes widened in horror to see both her legs get chopped into multiple pieces of flesh. My legs." The fox girl's face became white with horror and pain, and she lost all the will to fight. "I forfeit. Let me out, please." She dragged herself and banged at the glass, looking at the floor warden, begging to let her out. Rebecca coldly clicked her tongue as she said from outside, "TSK, how annoying. Weaklings like you shouldn't enter this place and waste my time." The fox girl's eyes froze upon realizing that she was doomed. She closed her eyes in resignation as the next moment, the Rakshasa decapitated her head with 2 of its blades. The demons standing outside in the queues held their breaths upon seeing her brutal death. Some of them had already seen death, but they couldn't shake off the look on her face just before she died. Some of them had their legs shaking already, thinking about how they would fare in this chamber of hell. She could have done better if not for her foolishness. A broken bar, Asher mumbled, though it seemed like the fox girl didn't come from a place where someone could have given her the right guidance. Get her body out, I don't want the sacred chamber to stink, Rebecca said with a peaked look as some attendants rushed in and dragged her remains out. The blood and everything else suddenly vanished as if the chamber took care of it, and it looked good as new. Warden, please, let me volunteer. A young, good-looking vampire with a confident expression raised his hand. It seems someone is impatient. Very well, why don't you get inside and show everyone how it's done, Rebecca said as she made herself comfortable on the chair. Who is that guy? Asher asked, since he definitely seemed like a noble and Rebecca was not being a bitch to him. That is young Lord Darren from the House Aleister. This house is a small-sized one but known for forging good quality weapons, especially with enchantments. They are under the shade of House Thorn. He is quite talented for his age, and if not for him being the younger one, he would have become the future lord of his house. No wonder a broken bar. Well, let's see how a talented noble from a blacksmith background is going to fare, Asher said with crossed arms, and noticed that this trial was gaining some audience, too, upon seeing people watching from the stairs and the mezzanine above. And as expected, Darren passed the second summoning without a scratch. The demons standing in the queues were impressed upon seeing how Darren passed the second summoning without much struggle, unlike the fox girl. Right after the four-armed Rakshasa came out, finally not a weakling. Let's dance, boy, it said as it circled around Darren to find the right opening. Darren's eyes were quite focused as he assumed a fighting stance with his spear. Let's finish this, he said as the two began to battle it out. Those who were watching were on their toes, wondering if Darren would pass the trial. It was a known fact that even many nobles failed the first trial, and so passing the trials needed at least some skills rather than just the resources they got. The demons in the queues became even more scared of the Rakshasa upon seeing how it managed to injure Darren's arm despite how skilled he was. Darren did manage to cut off 2 arms of the Rakshasa within the next minute, but the Rakshasa's counterattacks injured Darren's left arm and left leg badly enough to slow him down. Still, now that Darren had managed to cut down the attacking power of the Rakshasa, he was even more determined to not lose, especially since he couldn't besmirch the name of his house by failing here. If his elder brother did it, then he can do it too. Enough is enough, Darren shouted as he decided to execute his finishing move for which he had been saving up his mana, Riptide. With a fervid shout, Darren struck his spear on the glass floor as a dark blue light shone from the tip of his spear, and the next moment, a wave of water surged from the water and smashed against the Rakshasa like a raging wave. Glug! The Rakshasa couldn't defend against this move and got swept away by the sheer force of the water, but before it could recover, Darren's shout echoed in the chamber, "You are done." Saying so, Darren stabbed his glowing spear into the Rakshasa's chest, making it succumb to the floor till it dissolved into nothingness. Wow! He passed the trial. A broken bar. Unbelievable, as expected from a young lord of House Aleister. Sigh, I hope I pass this as he did. I am already drooling thinking about the rewards he is going to get. How a broken bar. Mumbles of the demons standing outside echoed upon seeing Darren come out of the glass chamber with a victorious smile. As expected, you didn't fail your house. You can now proceed to collect your rewards, Rebecca said with a gesture of her hand. Darren looked at the demons standing in the queues and said, I think I will just wait and provide encouragement to my friends who have yet to complete the trial. Suit yourself, Rebecca casually said, while the demons in the queues were moved to see how supportive this young noble was being. They surely had to try and befriend him in case they survived this. That's it? You geese call this trial difficult? Asher's voice suddenly echoed, making everyone twist their neck around and look at him with looks of scorn. Marina had a shocked expression hearing him say that. Did he not see what just happened? Even someone like Darren struggled to pass the trial. Darren furrowed his brows and didn't realize the royal consort was here since he was standing in a corner, but hearing his words, he couldn't help but frown since those words belittled his achievement. Had your highness arrived? If only I wasn't so busy, I would have noticed earlier, Rebecca said with a raised chin as she looked at him from afar, though her eyes were clearly glinting with the light of ridicule. She didn't even care about what he said since why should the words coming out of a worm hold any weight? The other demons standing in the queues shook their heads, wondering what he was doing here. This was not a place to waste time and disrespect it by spouting nonsense. A cripple like him can't even kill a slime, let alone underestimate the difficulty of passing the trial. Or was he that ignorant to come here to take the trial and die within the first summoning? Rebecca mockingly smiled inwardly upon seeing the candidates being surprised by this cripple's presence. All of you need not be concerned for our royal consort. He is merely here for a special training program. It is the least we can do for special people. Broken bar, right? Special training program for a cripple? By the first floor's floor warden personally, she must really want him to wish for death. A broken bar. Every demon in the hall had the same thought and couldn't even imagine whatever the crippled consort was going to experience under her training, but they felt he deserved it, considering what an eyesore he was. Asher knew Rebecca was mocking him by calling him special, though his expression remained calm as he said, "Special training? Warden, Rebecca need not extend such kind courtesy towards me. I am here as an ordinary man to take the trial just like everyone else standing here." Everyone's eyes widened, including Rebecca's, upon hearing words that stupefied everyone standing in the hall. "Did you just say that, a broken bar, you want to take this trial?" Rebecca asked with a narrowed gaze as she felt as if maybe her ears were playing tricks on her. This was exactly what the others thought as well. Was I not loud enough? Or does Warden Rebecca have difficulty understanding what I just said? Forgive me if my language is subpar. I only woke up a month ago, Asher said with a subtle sarcastic smile, making Rebecca's expression darken since he was clearly mocking her by making her look like an idiot. Everyone felt some tension settling in the air, and one thing they had to admit was this royal consort knew no fear. They had already heard about how he talked back to Oberon during the celebration a month ago. However, they thought the source of his guts to be his ignorance. Rebecca harumphed as she stepped down the platform and walked towards Asher. HMPH, this is not a child's training ground. This is a place where even the best among the best die. I asked the Queen to send you here because I wanted to train you personally, not to let you take the trial. Even if you woke up only a month ago, shouldn't you have at least learned by now that this place isn't for the meneless? But no need to be disheartened. I will still teach you to the best of my ability and not make you feel helpless. Rebecca was glad this idiot was making a fool out of himself. She can now publicly humiliate him, and he can only blame himself. And once she can get him alone, then it would be the last time he would dare to wag his tongue like this. I know what kind of place this tower is. I also saw the first trial taking place with my own eyes. And that is why I think it's too easy to pass the first trial. It's a pity the standards are too low. I thought our kingdom was supposed to only pick the best among the best, but clearly, that doesn't seem to be the case, Asher said as he scanned Rebecca's figure from top to bottom. This lowly thing dares to look down on me? Rebecca's nostrils flared upon feeling his contemptuous gaze. She wasn't used to this at all and felt even more irked because of his towering height. She can't understand how he was not at all feeling intimidated by her superiority. The other demons had their eyes twitch, hearing his words. You call this trial easy? Is he fucking nuts? Darren was the one who was even more pissed off since the crippled consort was clearly saying he was average even if he passed the trial. He couldn't just sit still anymore and stepped forward as he said, Your Highness seems confident enough to say that this trial is easy. So why don't you please enlighten us on how we should improve by taking this trial? Darren knew Asher would back out, and that was exactly what he wanted, a broken bar to make him eat his own words and lose face for spouting things he shouldn't have. It was just plain disrespectful. Fine, if that is the only way I can enlighten you people, Asher said with a casual shrug as he proceeded to walk towards the chamber, making Rebecca, Darren, and the other demons stare at him with stupefied looks. Was he really being serious? Did he lose his mind again? Marina stood in the corner as instructed, though she was feeling quite anxious about this. Would he really succeed in what he said he would do? Hey, what do you think you are doing? Rebecca came back to her senses as she rushed forward and blocked his way. She couldn't care less about his insignificant life, but if he were to kill himself in her presence, she would be the one who has to answer the Queen. What? Young Lord Darren asked me so kindly, so how can I refuse? Asher shrugged, making Darren feel a bit tense since he didn't want to get the blame put on his head if this idiot got killed in the chamber. He now regretted saying those words, and he couldn't even take back his words without losing face. Seeing some kind of tension settling on the first floor, even people from the higher floors came down to see what was going on, especially since the useless consort was causing some trouble. This isn't a place to joke. No matter how much you insist, I can't let you enter the chamber unless you want to disobey the Queen, Rebecca said with a scoff. Asher looked down at her and slightly leaned forward as he said in a low voice, "Fine, I will sign with my words that I accept the full consequences of taking this trial and that no matter what happens, you will not be responsible for anything." Satisfied, Rebecca's brows furrowed upon hearing his words, and seeing his expression, it seemed like he was really serious. The first thought she had was he had really become an idiot again, but then she realized this was a golden opportunity. If this idiot was so keen on dying and even ready to take responsibility, why should she bother? Things couldn't have happened any better. The other demons wondered why the floor warden suddenly became silent. What did the crippled consort say to her? Rebecca suddenly changed her tune as she said with a smile, "Since your highness insists so much, I can't refuse. Please see Broken Bar, go ahead and mark your name in the history of this tower." She then snickered in her mind, as the first cripple to die in the chamber of hell. Everybody was suddenly taken aback by the sudden change in Rebecca's decision. Only a minute ago, she was about to send him away, and now she was letting this go on. Was she really going to let the crippled consort kill himself? Darren became even more worried as he stepped forward and said, "Your Highness, please, don't do this. This trial can only be taken by those who trained for it and with the right strength. If you go in like this, you will have broken bar." Darren didn't want to get into trouble for telling a royal member he would die, but he was sure he conveyed his point to him. Asher felt amused seeing how this poor young lord was sweating bullets because of his own words. However, he suddenly had an idea and placed his hand on Darren's shoulder as he said, "I appreciate your advice, but tell me one thing, a broken bar. How many summonings are there in this trial?" "Of course, there are 7 summonings," Darren answered while wondering why he was asking this. "And to pass this trial, you only need to pass the 3rd summoning, right?" "Yes, Buta. So basically, to pass this trial, you only have to defeat half the number of the total spirits the chamber will summon. Don't you think the level of difficulty for passing is too low in that sense?" Asher asked with a slight tilt of his head. Not only the other demons but Darren also had a baffled look, since when he put it like that, it did seem like it wasn't that difficult to pass the trial. But everyone knew how insanely difficult it gets after each summoning. He did think of getting to the 4th summoning, but he didn't want to risk it since he had already passed. He still had other floors to pass. As for the 5th summoning, he knew there was no way anyone in their right mind would even dream of it. He immediately explained to him, "It's been a few years since anybody passed the 4th summoning. As for the 5th summoning, only a handful of them has passed in the last 50 years. It has been more than a century since anybody passed the 6th summoning other than Battlemaster City, Prince Sylvan and our Queen. Of course, the 7th is the most dangerous, and nobody has ever survived it in our history, so you should really think twice before you judge the difficulty of this trial." Asher simply chuckled and looked at the chamber of hell as he asked, "Show me the list of rewards I could get by passing each summoning." A fog blew across the glass as a list magically appeared on it. 1st summoning, none. 2nd summoning, none. 3rd summoning, 50 life crystals and access to common grade demonic arts and items. 4th summoning, 100 life crystals and access to rare grade demonic arts and items. 5th summoning, 250 life crystals and access to epic grade demonic arts and items. 6th summoning, 500 life crystals and access to legendary grade demonic arts and items. 7th summoning, all rewards from previous summonings plus. Everybody had no idea why he would look at those rewards as if he was confident of getting one of them. Still, they couldn't help but gulp seeing such enticing rewards. Even the rewards from the 3rd summoning were enough to give them a good start to their journey as a warrior. Not bad. So Broken Bar, here's one proposition from me for you, Asher said as he looked at Darren and continued, if I pass this trial, will you be willing to swear allegiance to me? Broken Bar. Darren was totally confused and wondered if he was joking. Just answer with a simple yes or number. It doesn't make sense if I simply pass at the 3rd summoning since you did it too, so would you be willing if I passed the 6th summoning? Asher asked before Darren could even say anything, but hearing the word 6th summoning, he was at a loss. Darren didn't know why he was feeling so pressured to answer this. He was already worried that the Queen would blame him for her consort's death, and in his anxiety, he just said, okay Broken Bar, but this Good, I will be back soon, Asher said with a subtle smile as he entered the Chamber of Hell. Wait. Darren realized it was too late to stop him and had no idea what he was thinking. The Chamber of Hell was an ancient artifact, and once someone entered, nobody could bring out that person without the chamber willing it. Thang, the Chamber of Hell shut closed the moment Asher entered inside, and the sound of it closing startled most of them since it was proof that they were not dreaming and that they were about to see the royal consort die. However, they felt the Queen might only feel glad upon his death and that they could only see benefits from this outcome. More people came to watch from the higher floors just to see if the crippled consort was really that stupid to take part in the trial. Rebecca's lips arched into a subtle smile. Knowing that today would be the turning point of this kingdom, she was about to gladly activate the chamber. We know Broken Bar. What is this? Warden Rebecca, don't activate the chamber. This is the Queen's order. A woman's stern shout shook the entire floor as everyone turned their heads around to see a tall woman clad in black armor, head to toe, with a grand crimson cape hanging down her back. There was also a long jet black double-handed sword sheathed on her back that was almost as tall as her. Everyone was surprised since they easily recognized her as one of the 5 feared blood-born guards who always guard the Queen. What was one of them doing here, away from the Queen? Based on her weapon itself, they knew it was the blood-born guard named Eradicator, the youngest among the guards but with strength that can't be underestimated at all. The name was more like a title they earned, but that was all they had. None of them were named since their birth. However, Darren was glad somebody came to stop this. Now he didn't have to worry about being held responsible. Asher was surprised and wondered why Rowena would send one of her blood-born guards here. Did she really think he was in danger even within the Tower of Hell? Rebecca had the same thought as well and was annoyed that someone was trying to ruin everything. She scoffed and said, "What can I do if the royal consort insists on doing this?" He even signed an agreement that said he would accept the consequences and nobody else would be responsible. "What are you even doing here? Isn't it your duty to be with the Queen at all times?" Eradicator stepped forward as she said in a cold, firm voice, "My duty is more than just protecting her. I also carry out her wishes, and she sent me here to make sure nothing was compromised, considering the attempts on the royal consort's life before. So I will respectfully ask you one more time to let him out, even if he insisted you can't go against the Queen's wishes. Watch it, Eradicator. I am the floor warden of this floor, and I decide how things should proceed." Rebecca didn't like this bitch's attitude. Does she think being a sworn loyal guard of the Queen would put her above everyone else? Eradicator remained silent for a moment as she slowly raised her hand to grip the handle of her blade on her back. "Don't force my hand, Warden Rebecca," she curtly said in a stony voice. Based on how her voice didn't even waver for a moment, it was enough to let everyone realize she was not joking. Rebecca became even more furious as she pointed her finger at her. "You dare threaten to raise your blade against me? Eradicator didn't move her hand away from the hilt of her blade as she said, "I answer only to the Queen and nobody else." As she said this, a strong, bloody aura radiated from her, making the other demons shiver and feel like they were about to collapse. Asher narrowed his eyes, feeling that this blood-born guard named Eradicator was quite an interesting character. He wondered if the others were like her too, but he didn't have time for this as he placed his hand on the glass ring. Everyone's attention was distracted upon hearing the chamber getting activated. "Know a broken bar who activated the chamber?" Eradicator asked in a cold, fierce tone upon seeing a dark fiery circle lighting up in the chamber, which marked the beginning of the trial. "HMPH, how should I know?" Rebecca shrugged with a smirk, though even she was surprised by what was going on. She wasn't the one who activated it anyway. "Didn't you just say you are the floor warden?" Eradicator's tone became colder. "Both of you stand down. Don't disrespect the tower by causing a scene here." An old man's distant voice overturned the tension in the entire floor as everyone immediately bowed deeply upon seeing him. He was wearing a dark silver robe and had white hair draped over his back till his waist, and had a long white beard extending over his chest. His eyes were a dull red, yet those eyes were as deep as an abyss, and despite looking old, nobody would doubt the immeasurable aura emanating from his entire being. Everyone knew him as the most powerful and respected figure in the entire tower, Duncan Doru, the Hell Warden and the oldest vampire in the tower as well. If there was a warden for every floor, then he was the warden for the entire tower. His authority can't be surpassed by anybody else in this tower, and nobody would dare to. Everybody knew he always stayed within the tower to keep an eye on everything and rarely showed himself outside. However, the fact that he showed up made everyone realize the situation had turned quite serious. Even Eradicator bowed deeply upon seeing him and didn't raise her head till he stepped onto the floor. However, she immediately said, "Head Warden, this is bad. The Queen won't like what is going to happen now. Why don't we first wait and see the outcome?" "There is nothing we can do now," Duncan said as he turned his head to look at the chamber. "Hey, how is that possible? Why would the chamber summon a fire slime? Shouldn't the trial be ineffective for a cripple number? Maybe it's just random?" Some demons started to discuss what was going on, making Eradicator turn her head towards the chamber as well, only to be surprised upon seeing a fire slime floating in the space in front of the royal consort. A fire slime? Did the chamber summon a random element? Rebecca wondered since he was a cripple. Otherwise, those with a mana circuit with an elemental pathway would get to face demons with the same element as them in this trial. Nobody including her had ever witnessed a cripple entering the chamber and had no idea how the chamber should react to one, but she snorted, thinking that even if it was something as weak as a slime, this pathetic fool would end up dying by simply touching it. Even if he doesn't dare to touch it, the slime will eventually swallow him up and digest him to nothingness. Everybody else had the same thought and chortled in their heads thinking about it. Asher saw the fire slime shooting towards him with a smug face. He chuckled in amusement as he simply took a short breath, and with a casual huff, he simply vaporized it to oblivion, marking the end of the first summoning. What the fuck just happened? Everyone had this thought ringing in their heads as they kept blinking their eyes in disbelief. Did he just vaporize the fire slime by simply blowing at it? Were they dreaming or what? Darren's lips were slacked with a baffled look. The crippled consort made the fire slime look like a joke more than it deserved to. He had never seen anybody do that. Impossibly broken bar. Rebecca mumbled with a stupefied look. That was not a candle flame to simply blow at and get it over with. Not even someone with expertise as Darren would be able to do it, let alone a cripple. Eradicator's face was covered with her helmet, but by her body language, one could tell that she was surprised as well, just like everyone else. "Send the next one," Asher said with a yawn as he leaned against the glass, making the others come out of their daze and wonder if he was seriously planning to take on the second summoning. He had the chance to quit since the first summoning was over, and yet he was just going with it. They thought it was by some luck or weird miracle that the fire slime got snuffed out, but no miracle of that sort would happen with the second summoning. It is the summoning where a good number of people die just like the fox girl was about to, and their deaths weren't pretty at all. The tower can see things we can't see. A broken bar, that must be why it activated on its own, Duncan mumbled as he twirled the ends of his beard while closely looking at the chamber. Eradicator looked at him, wondering if that was really true, but she didn't understand what it saw in the royal consort. The dark fiery rune circle shone again, and this time a dark-skinned imp came out with flames flaring from its eyes and from the tip of its spear. "Cree!" the imp shouted in bloodthirst and excitement as it shot forward, aiming to cripple Asher's legs and then poke out his eyeballs. "Too weak," Asher said with a shake of his head as he raised his right foot and stomped down on its head. Only those with a discerning eye would have noticed his right foot getting covered with a dark green aura for a brief moment. Before the imp could even retaliate, it got crushed under Asher's feet and got destroyed as well. The entire floor plunged into pin-drop silence as, this time, most of them couldn't even process what they just saw. Did he just a broken bar stomp it to death? You saw that too, right? I thought my eyes were making it up. Is this even a real trial? Is the chamber sending dummies because he is a cripple? Are you an idiot? Don't you know that the chamber of hell doesn't give a shit if someone is a cripple or not? It is impartial. Were you sleeping to not see that imp get stomped? The voices of surprised demons echoed in the hall as they stared at the chamber with their mouth wide open. Darren rubbed his eyes as if he was making sure he saw it right, but the experts, especially Eradicator and Rebecca, were even more shocked because they just realized that the crippled consort was no longer a cripple. He infused his right foot with his mana before stomping that imp, and the way he infused it was so quick, precise, and powerful. There was no way that imp was surviving that, let alone dodging it. But how would he know to do that? More importantly, when did he stop being a cripple? Rebecca didn't know why, but she felt something tremoring inside her upon realizing this. Something was telling her things weren't going to be the same anymore and that this bastard was up to something for sure. Did the Demon King have something to do with this? Praise the devil, Sir Broken Bar, this is unbelievable. The Queen should definitely hear this, Eradicator mumbled as she was about to leave. You may want to stay and watch, the Queen will know soon, Duncan said with his hands behind his back. Eradicator hesitated, but she took out a small red crystal ball to inform her superior. Phoo, something interesting is happening here. How come I didn't learn about this early? A woman's charming voice echoed in the hall as everybody gulped upon seeing a dangerously seductive beauty dressed in a dark blue garment coming down with a bunch of men and women behind her. Who could it be other than young Lady Sabina from House Thorn? But in this tower, she was the floor warden of the 3rd floor. Forgive me, Warden Sabina, next time I won't disappoint you, a young man timidly said as he followed her from behind with a bent back. We conveyed the news as soon as we heard it, Warden, a young girl standing beside the man said meekly as she followed Sabina. There were other young men and women following behind them, and all them seemed to be coming from decent backgrounds based on their attires, yet their faces were pale, and they seemed as if they were walking on eggshells while following Sabina downstairs. Most of the other demons didn't even dare to look in her direction and held their breaths. However, they didn't realize that Sabina's attention was on the chamber of hell. She didn't believe it when she heard it, but, now, upon seeing such an astonishing sight of the crippled consort inside the chamber, her eyebrows raised as she mumbled, "Today won't be a boring day, it seems a broken bar." She then saw the head warden and bowed elegantly as he subtly nodded and said, "Welcome, Warden Sabina, I knew you would come to witness." Sabina chuckled with a shake of her head. "Head warden, is this really happening? Are we going to watch the royal consort die? I wonder how the Queen is going to react to this. There is a good reason she kept him alive all this time." Duncan Doru didn't say anything, but he simply gestured to her with his eyes to look at the chamber. Sabina pulled together her brows and looked at the chamber only to have her eyes widen upon seeing the 4-armed Rakshasa manifesting in the chamber in its fire avatar. He had a dark orange body with 4 arms and fiery eyes, and flames blazing on the ends of his hair. The 3rd summoning? How a broken bar. Sabina was shocked since she only realized now that Asher had somehow passed the first 2 summonings. But how could a cripple do that? She couldn't make sense of things, but seeing the confident expression of Asher, she felt as if none of this was a coincidence. A different kind of fresh meat, ready to get cut up, boy? The Rakshasa laughed as he licked the red-hot machetes in his hands. You are too short for me to take you seriously, Asher said with a shake of his head as he continued to lean against the glass. The Rakshasa's face darkened as he scowled. You dare mock my height? Nobody who mocked this Rakshasa has survived. I was planning to end your misery quick, but now I will. Swoosh. The Rakshasa had no idea what happened, but all he heard was the sharp sound of the air under his head getting cut. Where did this wind come from? The Rakshasa mumbled with a confounded look, but then his eyes widened in horror as he found his head sliding off his body before dropping to the floor. Most of the demons standing outside gasped upon seeing the scary Rakshasa getting beheaded without even getting a chance to fight back. The demons standing in the queues didn't even see Asher doing anything. Then who beheaded the Rakshasa? Did he just use his own hand to decapitate the Rakshasa? Sabina mumbled as she clearly saw Asher's right hand form a knife pose before using his mana to cut the Rakshasa's neck. The speed at which he moved his hand was inconceivable for someone of his level. This was why the low-level demons standing here felt as if they didn't see anything. But what shocked Sabina more than his speed was the sight of him conquering the Rakshasa. He has a mana circuit. How is this possible? She was sure his body didn't have a wisp of mana the last time she saw him. Countless physicians had said it was impossible for him to possess mana since his mana circuit was broken upon birth. There was no fixing that. Or did the Demon King fix it for him? Considering the rumors surrounding his awakening, whatever the reason was, this was going to change a lot of things and cause quite a stir. Her lips subtly curved into a smile as she looked at him. Rebecca's entire face was quivering in shock, disbelief, and frustration. She was expecting him to get destroyed, at least by the Rakshasa, but how the hell did he easily defeat it as well? She was having a bad feeling but didn't know what exactly was making her feel like this. Darren had his jaw slack in shock upon seeing Asher defeat the Rakshasa without even moving from his spot, while he even had to use his finishing move to defeat it. He thought he was decently talented, but now he wondered if the royal consort was truly more talented than him. This wasn't what everyone else believed it to be. Everyone considered the royal consort to be from lowly origins due to being a cripple and soulless, but now he felt that they were all wrong this time to judge him based on that. Eradicator didn't say anything, but she was astonished by the speed Asher displayed. She couldn't think of any other person who could be capable of that at his level, not even her or her leader when they were at his level. Duncan didn't say anything, but upon seeing the third summoning being over, he said as he looked at Asher, "You have passed the trial, child. Do you still wish to continue?" Asher saw this old man, and seeing his appearance and disposition, he could tell that this person was a powerhouse. He smiled and said, "I plan to continue till I fall. I hope Senior doesn't mind." "Not at all. The Chamber of Hell needs challengers like you, but you should know when to stop," Duncan said calmly. Eradicator was surprised and looked at him as she said, "Head Warden, this is a bad idea. He may not survive the next." "What can I do, child? Only he can decide once he is inside. I don't control the chamber," Duncan said. While Rebecca snorted inwardly, thinking that this pesky bastard's overconfidence would be his downfall. So what if he can use mana? Surely, he would die by the next summoning. Even she didn't defeat it easily, let alone a weakling whose life experience was barely a fraction of hers. "Don't bullshit me. There is no way that cripple can even pass the first summoning, let alone the third." Jarius Thorn scoffed as he suddenly came out of one of the rooms on the first floor. He was sent here to train by his mother to get ready to pass the first trial when one of his lackeys told him about what was going on outside. He couldn't even explain the annoyance he felt upon hearing such a stupid joke. He was still feeling down after getting crap from his family for telling them about his humiliating experience, and hearing this was enough to send him to the edge. Still, knowing his lackey wouldn't dare to make such stupid jokes, he decided to take a look outside, only to have his eyes freeze in shock. He didn't expect the crippled consort to be inside the chamber, But what shocked him the most was the sight of the demon manifesting from the fourth summoning. This was a demon spirit he wouldn't even dare to fight in his dreams. Growl. Growl. Most of them had their hearts shudder when a hellish tiger with red skin and blazing eyes manifested in the chamber of hell. Its teeth were sharp and strong as steel, and its terrifying claws were enough to tear flesh like paper. Hot vapors were coming out of its maw as it stared at Asher with killing intent while letting out low growls that could make any ordinary person faint from fright. Its sheer size and muscular body were enough to make one feel despair in its presence. Despite standing on all fours, its height was reaching Asher's neck, but what made it even more terrifying was how, unlike an ordinary tiger, it had no fur. Instead, on its red skin, there were small red-hot spikes all over its body. Even on its face, Asher saw how these spikes were bent in such a way that even with a decent blade, it would be hard to even scratch its body without getting past those spikes. At least not without wearing down its armor-like defenses, and even if one managed to do that, by that time, they would be surely long dead. Rebecca was gleefully smiling inwardly since this demon spirit was a terror among every young person in this kingdom. This was not without reason since only a genius can have a chance against this thing, but not everybody was one, especially not this filth. Eradicator shook her head silently, wondering what in the world the royal consort was thinking. She remembered defeating this thing when she was in her teens, but even then, she remembered it not being easy, so she wondered how the royal consort was going to survive this if he didn't have the experience to deal with it. Devils save me, a broken bar isn't that Doomfall? Its strength knows no bounds, making its attacks highly terrifying. Faye, I heard one of the seniors who had his entire chest torn out with just one single move. Yeah, and as if being strong wasn't enough, its body has those eerie spikes to make it hard for anyone to injure it. Everyone who faced this beast in the past few years has died. The last one to defeat it was young Lord Daimon from House Xenos. Despite being a genius, he lost an arm and an eye trying to defeat it. Yeah, I heard about it. There is no way the royal consort is surviving this. Whatever tricks he used to defeat the last three spirits won't work against this one. I bet he will go down within 5 seconds. I bet he won't go down within 5 seconds. A woman's charming voice came from behind, which made the man who mentioned the bet of his hair stand on its ends upon seeing a pair of ghostly red eyes winking at him. Warden Sarsabin, a broken bar, yeah, broken bar, yeah, broken bar. The man he gulped as he had no idea when she got so close and even listened in on their conversation. Don't be so startled, this is just a simple bet, and I am sure you are fully confident in winning, aren't you? Upon hearing her wanting to bet against him, the man was sweating bullets as he winced and stammered, oh, on second thought, a broken bar, I think a broken bar, I will just reconsider, Warden Sabina. He didn't know why, but he felt like she wouldn't lose the bet, and the last he wanted was to lose a bet against her. He had already heard rumors of how she loved to place bets and won every single time, and the stories about what happened to those who lost were enough to make a man's legs feel weak. Asher finally straightened his back upon seeing this beast, which was powerful for sure. He was sure just one strike from it could deal serious injury to him. He also observed how its body was protected with spiky defenses. It wouldn't be possible to get past them without shedding one's own blood, but he had no plans on shedding blood against something he could kill, even in his sleep. Groar. Doomfall roared upon sensing contempt in Asher's eyes, and with blazing eyes, it opened its jaws wide to chew off this puny boy's head. You won't roar at me again, Asher said coolly as his right hand moved like lightning and placed his blade of damnation right between its jaws. GRNNF. Doomfall was startled as it found it unable to move or even close its jaws, which caused it distress as it tried to get this annoying blade out of its mouth. It accidentally tried to close its jaws, which only caused the blade to cut the flesh in its mouth, but right before it could think what to do next, it saw this boy's right arm zooming into its mouth. It didn't even think twice before raising its claws to maul him, but, suddenly the flames in its eyes tremored, and the next moment they died out as its face also became lifeless. It was standing on its hind legs when Asher took his bloody hand out of its mouth and simply took out his ring blade stuck between its jaws before it collapsed on the floor. The next moment it simply turned into embers till not a speck of it was left. Asher didn't have to think much to find out its true weakness. If that beast had such an elaborate set of spikes to protect its body, it only went on to show that without the spikes, its defenses must be weak. So how much more weak must its insides be? Rebecca's previously gleeful look had suddenly turned grey, her left eye twitching uncontrollably. The reaction of the others standing in the hall was not too far from hers. Some of them were even terrified by the actions of the royal consort by now. They felt as if a monster was hiding beneath his demon skin. Otherwise, how else would he have defeated that frightening beast without even getting a scratch on his body? Even that beast looked shocked before it got defeated. It was said that each of these spirits the chamber summons was not ordinary at all. The more challenges they fight, the more they learn what to expect and how people will try to target their weaknesses. And the fact that it looked shocked only meant that it had never experienced such a defeat. Isn't he quite the genius a broken bar. To think that there was such a straightforward way to defeat it. Sabina giggled softly as she stood in between Duncan and Eradicator. Duncan hummed as he said with an appreciative nod, "He is more than just a genius. To directly cripple one of the major junctions in its mana circuit, it would require deep knowledge of the mana circuit, extreme precision, and fearlessness. Right, a broken bar. No sane person would think of putting their arm inside such a beast, would they?" Sabina chuckled, though inwardly she wondered who taught him these things, especially within just a month. It just seemed unbelievable. Jarius Thorn slumped against a chair, his face pale. He was the young lord of one of the 3 strongest houses in the kingdom, and yet someone who had been a cripple for all these years managed to not even pass the trial but even passed the 4th summoning, which he wouldn't even dream of. But what unsettled him even more was the ring blade in Asher's hands. For some reason, it looked quite familiar, and he couldn't help but think back to the moment he got humiliated by that level 1 lich. It can't be broken bar. The royal consort doesn't seem like a lich, but if it was really him, a broken bar. Jarius clenched his fists with a red face, just thinking about how pathetic he made him look. But now, even if he knew its identity, it was only worse. If people knew that the royal consort fooled him like a child when he was just a level 1, he would lose even more face. His first thought was to take revenge personally, but seeing Asher defeat Doomfall made Jarius gulp, feeling as if fate was against him in every way. With a pale face, he continued to sit in the chair, wondering what to do with his miserable life. The people on the floor didn't even get to process the sight of Doomfall getting defeated so easily when the fiery rune circle shone again, commencing the 5th summoning. Was he really serious about not stopping despite coming all this way? At this point, they wondered where the royal consort was finding the courage to keep going, but one thing they realized now was that the royal consort was far from the useless person they thought him to be. In fact, by now, people were already talking about how he was a hidden genius who must have gained the ability to use mana a few years ago and remained silent to make a comeback like this. Or maybe the Demon King had wanted things to happen this way in case he died, which did happen. Lots of theories were being circulated as to how the royal consort was no longer a cripple and how he seemed to be a hidden genius. The Chamber of Hell was a trial that let people know the level of their talent or the quality of their bloodline as well, since the higher the quality of one's bloodline, the more they would be gifted with natural talent and intelligence. Usually, one was considered to be talented if they simply passed the trial. If one was a genius, then they would somehow pass the 4th summoning, and the royal consort just did that. Hiss. A spine-chilling hiss echoed from the chamber that silenced all the voices and thoughts of everyone on the floor. Oh my, the news was really true? A woman's elegant, melodious voice broke the silence as everybody saw a pretty, graceful woman looking in her late 30s dressed in dark red attire coming down the steps. And beside her, there was a beautiful petite woman with long, voluminous ruby hair. Mother, it seems the mini consort is already challenging the 5th summoning. Is Sylvia dreaming? Warden Nada and Warden Sylvia broken bar. The people mumbled upon seeing the two come down. They knew both these women were the floor wardens of the 4th and 2nd floor, respectively. However, they weren't surprised these big shots came down, since who would want to miss the sight of the royal consort taking down these demon spirits like they were nothing? They surely must have got the news already and came to personally watch. Their gazes immediately turned back towards the chamber when the demon spirit from the 5th summoning manifested fully. Most of them gasped upon seeing a large and powerful snake with steely red scales and skin while having blazing eyes and hot red fangs. It had a triangular head, backward curved sharp teeth, and a prehensile tail, and its massive size of 20 feet long body was enough to tower over Asher as it raised its upper half. The thickness of its body made it seem as if it could swallow a person easily, and was also enough to make people realize that there was no way of seriously injuring it without getting killed. Hiss! It let out a menacing hiss as it stared at Asher, who had his eyes closed. The reason he closed his eyes was that he received a pop-up in his head just like he did for previous summonings. The Chamber of Hell has summoned a spirit named Lubak, the harbinger of agony. Stare at his eyes, and it will be the last thing you will see. Asher could tell that it was the Chamber of Hell who sent this message to his head, but he knew it was not kind enough to provide a warning but to induce despair in him. After all, this basically means he would have to fight this thing blindly. Fortunately, scenarios like this weren't really foreign to him, and he simply closed his eyes when the spirit fully manifested. Isn't that the infamous Lubak? My mother told me how she had nightmares for years after seeing it kill one of the geniuses when she was in the tower. Who wouldn't have nightmares? This thing is too merciless. I heard it wouldn't grant a quick death but destroy your mind first and then your body. I don't think he can survive Lubak. That thing will turn him into a molten mess if he merely looks at his eyes, but at this point, even if he dies, he will at least be remembered for passing the 4th summoning despite being crippled for so long. Rebecca was now fully confident in seeing his mind and flesh turn into a molten mass. Does he really think closing his eyes would save him? That thing can play with one's mind to manipulate them into opening their eyes. It gains strength from feeding on the misery of one's soul. Even if it doesn't manage to, it will simply eat him alive, thus granting him a very painful death. Even she only managed to defeat it by using her keen senses, but not without getting some of her bones crushed. Hiss! A broken bar. Closing your eyes won't save your life, boy, Lubak hissed as it wrapped his tail slowly around Asher's legs but didn't squeeze. Asher continued to remain still as he took out his blade of damnation. That flimsy blade isn't going to save you, but I can provide you the salvation you want. I can feel the pain and misery in your soul. Open your mind to me, and I will grant you peace, Lubak hissed as it tried to seduce Asher into opening his eyes. Asher felt its words vibrating in his mind, urging him to open his eyes and let go of his pain by giving into it, but unlike what Lubak thought, Asher didn't want to let go of his pain. He wanted to always hold on to it so that he would never forget what he suffered and the ones who caused it. Even though he had his eyes closed, he could feel the fiery gaze of Lubak. He simply raised his ring blade towards its eyes and said calmly, I don't want peace, but you can have it by looking at this. Lubak unconsciously shifted his gaze towards Asher's weapon, and on the metallic surface of the dark green metal, he saw the reflection of his own fiery glowing eyes. No! Hiss! Lubak howled in horror as if it was experiencing a nightmare, but the next moment its entire body became petrified, and what followed was its skin hardening and turning into a molten mass starting from its head and slowly spreading over its entire body till it became a molten hot statue. Everybody had their jaws slack upon seeing the monstrous serpent Lubak turning into a molten statue, and the next moment the statue turned into ashes and disappeared into nothingness. Rebecca took a step back unconsciously as if she was shaken by what she just saw. Her eyes were visibly shaking as she looked at Asher, patting away the dust on his robes. Darren swallowed his saliva upon seeing the royal consort pass the 5th summoning. This meant that his talent or his bloodline was not lowborn at all. At this point, even if Asher didn't ask him, he was willing to beg him to take him in as his vassal. What in the name of the devils is going on? A broken bar. An aloof, cold voice of a woman echoed subtly as people noticed a pretty, mature woman looking in her 40s with a cold face and long silver hair coming down the stairs, along with a handsome young man with long silver hair, both dressed in black attire. Who wouldn't know these two who were part of the main family of House Thorne? Esther Thorne was the floor warden of the 5th floor, while Edmund Thorne was here to train till he was ready to finish the 6th floor's trial. Once he does that, he would be eligible to hold even more power in the kingdom. However, right now, Edmund Thorne's eyes narrowed in annoyance upon seeing the attention Asher was getting from everyone in the hall. Even the head warden was here personally to spectate his trial. It already took him a lot to digest the fact that Asher was no longer a cripple when he heard the news. He still didn't want to believe it, but now, seeing him defeat Lubac without even getting a scratch made him clench his fists. Even he had to struggle to defeat that thing, and this lowlife made it look so easy. How in the hell could this happen? Mother, can you make sense of this? He asked his mother with a clenched jaw. Esther Thorne shook her head briefly with a narrowed gaze and said, "If we can find out how he managed to not be a cripple anymore and who trained him, then we might be able to make some sense of what we are looking at." Phew, it seems like we underestimated him way too much, Sabina said with a chuckle as she waved her hand fan and mumbled inwardly, "How did you manage to evade my eyes? A broken bar, Asher, a broken bar." He has quite the presence of mind. Lubac's greatest weakness is its own eyes, Duncan Daru commented. However, his keen eyes took a good look at the ring blade Asher was holding. Eradicator silently nodded in agreement and wondered if there was a reason the royal consort was soulless all these years yet was a hidden genius all this time, and more importantly, was this the reason the late Demon King took him in and married him to his daughter? She wasn't the only one who had this thought. "Looks like we found the reason why you couldn't make him play with you, daughter," Nada Valentine softly commented to Sylvia, who pouted with an indignant look. "This is so unfair. He had been hiding things from this lady. I want to try again." HMPH, Duncan Daru stepped forward as he looked at Asher and said, "Asher, you have proved yourself successfully by getting here, by surviving the 5th summoning. It's already proven that your bloodline, including your talent, is superior to most. You may come out and still collect great rewards." Asher smiled as he walked towards one side of the glass wall and said, "Head Warden, I appreciate your words, but I barely got my warm-up. As I said before, I don't plan to come out unless I fall." Asher already had no plans to get out of this chamber without defeating the 6th summoning, since he wanted to get his hands on those legendary grade items, which could rapidly increase his evolution to higher levels. As for the 7th summoning, a broken bar, he smiled inwardly, thinking about it. Duncan Daru didn't say anything anymore as he stepped back while the others were shaking their heads in disbelief, thinking the royal consort had no fear at all, despite coming so far. Instead of being afraid to lose what he could possibly gain, he was looking forward to risking it all and earning the potential rewards. "Send the next one, dear chamber. Let's see what you got for me next," Asher said as the rune circle lit up with a dark light, ready to summon the 6th and second last spirit, a broken bar, the one which proved to be a nightmare for even the strongest in the kingdom. Roar! A near-rendering roar echoed within the chamber as a 10-foot tall, 25 feet long, red-winged creature with 2 legs, red scales on its skin, leathery wings, and a poison stinger manifested in the chamber. Its head was a fearsome and spine-rattling sight, its fanged maws looked gruesome, and its blazing eyes and the fiery breath coming off its mouth was enough to put even a warrior with an iron heart into despair. The chamber of hell has summoned Gokko, the harbinger of despair, with breath as intense and hot as flames of purgatory, scales as hard as steel, teeth sharp enough to cut through any metal, and a stinger filled with poison that can even make a dragon succumb to hear a broken bar. The only mercy you would get from her is an agonizing death, a broken bar. Asher could see that this wyvern named Gokko was the strongest demon spirit he had seen so far. If he was to fight head-on, even if he could win, it would be quite hard. Since the glass chamber seemed quite small with Gokko in it, it would be quite difficult to move around, and it could kill him easily by just choosing its scorching flames from its mouth or even its tail. From just thinking of simply fighting it, all one would feel was despair since it had all the advantages. Nobody can think of any weakness by just looking at it. I thought I would never get to see the most dangerous spirit of the chamber of hell in my life via a broken bar, but here it is a broken bar. I feel like I might die just by looking at it. I thought wyverns were weaker than dragons, but this a near broken bar, it makes me rethink that a broken bar. Not even the illustrious young Lord Edmund Thorne dared to challenge this thing. This proves why it's known as the Harbinger of Despair. I know, right? The last one to defeat it was the Queen herself, and even then, it wasn't easy at all. TSK, the royal consort should have gotten out when he had the chance, but now his overconfidence is going to make him end up dead. I don't know, brother, look at his face. Does that face look like someone who is scared? I wonder what he is thinking. He is just scared stiff from fright. Gogo loves to taunt her prey by making them feel despair for a while and then kill them. Rebecca, who had almost lost all hope, had some color return to her face when Asher wanted to take on Gogo. Now she was damn sure he would die to this one, since someone who woke up a month ago couldn't surely defeat an indomitable beast like Gogo. So what if he was a genius? His stupid tricks won't save his life this time. Gogo practically had no weakness. The only way of defeating it would be to exhaust it by letting it expend mana. Once it becomes slower, it would be possible to weaken it, but even doing this would require one to be extremely agile and avoid getting severely injured by it, which was impossible. There was no way he would be able to do that without losing some limbs, and at that point, he would first bleed to death or get burned to ashes. Many nobles from powerful backgrounds succumbed to Gogo, and even she suffered a lot of severe injuries when fighting it. She remembered how close to death she was, and even after somehow winning, she had to rest for a week to heal. There was no way he could be more talented than her. Asher tucked away his weapon, making Rebecca snort inwardly, wondering if he already gave up in despair. The rest of them also wondered if he was simply giving up after realizing how impossible it was. Not impressed. I will burn your soul now for being so pathetic, Gorok said as it opened its maw wide, as the back of its throat began to light up with a fiery light, ready to breathe fire and reduce this cowardly demon to ashes. A wyvern like you deserves to be ridden, Asher said with a smile as he rolled to the side to dodge the flames and used the glass wall as a support to leap towards its right wing and grab it. Gorok was startled as it didn't expect this boy to try and grab one of its wings. Grah! It twisted its neck around and tried to bite down on Asher's head, but as if Asher had an eye on his back, he swiftly dodged before its teeth could even touch the ends of his hair. Gorok was surprised by how good his reflexes were when any other demon of Asher's level should have had their head bitten off, but it immediately fluttered its wings to throw him off. But by this time, Asher had climbed up on its back and hugged its neck, much to its surprise. Everyone outside had bewildered expressions seeing Asher getting on Goko's back as if he wanted to ride her. What was he thinking? Was he trying to get killed in a more miserable way? Boy, you dare! Gorok was enraged that someone dared to get on its back and claimed to want to ride it. How dare this boy step on its pride? It shook its body wildly, trying to throw off Asher, but Asher firmly wrapped his arms around its neck as he laughed. Who is the pathetic one now? You can't even shake me off. So much for the Harbinger of Despair. All this shaking is like a massage to me. Ha ha. Asher had locked his arms around its neck in such a way that it would be quite difficult to throw him off unless somebody cut off his arms. Gorok's eyes blazed even more in a fury upon getting mocked by such a weak thing. It could also hear Asher take out his blade and realized that he was planning to cut its neck while sitting on its back. Don't take me for a fool. It had enough and decided to end Asher's insignificant life by raising its tail wide and, with full force, brought down its poison stinger right down on Asher. But you are, Asher mocked as he simply got off its back the moment he felt its tail vibrate subtly, preparing to stab him, and the next moment, splutch, grah, Gorok let out a howl of agony as it accidentally stabbed itself with its own poison stinger. It never expected this boy to be fast enough to dodge its stinger in time. It was shocked someone of his level could be that fast. No matter how great his reflexes were, it was physically impossible for him to compete against the speed of its tail. And indeed Grok was right to think that Asher wouldn't have been able to dodge if he simply relied on the motion of its tail, since it came down so fast. It wasn't possible to react by depending on the naked eye. It would be so fast even Asher would feel as if the tail barely moved from its original position. The reason Asher could anticipate it was because he knew the only way the wyvern could shake him off was by stabbing him with its stinger. But to know when it would stab him, all he had to do was sense the subtle vibration in its tail when it was directing its mana to use its stinger. The flow of mana through the mana circuit always produces subtle vibrations which would feel more pronounced, especially if someone was sitting on their body. However, it was so subtle it would be impossible for someone else of his level to know how to sense it, but Asher was a veteran who knew how to sense such subtle things. The rest was child's play for him, but unfortunately for Grok, Asher caused it brutal humiliation by making it stab itself with its own stinger as it successfully pierced its thick skin, and the poison immediately worked its magic. Grok didn't even get to process its thoughts as the poison spread rapidly through its blood, and within a few moments, it collapsed on the floor, its tongue falling out. Thud, the sound of its body hitting the floor made the hearts of most of the demons standing outside tremble, waking them up from their daze. They blinked rapidly as they saw Grok's body breaking down into embers before disappearing into oblivion. Phoo, phoo, he really did it. Broken bar. I can't believe it. Broken bar. He is now officially qualified to deserve the name Drake. Sabina softly chuckled as she shook her head with a look of disbelief. Her eyes had a veiled glint as she took a good look at this handsome hunk in the chamber, who looked even more dashing now. Eradicator's hands were shaking as she couldn't wait to break this news to the queen herself. Surely this was great news for the kingdom. The royal consort would no longer be considered a parasite to the kingdom but an indisposable asset to the kingdom and the queen. So the royal consort is not low-born after all. It seems like our assumptions were wrong, don't you think, Esther? Nada Valentine asked in a friendly tone while Sylvia was biting her fingers as she mumbled, I definitely have to play with him again. A broken bar. Edmund, who was standing beside his mother, Esther, scoffed with a scornful look. Nonsense, all this time, all he used were mere tricks to defeat each of those spirits. He never truly fought any one of them, and that only shows he has yet to prove how worthy his bloodline is. Anybody could do what he did using the same tricks. Even though he said this, inwardly, he couldn't help but feel threatened by the fact that this lowlife managed to surpass him. He only got till the 5th summoning and didn't dare to take on Grok. Esther grabbed her son's arm and pulled him closer as she spoke to him in a stern yet low voice. Don't underestimate him, Edmund. As Nada said, he is far from a fool or a lowborn. The tricks he executed can't be done by someone with no talent. Not even you would be able to do it. Accept this fact and focus on surpassing him before he grows any further. You know very well what would happen otherwise. He broken bar, don't you? Edmund's fists shook as he heard his mother's cold truth, but he didn't refute her and deeply thought about what needed to be done about this unexpected turn of events. Rebecca's hands were clenched tightly behind her back, her sharp nails digging into her skin from frustration and anxiety. She clearly realized Asher was more than what he appeared to be, and that was exactly the fact that unsettled her. If his bloodline was worthy enough as much as the bloodline of her house, then this could only mean bad news. In desperation, she walked towards the other side of the glass chamber and looked at Asher with a crooked smile, and said in a low voice, Congratulations, Asher, you have proved yourself to be a genius. Were you expecting otherwise? He broken bar. Warden Rebecca? Asher asked with a subtle curve of his lips. Rebecca let out a soft snort as she said, What I expect doesn't matter, but do you have the balls to survive the 7th and final summoning? Asher rubbed his chin as if in contemplation as he mumbled, Should I? The rewards I can already get are quite handsome, especially those legendary grade grimoires. Rebecca clicked her tongue in annoyance, seeing that he was going to call it quits now, since, logically, it would be stupid to go on when he already would get handsome rewards, as he said. Still, she didn't give up and asked, Why, are you too scared to make history? I thought you called this trial easy. She tried to provoke his ego to see if he would fall for it. Asher chuckled and said, "Yeah, Broken Bar, this trial is easy, but does it matter when I already have what I want? Buta Broken Bar, I am willing to try. Far Broken Bar, you promise me something if I succeed." Rebecca was surprised by the sudden change in his attitude, but out of curiosity and her need to get him to accept the next summoning, she asked, "What do you want?" "I want you to resign as the floor warden and instead give me that position of Broken Bar if I succeed." "Of course," Asher said as he curved his lips. "You." Rebecca's eyes widened as she couldn't believe he had the gall to ask this from her. Rebecca wanted to fume, but she knew she couldn't in a public place like this, especially with the head warden standing here. She can't let any one of them see that she was encouraging the royal consort to die. However, she then wondered why she should feel worried if there was no chance of him passing. Nobody has ever survived the 7th summoning, not even prodigies who are said to be born every 10,000 years. She also saw the head warden coming over, and realizing that there wasn't enough time, she looked at Asher with a subtle smile. "Fine. I accept. It would be a pity if I don't get to see a genius like you surviving the 7th summoning," she sarcastically said. "Asher, are you sure about what you are about to do?" Duncan Daru asked as he stood outside the chamber. He thought Asher would call it a day after he survived the 6th summoning, which was the hardest anyone could ever survive, but seeing his disposition, he could tell what Asher was planning to do, making him wonder if this boy really knew no fear. Rebecca silently stepped away as she was now confident he would only come out as ashes. She was quite worried earlier, thinking he was going to give up. She could only imagine how much he would grow based on how he survived the 6th summoning. Fortunately for her, just like some geniuses who were drunk with their own talents, Asher didn't know when to stop. "I came this far, so why not go all the way?" Asher said with a shrug, making the others gasp, wondering if he was really serious. However, the main reason Asher wanted to give it a try was that he heard that only the 1st and 7th floors had mysterious rewards that no one else was able to obtain. Others thought these mysterious rewards were to tempt people and weed out those greedy ones who don't know when to stop. So almost all of them would never dare to and earn these rewards since they believed it was impossible. But Asher thought this mentality was wrong and that these rewards existed to be earned. It was just that no one was capable of earning them or were too scared to try, so he didn't want to let go of this chance which he wouldn't ever get again. Once someone passed a trial, there was no redoing it. "Mother, I think we got worried for nothing. This fool is going to end up dead," Edmund said with a scornful look and couldn't believe he got anxious for a second. Esther Throne let out a cold hum as she said, "Good, one less thing to be concerned about." Eradicator wanted to pull out Asher before he got himself killed, but as the head warden said, not only her but nobody can pull out anyone from the chamber of hell. But suddenly, the entire hall plunged into silence as someone announced, "The Bloodburn Queen enters." Everyone suddenly fell to their right knee, showing their respect for her unexpected presence. Or maybe it was not that surprising considering she should have already got the news of what was going on with her consort. They saw her intoxicating and elegant figure entering the hall along with 4 of her bloodborne guards and Sati, the battlemaster. Asher saw her coming in with a slightly hurried pace. It seemed like she rushed here as soon as possible. As expected, Eradicator immediately rushed towards her and bowed and was about to apologize for failing her order. But the queen walked straight towards the chamber of hell without looking at anyone else. Sati still had her eyes widened in shock, seeing Asher in the chamber and still had yet to come to terms with the things she heard. Duncan bowed his head, and Rowena also slightly bowed her head but immediately asked, "Why did you let him inside, Head Warden?" "It was the will of the devils, Your Majesty. Things couldn't have gone any other way," Duncan said with a calm gaze. Rowena's brows subtly raised upon hearing his words, and she didn't ask him anything else. Instead, she looked at Asher and said in a low voice, "You have a lot of explaining to do, but first, I want you to come out. You have done enough to pass this trial. I heard the 7th summoning is the real test of my bloodline. Everyone thinks I am a lowborn, but I want to see for myself where I truly stand. I am sure you are curious, too, right?" Asher said as he leaned against the glass, his face just a few inches away from hers with the glass wall in the middle. Rowena's eyes briefly became glazed when he mentioned that she would be curious about his bloodline. She couldn't help but think about the discussion she had early this morning with her uncle and his family, but she felt there was no point if it would lead him to his death. She furrowed her brows and could see that he was truly fearless about what he was planning to do, while most would do anything to get out of this chamber of hell at this point. You have proven yourself more than enough. There is no need to prove the worth of your bloodline further. You are not allowed to die. The final spirit isn't like the ones you fought so far. It is the manifestation of the chamber's spirit itself, and nobody has survived fighting it, not even my grand-aunt. So come out before the chamber summons its own spirit, Rowena stressed firmly. Her voice was cold as always, but it couldn't hide the anxiousness she was feeling, thinking about how her promise to her father might be broken because of how stubborn Asher was being. Everybody couldn't believe they would see a sight where the queen was actually imploring her consort to come out. They wondered why she cared so much about him, or was it because she was doing her duty as his wife? They just couldn't make sense of it. Still, some of them felt that it made sense now why the queen was keeping him alive all this time. She must have known he was a hidden genius all this time, which was also why she was urging him to come out now. However, it was surprising to see how the royal consort had the guts to not listen to her, but on second thought, it didn't seem that surprising considering how he knew no fear at all. If he dared to put his arm inside Doomfall's mouth and even try to ride Grok, then there was nothing he would fear. Sabina's eyes glowed with a veiled light as she looked at Rowena, trying her best to make Asher come out. If you are that worried about your promise, then don't be. You did your best, but if I die because of my decision, then I am at fault. So as far as that is concerned, you played no part in breaking the promise, Asher said with a narrowed gaze. Rowena's eyes became glazed as if she was contemplating it, though she didn't seem fully convinced. But if you are still concerned about me coming out of this alive, promise me one thing, and I will try my best to not die, Asher said, trying to make the most out of it. What is it? She immediately asked. If I survive this, then I don't want you to restrict my actions anymore. Otherwise, I would feel like a prisoner, and it would be better to die in this chamber than live like one, Asher said with a sad sigh. Rowena firmly pressed together her lips, seeing how he was making things difficult for her. She never thought it would be so hard to keep a simple promise. Make it quick. I have about a few seconds before the 7th summoning, Asher said as he knew the chamber would automatically start the next summoning even without him saying anything. Apparently, after each summoning, the chamber would offer a short but certain period of rest, the time for which would increase with each summoning. Rowena knew Asher was trying to mess with her, but she didn't want to take any chances and said, "Okay. I promise. Now you should come out of this chamber. Alive." Rowena knew there was no chance he was going to come out of this alive, but seeing his dark yellow eyes brimming with calm confidence, she had mixed thoughts about the outcome. "Of course, and remember this. The only reason I am doing this is for you," Asher said as he looked into her crimson eyes. Rowena's eyes flickered, but she abruptly turned around without saying anything. Knowing that she couldn't do anything else, she stepped back as the dark rune circle within the chamber began to glow. Asher smiled subtly as he saw her walk away. The Chamber of Hell will now summon its avatar, the Hell Maiden, with the regenerative and resistance ability of Glowby, the Abyssal Slime, the agility of Gurgle, the Nefarious Imp, the multi-arm ability of the Rakshasa, strength of Doomfall, the petrifying eyes of Lubak, and fire-breathing ability of Grok. Your soul will be claimed by the Hell Maiden. You gotta be kidding me. Asher now realized why nobody survived the 7th summoning. It was just impossible. This spirit, called the Hell Maiden, literally was the manifestation of the strengths of all the spirits he fought before. This would mean this spirit would be as fast as the imp, with the main difference that it would be scaled to its level, and with multiple arms, it could cast multiple attacks at the same time. He also had no doubt with the strength of Doomfall, this spirit could crush his head with just its bare hands, and since it would have the eyes of Lubak, it would mean he has to fight blind. The trick he used earlier with Lubak wouldn't work since the Hell Maiden already saw what he did. These abilities, coupled with the fire-breathing ability of the wyvern he fought earlier, this spirit could reduce him to ashes without even getting close. Gorok also had insane mana reserves, which would also mean the Hell Maiden would have it too, making it almost impossible to exhaust it and survive. But who would have thought that the strengths of a weak slime would prove to be the most dangerous aspect of the Hell Maiden? Having a slime body would mean that it can regenerate rapidly, and his physical attacks would do little to no damage at all. Did he really push it too much and sign his own death? The only reason he easily vaporized the slime was that he dispersed its mana body using his own mana breath, but that was because it was too small and weak. There was no way the same method was going to work against someone like the Hell Maiden. If it was indeed a she would be too powerful for him to vaporize her, or maybe that was the solution indeed, but for that to work, his flames should overwhelm hers, otherwise, he would simply make her stronger since she had the same elemental power as him. That was another annoying strength of a slime. It could gain strength by feeding on weaker flames, but the dominance of his flames depended on his bloodline. Now he realized why it was said that the seventh summoning would truly determine the bloodline quality. He felt there was no choice but to gamble all in, though he was glad he took 1 month to prepare for this, but there was no more time to think as the Dark Rune Circle finished summoning the Hell Maiden. Most of them standing outside gasped as they saw a 7 feet tall stunning and alluring figure made out of a soft, slimy orange-reddish flaming body manifesting in the chamber of hell. Her entire figure shimmered and danced with light, and she had a slender and curvaceous figure with huge fiery mounds that were both elegant and sensual. Her flaming hair was long and lustrous, flowing down her back in waves, and flames on her body seemed to dance within their depths. She also had 4 slender arms and 4 glowing scarlet eyes that seemed like they could burn anyone's soul with just a simple glance, and on her back, there were 2 fiery devilish wings that seemed to resemble that of a wyvern's. Who would have ever thought that someone with a slime body could look so sensual? She didn't even have to attack but could steal someone's soul just with her charms. Yet none of the demons standing outside dared to hold any indecent thoughts. A broken bar, they just couldn't, even if they wanted to. Most of these demons had never seen the Hell Maiden with their own eyes but only heard stories, since no one had challenged her for centuries. Those who challenged her didn't return alive to tell their personal experience, and the moment they saw her, they felt their very soul shudder at the sight of her terrifying might. Something about her made her seem far different from the previous spirits. She seemed like she was indeed from a whole nother dimension. Some of them were already on their knees, prostrating before this mythical spirit. To not only them but to everyone here, the Hell Maiden was a higher being from a different dimension. Even if she was contained within the chamber, they could feel the heat of her indomitable aura, causing goosebumps on their skin. They didn't even dare to look into her eyes lest they turn into a molten statue. Still, even if they knew the royal consort was going to die, they had to hand it to him for having the guts to face her and not collapse from fright even after she manifested. Rebecca held her breath upon seeing the Hell Maiden. The last time she saw her was when Rowena's grand aunt challenged her, but she died within a couple of seconds without even standing a chance. She was a genius among geniuses but died miserably. That was a dark day for House Drake since her death was a heavy loss. Even the late Demon King held great respect for her, and now, seeing Asher stuck inside the chamber with the Hell Maiden, she was already feeling gleeful about his imminent death. Asher immediately closed his eyes upon feeling the presence of the Hell Maiden. "I hope you can give me what I am looking for." The Hell Maiden looked at Asher and curved her lips into a subtle smile, though the others didn't see since her back was turned towards them. However, she didn't say anything and simply opened her mouth, as her killing intent suddenly spiked through the roof, causing Asher's hair to stand on its ends. Asher felt the heat in the chamber suddenly increase to the point he felt like he was about to melt and knew she was going to attack. But he dispersed all distracting thoughts in his head as he gathered the mana in his body and channeled them towards both his palms. This time there was no need for any convoluted way to deal with it. This time the only thing he could do was attack the old-fashioned way, and so, without holding back, His mana surged like a raging volcano and coursed through his veins before coming out of both his palms in the form of dark green flames. At the same time, the Hell Maiden's mouth was glowing with fiery light as she unleashed a stream of deadly scarlet fire from her mouth, filling the air with a wall of flames that threatened to engulf Asher. However, he was not deterred by her attack and stood his ground as he summoned the power of his dark green flames to meet her flames. Boo! His wave of dark green flames slammed into Hell Maiden's ferocious scarlet flames. The two flames collided, creating a fierce and intense inferno that filled the chamber with heat and light, making it quite hard for those outside to see what was going on. Not even the experts could use their keen senses to sense what was going on inside since the glass chamber blocked everything. The glass floor beneath Asher's feet trembled as the two flames continued to clash while the air was filled with the sound of thunder and the smell of smoke. Hell Maiden's attack was so domineering that Asher's feet were immediately pushed back till his back slammed against the glass wall. Having the strength of Doomfall was no joke, and the scarlet ball of flames that formed in the middle upon the clash was closing in on him, threatening to engulf and devour him. Her flames were definitely far from ordinary and, unlike any other flame he had faced off against, he grimaced as he held out his hands while continuing to blast his flames at her. He realized the huge gulf between his and her power. No wonder no demon would dare to go up against her. The ball of flames was barely inches away from turning his hands into ashes. He could already feel the skin on his fingers getting burned and the ends of his clothes getting singed, but he was surprised that his flames were actually managing to hold up against her flames, though he was sure her flames would overwhelm him anytime soon. Everybody on the outside was shocked because he actually didn't die within a second. They had never seen such strange dark green flames and wondered if this had anything to do with his unknown bloodline, but they were sure these flames weren't ordinary since it was actually holding up against the Hell Maiden's flames! At least for now. They could feel the floor underneath their feet vibrate, which was proof of how intense this showdown was. To avoid getting killed within the first second of her flames was a tremendous feat in itself. Now they had no doubt that the royal consort's bloodline was far from an inferior one. Still, it didn't really matter since he was going to die anyway. Even if the chamber was filled with blinding light, they could see that the ball of flames was about to engulf Asher's figure. Maybe some of his flesh must have turned to ashes already. Some were already thinking of sad poems to write about the demise of the genius royal consort who fell to his own greed. Some were rejoicing that the queen would have to take in a new consort or perhaps a king. Most of them were nobles from powerful houses which were already trying to act suave in the presence of the queen, hoping they might catch her eye. Rowena didn't even see how hard they were trying. Instead, she furrowed her brows upon seeing Asher's state. Why was he trying so hard for her sake when he didn't have to? She couldn't make sense of what exactly was motivating him. Urga broken bar Asher grunted as even the skin on his forearm began to get burned. No way in hell am I going to get burned to death, Asher mumbled inwardly as his eyes shone with a dark green light. Hellbringer a broken bar, he inwardly mumbled with a smile as he lowered his arms, letting the ball of scarlet flames engulf him. Eh? Exclamation mark. The demons standing outside were baffled, wondering did he just give up after realizing how futile his struggle was. They saw his skin and flesh getting turned to ashes right before the scarlet ball of flames swallowed him. Rowena closed her eyes as she pressed her lips together. Ha, this is what you get for being so presumptuous. Rebecca inwardly snickered and felt as if all the frustrations she had experienced before were worth it. What a pity a broken bar TSK. Sabina clicked her tongue as she shook her head, feeling that it was truly a pity to see him go down like that. She had so many plans in mind. Edmund finally released his breath with a grin and snickered, seeing the chamber getting filled with scarlet flames. The scarlet ball of flames had engulfed entirely Asher's figure that they had no doubt not even a speck of him was left. Just as they were about to wonder why the Hell Maiden was making it an overkill by not stopping. Boom! An ear-crushing explosion suddenly went off in the chamber, followed by a volcanic surge of dark green flames which pushed back the scarlet ball of flames. Everyone had their jaws slack when they suddenly saw the big, glowing ball of flames suddenly getting pushed back toward the Hell Maiden, and as if they weren't shocked enough, they saw a charred black skeleton in front of the ball of flames, its entire body blazing with dark green flames with only one of its palms out, preventing the scarlet ball of flames from getting closer. At first glance, it seemed like a lich, but when could liches survive with flames all over their body? What happened to the royal consort, or was this really the royal consort considering the color of the flames was the same? Rowena had opened her eyes, and seeing what was going on, her eyes were transfixed on the skeletal figure wreathed in ominous dark green flames. Rebecca's face lost even more color than the last time, especially after seeing Asher getting turned into an undead creature with flames on its body. At this point, she was feeling that this brat was indeed a monster all this time, and seeing him stopping the ball of flames with just one hand made her eyes quiver. Asher was stopping the scarlet ball of flames from touching him using only his bony left palm. He then raised his head and looked at Hell Maiden with his hollow eyes. "I didn't realize it before, but your flames contain a lot of darkness, Hell Maiden." A broken bar, Asher said in a low voice through the Hell Maiden only squinted her eyes without responding. He lowered his left palm as well and began to slowly walk forward, pushing back the scarlet ball of flames with his own skeleton body while some of the scarlet flames brushed past his skeletal body without even causing any damage. The royal consort actually managed to push back the Hell Maiden with his own body? They couldn't process what they were seeing. How could someone actually overpower the sheer elemental power of the Hell Maiden? It shouldn't even affect her in the first place unless his flames were actually more potent than hers. At this point, they couldn't even tell if this was Asher or some other monster who had replaced him, and what was even more astonishing was that the scarlet ball of flames seemed to become smaller and smaller while the flames on Asher's body began to grow even wilder. The Hell Maiden furrowed her brows as she spread all four of her palms. Terrifying waves of scarlet flames surged from them and shot toward the ball of flames to push it back toward Asher. Asher got pushed back by a few steps but stopped as he began to walk towards her again, causing yet another shock to those standing outside. Hell Maiden's eyes narrowed as she increased the intensity of her attacks even more, making her scarlet flames glow with even more fervor, but the more strength she put into her flames, the more Asher's flames became stronger while hers became weaker. Everybody standing outside also noticed this strange fact. His flames seemed to be devouring hers, growing in strength and power with each passing moment. And within the next few moments, Hell Maiden increased the intensity of her attacks by so much the entire glass chamber was a dazzling display of light and heat, making it hard for people to see what was going on. They could feel tremors passing through the floor under their feet, but what stupefied everyone was how the scarlet light filling the chamber was rapidly weakening and fading until it was no more than a faint flickering glow. And what replaced it was an ominous dark green light that became brighter and brighter, followed by a sound of a near-rendering explosion. Boom! Most of them unconsciously cowered upon hearing the explosion and saw that it was the sound of the ball of flames exploding. As the air inside cleared up, everyone had their jaw fell wide open upon seeing the royal consort clutch Hell Maiden's neck and even looking right into her eyes. "Your strength is mine now," Asher said as he looked straight into her glowing fiery eyes, and the next moment his cursed flames spread over her entire body like a pool of oil catching fire. He didn't know if he was seeing things, but he saw her smile before his cursed flames engulfed her entire body. Wish! And the next moment, a loud sizzling sound echoed, making some even stagger backward in utter shock. How could they stay sane upon seeing huge vapors escaping into the air right where the Hell Maiden was standing? She was completely vaporized. Just like that, they gulped upon seeing the charred skeleton enveloped in dark green flames, slowly turning his head to look at them. "Anyone here wants to question my bloodline now?" A broken bar, Asher asked in an unsettling voice as his hollow eyes stared into their souls. Asher stood tall and imposing in front of the crowd of demons, his eyes scanning the sea of faces with a fierce and unyielding gaze. His voice was deep and commanding, filled with a mix of arrogance and disdain as he spoke the words, "Anyone here wants to question my bloodline now?" He exuded a sense of confidence and power, his body language conveying his dominance over the demons in front of him. Even if there were demons present who were at a higher level than him, there was no question that his bloodline was incomparable to all of theirs, and this meant that eventually, he would be the strongest of them all, and none of them can barely hold a candle to him. His arms were crossed over his ribcage, his head held high, and his shoulders squared. Even if his head was just a flaming skull, people could feel that he was daring anyone to question him just by feeling his gaze. They remained silent, staring up at him with a mix of shock, fear, awe, and respect. They were shocked out of their wits because they witnessed him surviving the impossible. Their soul shuddered in fear upon staring at his charred black figure, giving him the appearance of a death god risen from the ashes. The dark green flames blazed fiercely on his skeleton body, illuminating the darkness within his eye sockets and casting an eerie glow on not only the surroundings but on them as well. They couldn't even make sense of what his exact powers were, but they all guessed that it all had to do with his mysterious bloodline. At this point they were just too frightened to ask or think about it. They lowered their heads in a sign of shame, respect and awe, not daring to meet his gaze. They felt in their bones that they were in the presence of true power and that they should show respect to the man who might change their future. They knew he was rightfully angry at them for mocking and looking down on him for all these years. There was no end to the amount of contempt and disdain they showed to him. No amount of words could describe the regret they were feeling now. They looked at each other nervously, unsure of what to say or do in response to his bold statement. Rowena felt a sense of relief wash over her. She couldn't remember the last time she felt this anxious about something. She had tried to stop him from fighting, fearing that he might die and she would break the last thing her father had made her promise. However, seeing him defeat a spirit considered to be undefeatable, her emotions began to shift. She didn't know why, but she felt something swelling in her chest as she saw Asher standing tall and imposing, his skeletal body still engulfed in hellish flames and the raw power and determination in his eyes. She knew that he had proven himself as a worthy and powerful demon before everyone, just like he said he would. He had told her this a month ago, during the dance, but at that time, she had no reason to take his words seriously, though she acknowledged his determination. Did her father know this all along and took him in as a cripple, waiting for him to wake up one day? Did her father really sacrifice himself for not only the present but for the future of this realm? She felt complicated emotions thinking about it, though she felt as if she finally realized some answers to why her father made her marry him. Rebecca's face had become a pale gray after a wave of shock washed over her as she watched Asher defeat the nightmarish Hell Maiden. She felt a sense of disbelief that someone like him, who she had thought was a lowborn, could achieve something that broke their beliefs. She felt her pride bruised as she realized that she had underestimated him or that he had fooled everyone into underestimating him. She was 100% sure he was going to die, but why didn't he? How come she or nobody else knew if he was a monstrous genius? How come he only acted now? Was he playing dumb all this time, or was this all a strange coincidence? Whatever it was, she had never felt so threatened by someone, even if their current strength was way below hers. With such a powerful bloodline, who could possibly match his potential? What will happen to her dear son's dreams? They made a point to the queen about how she should pick a new consort since her present one was of low origins, but now, that point was rendered invalid. Instead, because of what they said, Rowena didn't even have to look for anyone else. Who else other than him passed the seventh summoning? Nobody. And as she felt Asher's derisive gaze on her, she clenched her jaws. She could feel him laughing and mocking her. Her hate and anger towards him only increased as she realized that Asher was an unpredictable force that could very well challenge her status and power. She reassured herself that this was not the end. Asher's eyes flicked over the crowd, taking in their fear and uncertainty. He let out a low, satisfied chuckle, relishing in them cowering before him. He let the silence hang in the air for a moment longer before turning around as the damned flames on his body began to die down before rapidly restoring the flesh and skin on his body. He was half naked since Hellmaiden's flames reduced most of his attire to ashes, but fortunately, he was able to use his own flames just in time to shield the lower half of his attire. However, the women in the hall couldn't help but swoon upon seeing his sizzling naked torso and flushed face. For some reason, he seemed far more attractive than ever and any other man. His striking figure with a tall and athletic build that exuded power and grace. His dove-gray skin was smooth and flawless, with a hint of metallic sheen that caught the light in a mesmerizing way. His features are chiseled and defined, with high cheekbones, a strong jawline, and full lips that hint at a fatally charming streak. His every step and gesture exuded confidence and charm. His voice was deep and domineering, giving off a magnetic presence that drew their attention to him, making it impossible not to be charmed by his charming demeanor. Even though they considered his race to be an alien one, his appearance had a hint of mystery and danger. His gray skin was unique and attractive, and his features were well defined. However, his eyes were his most striking features, with deep, dark yellow pools that seemed to hold dangerous secrets. They were framed by thick, black lashes that gave him a mysterious and alluring look. His hair was a striking contrast to his gray skin, long, white, and flowing like a silver waterfall, framing his face perfectly and adding to his allure. Even Sabina's fair cheeks began to slightly flush upon seeing his muscular torso with well-defined eight-packs, especially seeing the veins under the surface of his gray skin. City never expected him to possess such a powerful and intimidating appearance. The veins on his biceps gave him a raw and primal look as if he was a being of raw power and energy. She shook her head, wondering why she was even staring at that pervert's body. However, she had no idea that her mother, Marina, who was silently standing in a corner, had her blood flow increase for some reason. The rest of them came out of their stunned state and couldn't even begin to imagine how their future was going to change. Some even fell to their knees just by being awed by what they saw. They felt as if they stood witness to the birth of a legend. They knew the royal consort was not that strong now, but seeing his godly talent, they had no doubt he would rise up to be someone who would shake the entire realm within a century or two. Some were already feeling that he might become much more than just a royal consort. Nobody dared to respond to his question because they knew his worth couldn't be questioned anymore. Even if he had stopped at the sixth summoning, people would respect him just like they would respect the royal members of House Drake. But now that he had achieved the impossible, their respect for him skyrocketed far more than any one of the members of the three great houses. Duncan Doru, standing with his hands behind his back, had his eyes visibly shaking, unable to maintain a calm mind as usual. The prophecy of broken bar was right after a broken bar. Sabina's face still had a faint blush as her eyes glowed with a feverish and bloodthirsty light. She licked her lower lip as she stared at Asher and then asked the head warden, since he survived the impossibly broken bar, what kind of category would his bloodline fall into? For him to defeat Hellmaiden, a broken bar, a spirit from the abyss, only a bearer of the mythical immortal bloodline can defeat her. It should be impossible for anyone among us to possess such a bloodline. But a broken bar, it is what it is, Duncan said as he took a deep breath, trying to calm down the torrent of thoughts in his head. I knew it, our broken bar, something about his blood always seemed unique. He a broken bar, Sabina mumbled with a squint. However, she furrowed her brows when she felt her mother's gaze on her, wondering what she wanted to talk about with her. Edmund Thorne's expression became ugly as he also heard the head warden's words. That worm actually had an immortal bloodline? Impossible. He felt as if his head was spinning from the realization and felt his heart shudder for some reason. But suddenly, he felt a firm grip on his arm as his mother's stern voice echoed beside his ears. Get a hold of yourself. This isn't the time to display weakness. This is a serious issue. We underestimated the wrong person, and it seems like the late Demon King knew more than we gave him credit for. Now it makes sense. He broken bar, the marriage and everything a broken bar. Mother, I want to marry the royal consort. We can make a beautiful baby with an immortal bloodline, can't we? Sylvia Valentine asked with a pout. Nada Valentine sighed softly as she patted her daughter's hand. Too bad he is already married to the queen, dear. "Buta broken bar, when there is a will, there is always a way," she said with a knowing smile. Sylvia's brows raised as her eyes glowed. City's eyes were shaking ceaselessly as she suddenly remembered an image that came into her mind on the day of the celebration. Could all this be a coincidence? Where the hell was he really coming from? But whatever it was, she felt a bad feeling that his cockiness was only going to increase and cause more trouble for her. Asher was wondering why the chamber was not letting him go out when he won, and just as he wondered that, a dark scarlet light flashed in the chamber as Hellmaiden manifested again. No shit, she wants to fight again? Asher knew these spirits were basically immortal and couldn't be really killed, but was she really planning to use that advantage against him because of losing against him? She can't be that Betty. The entire hall plunged into silence upon seeing her manifest again, and wondered what was going on. They were also extremely curious about what that mysterious reward was for passing the 7th summoning. Asher didn't know what was going to happen, but he straightened his back and his eyes closed, prepared for anything. The Hellmaiden smiled as she walked towards him, though Asher didn't take a step backward since he didn't feel any killing or battle intent from her. She suddenly spoke in an ethereal voice that had a seductive charm. "Relax, Hell Prince. You are the first one to truly survive this trial, and I wish to reward you for the same ear broken bar, a reward which you would be the first and last person to receive." Her voice was so charming that the demons standing outside, especially the men, felt their souls getting enraptured. Hearing her call him Hell Prince, they weren't surprised since it was told in old stories and tales that the one who survives the 7th summoning would be known as the Hell Prince or the Prince of the Tower. They could only imagine the respect and honor he would gain by earning such a title. "Sure, what is that reward going to be?" Asher asked with a narrowed gaze. Hellmaiden curved her lips as she cupped his face. "My blood." Saying so, she suddenly kissed him, making Asher's brows raise upon feeling her soft hot lips. "Oh, a broken bar." Sabina puckered her lips upon seeing what was going on. Rowena furrowed her brows upon seeing them kiss before everyone else. But Asher stood still, and the next moment her cheeks glowed from within with a scarlet light. This light passed from her mouth and into Asher's mouth before spreading over his entire body, making every inch of his skin glow with a faint scarlet light. Asher's eyes widened as he felt his blood dancing with excitement and could feel that his blood was undergoing some changes, including his mana circuit. A part of Hellmaiden's fallen power has mixed with your bloodline. All stats plus 10%. Hellmaiden has strengthened your mana circuit. Level increased 5, greater than 8. She has bestowed you with an immortal grade grimoire. You can open your eyes now. A broken bar. Her words echoed in his mind. The moment he opened his eyes, he suddenly saw a dark scarlet light in the space beside him, and from this light, a giant, flaming scarlet book made out of mana manifested. On the front of this book was the engraving of Hellmaiden's figure, and he didn't even have to guess that this was the immortal grade grimoire she was giving him. He had never seen an immortal grade grimoire before and thought it was just a myth, but who knew he would be receiving one in his life as a demon? Everybody outside was crying with envy upon seeing him receive such a mystical and devilish-looking grimoire. They got confirmation from the head warden that this was an immortal grade grimoire, something even more powerful than the legendary grade. Never in their lives did they expect one to exist, let alone see one with their own eyes. Rebecca was biting her tongue, not wanting to believe what she was seeing, while a bead of sweat trickled down Edmund's temple. City was shaking her head, wondering why this pervert had to get all the good things, but she had to grudgingly admit a broken bar. His bloodline and talent were apparently superior to everyone else. The scarlet grimoire suddenly turned into a flash of light and entered Asher's glabella. Hellmaiden broke the kiss as she looked at him and said, "The power I granted you will mix with your bloodline and provide you with benefits that not even I can predict. You won't regret this," Asher said with a confident curve of his lips. If not for seeing her appearance before in his Hellbringer form, he would have been surprised upon seeing her 7 feet tall alluring flaming body standing before him and her 4 shimmering scarlet eyes looking at him. Despite having a slime-like body, he never thought she would look these a broken bar bewitchingly beautiful. When the battle started before, he imagined a grotesque monster or something, considering how everyone was terrified of her, especially with the collective strength of all those monstrous demon spirits. Still, he knew her true power was far more powerful than he could imagine. "I know I won't, until next time, Hell Prince," she said with a charming smile as her body diffused into embers and disappeared, and the chamber provided a way out for Asher to come out. "Hello everyone, Mr. Lightnov here. I would greatly appreciate it if you could like, subscribe, and share this novel in order to